Hello, hi guys, we're back. Okay. I didn't mean to take last week off, but I did because there was so much getting ready for the holiday. And I would say I had a good Christmas time, so I think it was worth it. But we're back. I'm going to be streaming today. I'm going to be streaming tomorrow. I'm going to be streaming on the 1st, but in the evening, not in the morning. That way everyone has a chance to wake up and be alive if they've had festivities, but also because me and my sister and a few of our friends are planning to take a walk for the new year. And so I want to make sure that I don't make any promises on being here early. I know we're going to try and do 10K. That is the goal for the 1st. And I might be a little hungover because we did plan on going out the night before. So we'll see. We're going to see how that goes. But hi, it's been a week and a half, I think, since my last stream. So welcome if you're here. If you're watching the replay on YouTube. Hi guys, we're back to Mistonia. I am hoping to finish Mistonia by the end of January. I have a plan in place. I have additional streams in place. I am working, but I will be streaming after work on some days. So I'm going to have evening streams and morning streams. I'm going to do my best in the new year to actually have a weekly stream schedule like I used to have. So please look forward to that. I also have aspirations and goals that I'm going to be sharing on our January stream because we're going to do our Atome 2026 stream along with our tier list, along with our Twitch and YouTube recaps and goals for 2026. I always like to set a goal every year, so I'm excited to talk about it. But we're back to Mistonia. In Mistonia, we last left off. They're about to have like this big Bay conference. We're slowly learning more and more about the guys and mysteries. And I actually scared myself and thought I had played without realizing it. It'll get there. There it goes. Because I got confused by this investigation part 3 and thought it meant chapter 3, and I was like, I didn't get to chapter 3. What is it talking about? I'm not in chapter 3. This is chapter 3. But then I realized it was the investigation, and I was just being really, really worried for nothing. I have 2 goals today. That is to finish this chapter, which I believe is the last one before you get into actual routes. I'm hopeful. I could be wrong. And if that is the fact, then yay, we're going to have a route after that. If not, my second goal is to keep playing until we get to a route. So I could be here for a couple hours. I could be here for 5 hours. I could be here for 10 hours. I have nothing on my agenda today, and I have a Monster Energy drink, so haha. So let's hop to it. All right, let me put up my markers. I was so worried that I was already in chapter 3 that I was actually checking my YouTube uploads to make sure I'd uploaded a second one. So there was that. I also might have a little bit of a voice. I don't know. I don't know if I'm getting sick. I don't know if I'm catching what everybody in the universe has gotten in this house at the very least. But yeah, we'll see. We'll talk about Christmas later on, I'm sure. If somebody starts chatting, we're going to ask what everyone got for Christmas. That's my favorite question of the year. I've been asking everyone what their plans are for Christmas, what their plans are for New Year, IRL. And so I'm very excited to hear about those things. I love when people have plans. I love when people get to go meet with family or just hang out with themselves. You don't have to have family. You don't have to go places. You can stay home. On the surface, everything seemed peaceful since the Five Houses conference had resumed. That's right. I steadily built my trust. I thought we had a Fae face over there. Am I so wrong? I steadily built my trust as a maid and continued my investigation, but there came a day when I began to feel stuck. Just as I was thinking that, an unexpected change of events came my way. Oh, Lily, I missed you so much. I'm gonna move this like this. You can't see what I'm doing. This is on my screen, but I also have a dream. Every year for Christmas for the last 3 years, I've gotten something for streaming as a present. And when I say I got something to streaming as a present, I said, hey, buy that. It's a mutual bank account, by the way. It's basically me buying it for myself. I got this chair, which hurts my back, which means I'm probably gonna get a new chair soon. I got this desk, which rises, which I don't use the rising feature because it's so small that standing here just makes me hit my elbow on this. And this year I want to get a little keypad thing so that I can switch between things, because I've seen it work. Even though it's numbers, it doesn't calculate like this, because I had numbers at one point. My thing has numbers attached to it, but it wasn't working because it was tracked to numbers and it was making numbers do that. It was really weird. So I'm hoping to get that. The other dream is monitors. I want to have 3 monitors. Right now I just have one really big one. Someday in the future. I have hope. There you are. But oh my goodness! Like, has it been a month already? I thought you just subscribed. Wait, it says you're subscribed for 22 months. Why are you so far in the future? There you are. Also, hello, Ninja. I hope you had a happy Christmas. That does remind me, I have a new game to play for Halloween this year. It's gonna be exciting times. Listen, Rose, Lady Tia has asked me to help with the preparations for the ball. Oh, she wants me to help with the preparations for the debutante ball. Debutante referring to a young woman from a respectable family that is making her debut in high society. In Grand Albion, though, nope, through having an audience with the queen, a debutante will be recognized as a mature lady of age and will be permitted to join high society. We're getting our Bridgerton early. Lily approached me as I tidied the entrance hall, speaking as if I were a close friend. That's right. Lily and her brother act like we're normal people, even though we're servants. It seemed as if Lily had taken a particular interest in me ever since we read that picture book together. From time to time, she would engage in a casual conversation. That wasn't that surprising part here, however. Tia, that's the queen's name. Is Lily so close to that infuriating woman that she asked directly for help? That is quite a challenging task. Her Majesty really trusts you greatly if she asked you to do all that. I responded, probing further. I didn't fully understand the nature of the relationship. To my surprise, Lily's next words were anything but conventional. I got so used to best rumor ever, I missed that I got your card. I'm glad you got the card. I'm sorry there wasn't more to it. I ordered cards. And those were last minute, by the way. I wasn't planning on having custom cards. I totally have. Had kept one. I forgot to bring it in here today. But we did holiday cards this year. I didn't have very many, so I was able to actually order custom cards. But I ordered cards, and then they put them on print paper. And so I was too scared to write notes on them. I was going to write on the back of them. But it was on printer paper. And the back had like printer paper. I don't know if they messed it up, and I didn't want to delay sending them, so I didn't be like, hey, is this right? They also didn't give me envelopes at first. I'd be like, hey, do I get envelopes with these? These are supposed to be cards. And they're like, oh yeah. And so I was like, thank you. So next year I'll double check and make sure it says paper, because it was gloss and I was scared. Don't be sorry, it was well received. I have it keeping Zenitsu company on my shelf. Take it away from Zenitsu. Zenitsu does not deserve that. No, he doesn't deserve Nezuko. He does not deserve that. Which I have a new Nezuko figure. I don't think you can see my Nezuko shelf anymore. Oh goodness, where's my girl at? Where is my girl at? Where is she? Oh, she's over there. She got moved. She's over there in that corner. But I got a new figure, and she hangs off the side a little bit, and I love it. Streamer sounding like an Inosuke fan. Actually, I'm not. Well, Inosuke's great, actually. I do like Inosuke. I hate Zenitsu, though. I don't. He does. Okay. Let me phrase this in a way that actually makes more sense. I feel like his arc never came to fruition and that they rushed it. They never had him actually learn to be a good person outside of his fear. He just kept being a scaredy cat that would have to pass out to be strong. I wanted him to have his revelation and then his eyes would be open when he's fighting. they never merged those two. He continued to be a baby in real life, and then he would only be cool when he was sleeping. And I just feel like that was so weird. And I felt like they rushed the end of the story so much that they never had that chance to give him that opportunity. There was also things from the beginning of the story that they kind of got rid of near the end of the story, like the birds. The birds were a big deal at the beginning of the story, but then like you never heard about the birds near the end of the story. I just think they didn't have to rush it so much. I felt like it was rushed. But I do love the other guy that flirted with her. Oh God, I can't think of his name right now. The guy with the scars, the one that stabbed her. That guy deserved Nezuko. Thunder breathing is my favorite though. Yeah, but he's not even awake. He's not even awake when he's doing it. He can't even be awake to do it. I don't care if he only knows one form. He's not awake. He never got out of that habit. And I feel like that is a shame. He is in the Infinity Castle. Actually, I haven't watched the Infinity Castle. I read the books. I'm behind on the anime. And we never got around to watching the movie. The second movie. The first one we watched. I try to remember what the last thing is. I remember us actually watching. It merges in my head. I don't know if when you read a manga and then you watch the anime, my brain starts like remembering the anime in the manga. You know what I mean? Like I can see it happening in the anime. And he knows two forms. Does he now? That wasn't in the book. That wasn't in the book. At least I don't remember being in the book. It's been a minute since I've read the books. I've read the books 3 years ago. God, has it been that long? Dude, when they're talking about how long Stranger Things has been out, I realized I was talking about coworkers I haven't seen in years. Like we were watching Stranger Things then, and now look at it. Look where we are. It's an honor to be trusted, of course, but I feel that simply fulfilling Lady Tia's request would be dreadfully dull. So I asked her if I could bring you to the ball, and she agreed. Pardon? He invented a new form of thunder breathing, actually. Why? Because he couldn't learn any other forms? It's been a minute. He's also asleep. He's never awake. He can't fight in IRL. He doesn't matter. He is useless. Useless. He's my least favorite character. He did not deserve a girlfriend. He did not deserve a wife. He basically started calling Nezuko his wife as soon as she woke up. They were not dating. She has no memories of her life as a demon. Which is a shame, honestly. But Lily continued on cheerfully as I stood there, frozen and shocked by the sudden turn of events. My friend currently has my entire box set of Demon Slayer. She's had it for over a year because we always forget to return it to each other. It's not that we don't see each other, it's just we forget. And she has one of my video games, I just remembered. I gotta get that back from her too. I have not had Paradigm Paradox in years because I let her borrow it when I borrowed her Winter's Wish because I didn't own Winter's Wish at the time and I wanted to play Winter's Wish because it had winter in the title and it was December. So I beat her game, gave it back. She still has Paradigm Paradox. Let's prepare for the ball together. I need to have our dresses made. Please wait a moment, my lady. There's surely been some mistake. Her Majesty must have some sort of jest. A humane, especially a maid, taking part in an event where the noble ladies present themselves to the queen and made their debut in high society was unheard of. I tried to think up possible solutions, but Lily shook her head. No, she isn't. Lady Tia loves anything intriguing. Intriguing? Intriguing? My participation is just a sideshow for her? Regardless of the queen's true intentions, Lily seems genuinely delighted at the prospect of dressing me up and taking me to some grand affair. Never would I have imagined that I would be meeting the queen so quickly. I hesitated, thinking it might be too dangerous, but quickly changed my mind. I understand, my lady. I shall accompany you. Just a reminder, the only thing that's different about her is her hair's not blonde. They say she looks different, but I've seen the side-by-side. She's got blonde hair. That's it. That's the difference. I lowered my head as I replied. My fingers brushed the pocket watch in my pocket. Lily, on the other hand, smiled brightly. I'm gonna get murdered up in here. Later that evening, I went out for a little late afternoon shopping and met up with John, whom I'd already contacted with the pocket watch in a quiet corner of the park to avoid being seen. I'm moving my mic. I don't want to talk. Let me phrase that right. I don't want to talk the story. And that's what happened. Opportunities like this are rare, so I'm taking this chance to meet the queen. John, shut up. It's too soon and far too dangerous. I'm against this. Well, guess what? I'm a grown-ass woman and I'm working undercover inside a house, mansion? I don't know what I want to call it. John opposed the idea as expected. A strange sensation came from the pocket watch just as I prepared to patiently persuade him otherwise. Realizing it was a sign from him, I sighed. I wasn't sure what he was thinking, showing up at a time like this, but I couldn't disregard him. I took out the pocket watch. What are you, against this too? I opened the watch lid and called out to Robin Orbrion, who popped out a moment later. Quite the opposite, actually. I'd like you to go. I'm glad you agree, but you're being awfully casual about this. Are you saying it's safe as long as the meeting is quick? I'm not claiming this is completely safe, but I believe you're capable. Besides, you've got your face at hand. There's no point in dragging this out forever. If Tia finds out, then so be it. Let's just get things moving. Those were the exact sort of irresponsible words I expected from him. For once, I agreed though. After all, he was backing me up, so I went back to persuading John. You heard him. Can I go? John glanced at the Robin, then back at me. He furrowed his brow, face filled with concern. I really, really don't want you to go, but... Just don't do anything reckless. That's my middle name. This was a difficult choice for John, but he finally relented. That said, I'll make sure to stay as close as I can that day. I'll have Gonriel help me find a spot where we can stay hidden. And like the Fey King said, even though you have your Fey sight, I know, I won't use it unless it's absolutely necessary. I think you have a more pressing matter to worry about. Oberon, Odie, who had been flying back and forth between John and me, suddenly chimed in. I tilted my head, confused. He continued amusedly. You have to learn the proper etiquette for the palace. Your behavior could catch Tia's attention even if you don't intend it to. I'm still the daughter of a noble, you know. I learned all of that when I was a child. A child? You're an adult now. Orbrion is the king of the fairies? Yeah, he is. He's also hiding from his wife right now. I don't know why. That part is kind of confusing, but Tia's his wife, and he's hiding from her. I couldn't say it for sure whether or not... Wait, did I... Is chat not working right now? Have I not noticed that? Ugh. Stream. I was too focused. I didn't even notice. It could be because I had Stream Elements or is it Streamlabs? Oh gosh. I had a different one made for when I was streaming. Dismiss. For when I was doing the Choose wisely, but I thought I had created a second one. My widgets, please. This doesn't look right. It is Stream Elements, isn't it? See, I don't even know where I get my stuff from. Where am I? Where is my stuff? Dashboard. Someday I'll get there. Someday. Twitch chat. Okay. Copy link. I thought I had made a new one, basically, and that it wouldn't affect anything. Is it working now? Is it working now? How did I break this? This has not been broken in forever. How did I destroy this? Oh no, do I care this much? Kinda. I kinda care. Like, every time I copy the preview link, it's the same link, so I don't know why it's not working. Yeah, it is odd. I don't know why it's doing it. It's being real weird. Let's see. No, I don't like that. Well, it's the same. It's like I'm checking on here too, because it should be the same font on this one. And I could have sworn we were still having chat pop up in there when I was doing Choose Wisely. So that's weird. If it doesn't pop up this time, I don't know why it's not working. It's showing it on the thing. It's not hidden on here. I haven't had any issues up until now. I did just drag it around the screen, so I don't even know where it would pop up at this point. Oh, the wells. Saving. Save. Test. My game is like, would you please? Like, it's not popping up anywhere. It's not popping up on any of my other screens. It's the same one on all of them. Weird. Oh well, maybe it'll come back up later. I didn't even realize chat wasn't showing up until I just realized you had said that and I didn't see it. LOL. But I know we're live. Alright, well anyways, you can't see chat. I've done tests like 10 times. I don't know what's wrong with it. Said I had an encoding just now. Did I crash everything? That'd be funny. Just to be safe, I'm gonna close Discord. And we'll continue on where we left off. Anyways, back to testing our fates. Let me know if you start seeing chat up on the screen, because I'm not looking over here. Over here, yeah, over here, is the OBS, and I only check OBS to make sure things aren't messing up. And then this is my game screen on the other side. This side. So if I look this way, I'm looking towards the game. If I look this way, I'm looking towards OBS. And then down here is where chat is for me. But there's chat. I have an overlay for it on the game. So I didn't realize it wasn't popping up till just now. I couldn't say for sure. And the reason chat's below this is so I am easily distracted, all right? When I see chat moving, I know there's a new message. And so I know to look down. And I won't see that if it's over on the OBS. So I don't notice it there. I couldn't say for sure whether or not I still remembered everything. It felt like he was making fun of me, though, so I snapped back at him. O'Brien acknowledged this without remorse. I guess that's true. I guess there's no problem then. Having said all he needed to say, O'Brien circled around us before abruptly vanishing into the pocket watch. Silence settled between John and me now that the ever-talkative Robin had disappeared. I'm still against this, to be honest. What do you have against this, okay? You look so much like Jack. John's voiced his disagreement with the decision that had been made. I know, I'll be really careful. I concluded that this was just his worrywart side showing and gave him my usual response and told him to back off. I'm the captain now. Preparations for my participation to the ball, etiquette lessons in particular, began in earnest the following day. My duties as a maid were lightened in exchange. I had a tight schedule of lessons that started in the early morning. The instructor for my etiquette lessons was Nicholas, who was extremely strict. He had me repeatedly repeat my bows and greetings, then asked me a question. He gazed piercingly. I've been mulling this over for a while now. There isn't much for me to correct in terms of your manners. Have you perhaps received instructions elsewhere? I can't be honest with him. I can't be honest with him, but that doesn't mean... Mrs. Verde taught me, or I learned from a textbook. Will he kill me instantly if I make the wrong choice here, like he did last time? That's pretty bad. Last night I read a textbook I borrowed and practiced on my own. Okay. I'm not gonna deal with him. He stabbed me once, and I won't be stabbed again. I've been under Mrs. Verde's strict guidance since I decided to come here. She told me servants at House Bernstein had to carry themselves with dignity as important people from all across the lands visited the estate. My pillow is sliding off of my thing. I see. Knowing Mrs. Verde, I can... Is it Verde? Is it green in Spanish? Is that her name? Have I forgotten her name? I can see her making such a thoughtful gesture. Nicholas seemed satisfied with my explanation, but a chill ran down my spine nonetheless. Only now did I realize how my actions could raise suspicions about my identity. I'm surprised I still remember so many things from my childhood. We'll move on to walking. Try walking naturally from one end of the room to the other. Very well. Well, I doubted my walk could give away my true identity. My heart raced slightly as I stepped forward despite the early hours. The door opened quietly. Gambatte. It's a good job. Look at you training so diligently. Lily stepped into the room, her stride light and elegant. She greeted Nicholas cheerfully. What do you think of her, Nick? I believe she has a great deal of potential. I agree, Lady Lily. Is it Christmas? Why do they have a tree in the corner? I've observed her walk. Her posture is solid. She must have a strong core. However, she lacks the grace expected of a lady. Out here calling me not graceful. Really? Let me show her then. There is a trick to appealing graceful, you know. The critique felt harsh, but as she was willing to teach me, I listened without protest. After breakfast, my training continued. Lily had left, but Nicholas remained at my
食
side.
事の作法はまずまずだが、レディーらしい所作はまだ及第点に達していない。
Your table manners are
私が戻
acceptable,
るまで訓練を続けるように。
but your mannerisms as a lady still fall short. Continue practicing until I return. Understood. Nicholas was set to accompany Edmund on an outing after this. He wouldn't be back until noon, leaving me with nothing but intense training until then. This is going to be quite the challenge. Though I would have preferred to return to my duties as a maid, I couldn't simply give up. Thus, I continued walking back and forth across the room. Looking at myself in the mirror, I don't think I look that bad. So what's the problem, lady? Lady, what is that makes a lady graceful? I felt I was at something of a dead end. I heard the door open and glanced behind me, thinking Nicholas had returned. However, Edward and Linus came in.
ずっとこもりきりでニックから指導を受けていると聞いたんだが大丈夫かい
I heard you've been spending a great deal of time with Nick getting constant training. Are you managing all right?
舞踏会に参加するんだって。話を聞いて俺たちも驚いたんだけど、何か手伝えることはあるかなって来てみたんだ。
You're attending the ball, right? We were quite surprised when we heard about it. We thought we'd check and see if there was anything we can do to help you. I appreciate the concern, but I merely am practicing how to walk properly, so I don't require any help at the moment. However, I'd be grateful for a little advice if it's not too much trouble. I could tell that they were genuinely worried, and frankly, I didn't know what else to do, so I ended up asking for some guidance. Both Linus and Edward showed great enthusiasm in lending a hand as
そんな
expected.
ことでいいならお安いご用だよちなみにニックからは何と言われているのかな
If that's all, then it's not a big deal. By the way, what has Nick said about your progress? He said I lack elegance. Faint bitterness showed on my typically stoic face, which seemed to give the two of them a clear sense of how frustrated I had become.
そっ
I see.
でもその言い方だと抽象的でよくわからないね。
I can't quite understand. It's too abstract for me.
俺たちも歩いてるところが見たいな。ニコラスさんとは違う感想を持つかもしれない。
We want to see you walk too, you know? Maybe we'll have a different impression than Nicholas. Understood, I'll give it a try. I walked around the room just as I had done for Nicholas, and Lily, the pair currently watched me voiced their thoughts.
そうだな少しキビキビしすぎているかもしれないね
How
も
should I
うちょっ
put
とゆっ
this?
くり歩いてみたらどうだろう
The way you walk may be too brisk. Try walking a bit slower, perhaps. She's like, I am a maid. I gotta get to point A to point B as fast as possible.
あと歩幅も狭めてみたら。女性たちはあまり大きな歩幅で歩かないイメージがあるな。
Maybe try shortening your stride a little. It seems that ladies don't usually take such long steps. Speed and length of my stride, I suppose you're right. A muffled laugh echoed from the entrance just as I received clear advice.
何をしているのかと思えば、ずいぶん楽しそうなことをしているね。でも、二人のアドバイスは的外れじゃないかな。
And here I was wondering what in the world you were doing. Looks like you're having a fun time, huh? But isn't your advice missing the point here?
的外れとは
On what point is that? Edward asked, his tone unusually annoyed. Ascot completely ignored him, instead coming closer with a suggestive smile.
ご令嬢らしく見せる必要があるのなら、彼女に足りないのはズバリ恥じらいだよ。
If she needs to appear more ladylike, then she should be more bashful. Bashful. When I asked him to elaborate, he took my hand and kissed it. He did the same thing when we first met. Back then, I simply stared face blank. This time, however, I shot Ascot a glare. My thoughts were full of reproach. What on earth was he doing? A loud, exasperated sigh echoed about the room.
そうやって剣のある表情をする。 こういう時、レディーは頬を染めてうつむくか、あるいは微笑むものなのだ
See,
けど
there you
ね。
go again, making that stern face. At a time like this, a lady would either blush and look away or smile. So to him, a perfect lady would be one of those maidens who fawn all over him. I took this with a grain of salt since I wasn't familiar with this kind of thing. Still, I couldn't help but wonder if I should practice blushing for the future.
いやいや、信じないでいいよ。それはアスコットさんの偏った価値観での見解な
Don't
気が
listen
し
to
ます
him.
けど。
That sounds like a biased opinion, Ascot.
そうですよ。だいたい断りもなく突然キスをされたら
I
どんな女性
agree.
でも怒り
Any
ますよ。
woman would be angry if they were suddenly kissed without permission. That's right, ectogamut. Unable to stand it any longer, Linus and Edward decided to intervene, only to have the conversation turn to them.
それなら君たちが試してみる？彼女は私に対しては冷たいけれど、君たちのアドバイスは受け入れていたようだし。
How about you give it a try then? She might be cold towards me, but she actually listens to your advice.
君たちから口づけをされたら違う反応が見られるかも。ほら、エド君は右手、ライナ君は左手を取って。
This guy's trying to get us way over. Maybe you'll have a different reaction if... Maybe she'll have a different reaction if you two kiss her. Come on, Ed. You can take her right hand. Lynn, you can take her left. Huh? Huh? He didn't even ask my opinion. Both of them somewhat panicked when they were forced to take my hands. They froze in place, unsure whether or not they could let go. While a kiss and greeting may not have been anything new to them, they had likely never been told to kiss someone like this.
と
We stood there holding hands. Yes. And exchanging glances. Edward and Linus's cheeks turned red before mine did.
彼女より先に君たちが恥じらってどうするの？これじゃ特訓にならないよ。
What's the point if you get embarrassed before she does? This is hardly any sort of training.
特訓を台無しにしたのはあなたですよ。
You're the one who ruined it.
そうです。アスコットさん、和コードをからかうのもいい加減にしてください。
He's right, Ascot. Please stop teasing us novices.
そこまで年は離れてないだろうに。まったく、二人ともウブだね。
We're not that far apart in age. Good grief, you two are such virgins. Even Edward and Linus grew frustrated with Ascot's ridiculous comments. Honestly, I wish they'd all just leave. I let out a soft sigh as I watched the three of them argue. Eventually they left. After a while, Nicholas returned and informed me that training had concluded. I made my way out of the Great Hall and went to work. That was when I bumped into Alfred and Lucas, who were looking grumpy. They might as well have been comparing frowns. It seemed like they had just stepped outside during a break in a meeting. I nodded and tried to pass by. Hold on, okay. For some reason, he stopped me.
ずいぶん疲れているみたいじゃないか。
You look pretty tired, don't you? I do. Should I rest?
ああ、舞踏会に参加すると聞いたが、今からでも断ったらどうだ？いくら主の命令とはいえ、仕事だ。
Oh, Alfred, you don't want to see me in a pretty dress? Fuck you. You sure do. I heard you're attending the ball. Why don't you just back out now? Even if it's under your lady's orders, it's still not part of your job, is it? Are they worried about me? I was surprised. They weren't harsh towards servants, but they wouldn't normally bother talking to them unless it was absolutely necessary.
慣れないことはするものではない。分不相応という言葉を知っているか？
This is not true. One shouldn't try things they're not used to. That means don't ever try anything. Never try something. You'll never be good at it. Ever heard the phrase beyond your means?
悪いことは言わない。やめておけ。
Not that I care, but you should just quit. Bitches, get away. The lack of malice was itself villainous. I can tell they're concerned, but the way they say it is annoying. I came to realize that what I was doing was foolish, but I was too late to back out now. I appreciate your thoughtfulness. However, this is something her ladyship truly wishes for, and her majesty has given her approval. I shall do my best not to embarrass her ladyship at the very least.
はあ、お前はいつも物分かりのいいことを言うが、自分の意志というものがないのか？
You speak so sensibly, but do you really have no will of your own?
珍しく同意見だな。まるで人形のようだぞ。
I hate to say that I agree, but you're like a doll. Are you mad at me? I responded respectfully, but deep down I thought they were being unreasonable. Did I say that out loud? That's thought. I thought they were being unreasonable. My expression must have given it away. Both seemed slightly frustrated when I spoke again. You put it in a cute cup. Okay, thank you. I asked for a Sonic drink, so she decided to make it aesthetic for the stream.
あ、いや、すまない。主の命に逆らえと進めるとは、どうかしていた。それに今の言い方は、いくらなんでも無礼だったな。
I didn't speak. What are they suddenly... Because this is... Parentheses means thought. Do they understand that? When you put parentheses, that means it's internal monologuing. Did I say it out loud? Because it says, I responded respectfully, but deep down I thought they were being unreasonable. Did they just realize what bitches they sounded like? I don't even know. I'm sorry. Suggesting you go against your lady's wishes was completely out of line, and the way I said it was outright disrespectful. You have no right to interfere in the matters of another household. Forget what we said. Forget we said anything. I will, because I can't believe you're not excited to see me in a cute party dress. Rude. Good God. Though if you fall ill on the day of the ball, I doubt anyone would blame you. These two are surprisingly expressive. Their kindness is easy to see even if it's hard to understand. For a moment, I felt like I was witnessing something amusing, but I realized I was the one who had dragged them into this and was responding for them wearing these expressions. Once I realized this, I didn't feel like I'd gained much of anything. Thank you for looking out for me. Now, if you'll excuse me. After offering my thanks one last time, I hurried away. Oh, I headed to the dining hall to prepare for lunch. Evelyn and Charlotte had already begun. When they noticed me, they approached, eyes sparkling. Hey, just a second. You gotta tell us what's going on. It must have been exhausting, right? Working after attending etiquette lessons. Working isn't stressful for me. It's actually a relief. That's right. I'm better than you. Here we go again. You're lucky it isn't just the three of us here. You're lucky it's just the three of us here. If the other maids hear you, they'd be mad at you, you know? And why is that? I asked Evelyn to elaborate, not quite understanding her point. She didn't stop working, but she smiled and explained enthusiastically. I mean, you're making your debut in society. You might attract the attention of some charming men there, right? If that happens, you'll be joining the nobility, and if you do, and it'd be like you're the protagonist of a fairy tale. I can hardly believe such a sweet turn of events is so close at hand. I think one of your romance novels have a similar plot, Evelyn. But if things unfold the same way as your novel, doesn't that mean that you'll fall in love with the person escorting you? I didn't bring that up on purpose. After all, if you're to be escorted, it must be someone from the mansion, yes? That'll definitely pique the others' jealousy depending on who it is. Someone may even faint. You have a point. Have you decided who you're going to ask to escort you? I only realized this was a decision I needed to make after they brought it up. I haven't asked anyone yet. Her ladyship will probably choose someone for me, so I'll just do as she asks. I thought I was being realistic, but it seemed they had wanted a different response.
バカね。こういうのは
Bakane.
妄想するのが楽しいのよ。ほら、ランタは誰がいいのか言ってごらんなさい。
Come on, fantasizing about this kind of thing is fun. Now, who is your choice? Do tell.
私も聞きたいです。
I want to know too. I suppose this is what you'd consider a typical conversation among young ladies. I felt like I had learned something, but even though I was part of the conversation, I found it hard to match their imagination and excitement. Nonetheless, I came to the conclusion, after recalling everything that had happened, I'd prefer not to go with Lord Ascot.
どうしてですか？
Huh? Why? To put it your way, there'd be a lot of jealousy. There were other reasons too, such as his lack of reliability. Evelyn frowned when I gave this neutral response regarding his fondness for women,
本
however.
当に分かってないんだから。あの5人の中で一番やっかみが少ないのはむしろアスコット様よ。
You really don't get it, do you? Lord Ascot is probably the one who causes the least amount of jealousy out of those
あの
five.
方はとてもモテるし、女性に対して手が早いけど、裏を返すとどなたも本命じゃないの。
He's very popular and quick to court women, but none of them are truly of interest to
だ
him.
から新しい相手が一人増えたところで誰も文句は言わないのよ。それでいくと、例えばエドワード様なんかは危険ね。
What if I take the king? I can, can't I? No one would not the king. Oh man, what's the manor? The Edward's dad, not Lord Edward's dad. No one would mind if another person entered the picture. In that regard, someone like Lord Edward would be much riskier.
あ、それわかる気がする。突然見たこともない女の子をエスコートして現れたら大騒ぎになるよね。
I think I get you. If he suddenly showed up escorting some unknown girl, it'd cause quite a stir. I see, I understand now.
そうよ。もっと慎重に考えなさい。
I'm glad you do. Now you need to think about it more carefully. Evelyn seemed to be enjoying this. Despite her stern tone, the conversation continued as we carried on with the lunch preparation. After lunch, I was once again caught up in a situation I never saw coming. 3 people were in front of me, Edward, Linus, and Ascot, as the reason I was facing them.
それじゃひとまずワルツの練習から始めようか。
How about we start practicing the waltz for now?
俺もダンスはあんまり得意じゃないから練習相手としては向いてないかもしれないけど頑張るよ。
Dancing isn't my strong suit, so I may not be the best practicing partner for you, but I'll do my
だ
best.
から私が相手をすると言ったのに、二人きりの練習でも構わなかったんだよ。
That's why I said I'd be your partner. I don't even mind if it's just the two of us.
その話は解決しましたよね。
We've already settled that matter, haven't we? Seeing Edward take a jab at Ascot, his expression tensed, reminding me of their bickering this morning. Honestly, I just need someone to teach me how to dance. Anyone will do. They were here to teach me how to dance as part of my lessons for the upcoming ball. It all began with Lily's statement after lunch.
そうだわ。ダンスの練習もしないといけないわよね。
All right.
どなたか彼女にレッスンをつけてあげて。
You need to practice dancing as well. Can anyone help her learn? I was caught off guard, and it took a moment for me to react as I served them. By the time I realized she was talking about me, Ascot had already raised his hand.
それなら私がお相手を務めましょう。
In that case, I'll be her partner. I'm thankful for the offer, but I have to wonder if there's a reason behind it. I hesitated for a moment, wondering whether or not I should accept his offer after his past behavior. That was when Edward
お
interrupted.
待ちください、姉上。ダンスの練習は必要なのでしょうか。
Sister, does she really need a dance practice?
あら。だっていざという時に踊れなかったら困るのは彼女でしょ。きちんと練習しておかないと。
It'd be a problem if she can't dance. When the time comes, she needs to practice
そう
properly.
ではなくて、陛下は何とおっしゃっているのですか。
That's not what I mean. Did Her Majesty say anything about this? Lily said she'd gotten permission to take me to the ball. Why is he asking? Something about their exchange nagged at me, like something stuck in the back of my teeth. Lily smiled with a knowing look.
ああ、そういうこと。大丈夫よ。また陛下にお願いしてみるから。
Oh, I see. It's all right. I'll try asking Her Majesty again.
そうですか。それなら私も彼女にダンスを教えます。
Very well. In that case, I shall teach her how to dance. I didn't really understand what they were talking about, but Ascot's voiced his dissatisfaction before I could ask anything.
おやおや、邪魔する気かな。相手は私だけで十分だと思うんだけれど。
Are you trying to interrupt? I believe I'm more than worthy enough to be her partner.
邪魔という言い分がすでにただのダンスレッスンではない気がするのですが。
If you're saying I'm interrupting, that I think this isn't just about dance lessons anymore.
男性と二人きりでというのは彼女も緊張するでしょう。ですから私もお手伝いします。
Being alone with a man will probably make her feel nervous, so I'll help her as well. Linus, who had been quietly observing the situation, raised his hand
それなら
enthusiastically.
俺も付き合うよ。アルフレッドさんはどうします？
In that case, count me in too. How about you, Alfred?
教えるものが多ければいいというものでもないだろう。私は遠慮する。
Having more teachers won't necessarily make anything better. I'll pass. After the meal, everyone would teach me how to dance aside from Lucas, who was absent, and Alfred, who had declined. Edward and Linus was likely stepping because they assumed Ascot was going to seduce me like he did with the other women. I couldn't quite figure out what Ascot was up to either, and since I couldn't completely rule out him hitting on me, I accepted their offer. It's fine, let him hit on you. Now that it's come to this, I just want to start the lesson as soon as possible, certainly before Ascot does something that starts another argument like this morning. Edward stepped closer to
そ
me.
れじゃあまず私が基本的なステップを教えるよ。
Very well, I shall teach you the basic steps first.
それがいいかもね。エド君は基本に忠実で綺麗なステップを踏むから、初めての練習相手にはふさわしいよ。
That might be a good idea. Ed is faithful to the basics and has smooth, clean steps. He's an ideal first practice partner. To my surprise, Ascot backed off easily. I accepted the suggestion and started practicing with Edward.
ワルツは初めて。そう硬くならなくても大丈夫だから。このステップだけ覚えてごらん。
Is this your first time doing the waltz? There's no need to be tense. Just try memorizing the steps. I shall give it a try. I moved my feet as I was taught. 1, 2, 3. However, I was so focused on my feet that I ignored my upper body. What seemed simple turned out to be quite challenging. When I tried focusing on my upper body, my feet got tangled.
おっと。大丈夫？
Are you alright? I apologies. I'm afraid I may have stepped on your foot if I focus on my upper body too much.
そんなことは気にしなくていいよ。むしろ踏んで覚えるくらいがちょうどいいと思う。
Don't worry about it. In fact, I believe stepping on my foot a little will help you learn. Sus? So sus? Edward brushed off my apology with a laugh, but if I ended up stepping on his foot by mistake while dancing, it would definitely hurt. With that in mind, I moved... my voice, hang on. I felt the cough. I felt it. I tried to ignore it. This feels very... I should just take a sip of all my drinks. With that in mind, I moved cautiously. We practiced that way for a while.
よかったら次は俺がパートナーになろうか？今見ててちょっと気づいたことがあるんだ。
They look very similar. It's hard for me. Would you mind if I were your partner next? I noticed something while watching you. Lioness then stepped in, replacing Edward, and gently took my hand.
結構運動神経はいい方でしょ。
You've got some good reflexes, don't you? I don't think they're
そ
bad.
れなら多分エドが教えたステップはもう体が覚えたと思うんだ。
If that's the case, your body probably remembers the steps Edward taught you.
だからここからは俺の真似をしてみて。
So from this point on, try following my lead. Your lead. I'll give it a try. I noticed the next moment, Linus glided us across the great hall with smooth steps. His movements were less like dancing a waltz and more like gliding through the air. His hand held my own, and I ended up following his rhythm. I think moving's easier like this. To be honest, I wasn't sure if I was following the steps correctly, but I was getting away with it, and it felt so much easier.
いい調子いい調子。ほら楽しんで。と
You're doing great. Now, how about Whoa.
うん。だいぶ動けるようになってきたね。なら最後は私がお相手しよう。
I see you're getting the hang of it now. I'll be your partner for this last round. Before I knew it, I feel really bad. I could hear my sister coughing in the hallway. She got me sick. Someone got her sick and she got me sick. Before I knew it, Ascot was beside me. He caught me in one smooth motion as I twirled while dancing with Linus. The way he naturally pulled me in by the waist was so smooth, I couldn't help but be amazed. I followed his skillful lead.
基本は彼らが教えてくれたから。私からはダンス中の駆け引きを教えてあげよう。
He's waltzing with his hand on his head. Wild. They taught you the basics, so I'll teach you the tricks of dancing.
踊るときはこうやって相手の目を見るんだ。
Hiccups, oh gosh. When dancing, you should look at your partner in the eye like this. Neither of them are saying anything. This must be important. I'm nervous for some reason. This was different than the elegance I'd felt when dancing with Edward or the excitement I'd shared with Linus. This was calmer, yet it felt more unsettled. Ascot didn't say anything further. He gave me a quick smile and let me take the lead. I see. His dancing might be the most fitting for a ball in a sense. He guided his partner effortlessly, accentuating their body. His occasional glances seemed to convey something despite never saying a word. What's happening? I'm not sure if I want to keep looking at him or not. I instinctively averted my gaze and Ascot stopped moving.
レッスンとしては上出来じゃないかな。
I'd say that's a job well done for your first lesson.
上手だったよ、ローズ。
You did great, Rose.
楽しんで踊ればなんとかなるから大丈夫。
He called me Rose. That's my real name. It's at Rose. All you need to remember is to have fun dancing and you'll be fine. Oh, wait, no, my fake name's Rose. Just kidding. My bad. Thank you. With that, the trio's dance lessons came to an end for now. I got really scared. I'd been outed. Having finished the lesson, I prepared a single serving of food and headed to the drawing room. Pardon me, may I prepare your meal?
なあ、頼む。
Sure. Lucas, who preferred to eat alone, was ready to eat a late lunch after an hour later. Now that my lesson was finished and I had some free time, it was my job to serve his meal. Lucas had been eating quietly, not speaking at all since his initial comment. It's kind of weird that he prefers being by himself. Edmund had been eating alone lately, but that was because he was busy. Additionally, he had been discussing work with Nicholas, who served his meals. In Lucas's case, though, he deliberately avoided the other members of the five houses despite being able to eat with them. It just showed the extent of his dislike for people. But his tendency to be alone could actually be beneficial to me. I carried a basket full of bread, caught up in my own thoughts. I almost stumbled. It seemed that the dancing in unfamiliar high heels had taken its toll on me.
おい、
What? Hey!
何をやってるんだ。
What the heck are you doing? I didn't fall, though. Lucas stood quickly and caught me in his arms. My apologies. I hadn't expected to stumble. I quickly steadied myself and apologized. Lucas let go of my hand, but he didn't move away. Instead, he gave me a piercing look.
あまりに動きがお粗末だ。足をどうした？
That was really careless. What happened to your feet? He must have noticed my unnatural movement as his gaze was now directed at my feet. I suppose I couldn't hide anything from him, considering how he had saved me and decided to tell him the truth. I danced in shoes that I wasn't accustomed to. It looks like I've injured my foot. My toes throbbed in pain now, and I was paying attention to it. I suppose I needed to get it treated once I finished my work.
慣れないことをするからだ。
I'm glad you said used to and not supposed to. You know? That's because you're doing something you're not used to. I don't know why, but I feel like he's making fun of me. He gave a rare laugh, all due to my failure. It was a bit of a blow to my pride. Forgive me for asking, but does this mean you are proficient in dancing, Lord Lucas? Lucas was caught off guard for a moment, but he soon twisted his lips into a sneer and answered in a challenging tone.
ずいぶん偉そうな口を聞くな。そこまで言うのなら見せてやろう。
You sure have a lot of nerve. Fine. I'll show you. If you insist, I'll show you. Huh? Lucas took the basket before I could say anything and placed it on the table. Then he took my hand and brought us somewhere more spacious. No way. I didn't have time to prepare myself before I was pulled into Lucas's arms and was swept away in a light, rhythmic waltz. You're quite skilled.
この程度、貴族なら誰でも踊れる。
any noble can dance like this. I wasn't merely flattering him, but giving him genuine compliment. Lucas' steps were as precise as Edward's, and his ability to lead rivaled Ascot's. Above all, his guiding hand was warm. It was a warmth that carried a sense of thoughtfulness. How strange. I feel like something similar happened a long time ago. Was that her brother? Oh, right. It was when I danced with my brother. The memory rushed back. That dance had been nothing like a waltz, but was more of a playful dance. Now that I think about it, brother would be around Lucas's age if he were still alive. Thank you for saving me when I stumbled earlier. Maybe it was the memory that made me say it, but my words of thanks slipped out naturally. As for Lucas's response, he glanced at me, said nothing, and continued dancing. I hadn't intended to get sentimental, but I found myself immersed in the dance, feeling oddly at ease. Ooh, we're just having a good dance. I had planned on getting some rest after serving Lucas, but I reconsidered and found myself back in the Great Hall. Thinking about my brother is a clear sign that I've let my guard down. I need to get moving and refocus. Since I wasn't resting anyway, I figured dedicating myself to a solo dance practice session only made sense. The pain in my feet had lessened after tending to them and switching shoes. I figured I could dance. Let's practice for an hour. Nevertheless, oh dear, I can't tell if I'm dancing properly with no one else around. No matter how many times I repeated the steps Edward had taught me or went through my dance with Linus, my body still refused to move the way it was supposed to. I guess practicing a dance is hard without a partner. I was about to give up, but then I heard a knock and turned to find Alfred standing at the door, which had half opened without me noticing. I heard something and got curious, so I came to check. Are you still practicing? I dare say you needn't be quite so eager, though. I wanted to review everything while it's still fresh in my mind. The words that escaped my mouth sounded like an excuse. Alfred sighed and stepped closer. Your hand. Huh? Give me your hand, I'll accompany you. Thank you. That was quite a surprise. I never expected him to offer to be my partner, especially after he turned down the invitation at lunch. Since I had indeed been hoping for a partner, I didn't want to waste this opportunity. Alfred took my hand and effortlessly began to dance in a graceful, effortless rhythm, making full use of his tall frame. Is it not too much trouble? I'd be grateful if you could point out my mistakes. I'd asked for advice after we had turned a few times, but the feedback I received had nothing to do with my movements. Smile. A lady doesn't dance with such a straight face. I should have been grateful for the advice, but I can't tell him that he's frowning too. It must have looked quite strange from an outside perspective as we danced, our faces completely devoid of expression. I met John the next day while out on an errand and filled him in on the preparations for the debutante's ball. And that's why I'm having such a hard time. I honestly thought I was more capable. I think you're quite capable, my lady. Even so, you can't completely expect everything to go smoothly. Don't stress over it. I'll stress if I want to. You can't tell me what to do. I'm an adult. I think. Oh god, is she an adult? Is she? Don't listen. I need to do well, especially when it comes to dancing. If I make a mistake, I'll definitely stick out like a sore thumb. I have a heating pad. I'm just trying to see where the cord is right now. LOL. That's how you know I'm an old lady. But I need to do well, especially if it comes to dancing. If I make a mistake, I'll definitely stick out like a sore thumb. I'd rather not attract the attention like that. I vented to John, genuinely troubled. For some reason, he didn't react to that, but something completely different. Dance? You're gonna dance? I am. Lily told me to practice. See, so Edward and the others have been teaching me. Come again? Why would you let them teach you? Because I can't dance by myself and I don't have a choice. There's no one else to be my partner. You said Edward and the others. Who are the others? Linus, Ascot, and they ended up dancing with Lucas and Alfred too.
奴ら全員じゃないか。会議中なのに暇なのかよ、あいつら。
All of the members of the 5 houses? How can they be so free during their meetings? You have a point. Is he mad? Maybe he assumed I had lost sight of my goal and had gotten carried away with dancing. It swept off my feet, if you will. I had to make him understand this was not the case. I stared at John, my gaze unwavering. I'm not messing around. I'll make sure that I see things through to the end.
やりきるって。いや、お前。
See it through? No, I mean... a look of disbelief was on his face, leaving me confused.
くそ。
Damn, what is it? He wanted to dance with you. And now you've danced with 5 other guys. He's really mad about this. John heaved a sigh, for some reason, and rested his head on my shoulder. You're heavy, John.
わかってる。けど、しばらくこのままでいろよ。
I know, but let me stay like this for a moment.
お前を、あいつらのところに返した。
I don't want you to return to their side. I blinked in surprise hearing his words. His face was still buried in my shoulder. What did you just say?
今、なんて言った？
Did I say something? John jerks his head up. Why do you look so surprised?
それは、悪い。どうかしてたんだ。今言った言葉は忘れてくれ。
Sorry, I don't know what came over me. Forget what I said. You're being weird, John. John's one-sided, unreasonable demand that I forget about his comment upsets me. I wanted to complain, but the feeling of his head resting on my shoulder made me strangely self-conscious, and I ended up staying quiet. Okay, I know I've been testing this, but I'm gonna test it one more time now that it's been like a half hour. How is it so broken? How did I break it this time? It's not the first time. I'll have to mess around with it when I'm not streaming. Even after I returned to the mansion, I couldn't shake my confusion over John's earlier words and actions. I know there's no point in trying to figure out what he meant. At times like this, I figured distracting myself with something else was best. Therefore, I resumed my investigation while cleaning the premises. Oh, ooh, exciting times. Vincent. All right. How many floors do we have? 1, 2. I can talk to my boy, but there's nothing to... Oh, there it is. Never mind. There's no shards here. I want to talk to my boy. I haven't talked to him personally in a while. I meant to save. You need to save before you start making choices? I don't know, actually. Here's the thing. I don't know if you need to save before you start making choices because I'm not sure if choices disappear or if based on what you decide, if certain options disappear and you lose your chance to getting those shards. It could be different after you're out of the prologue. It could just be because I'm in the prologue. I don't even know. Turn here and go back to the previous step.
それでダンスは上達したのか？カクカクした動きとか見るに耐えないのはよせよ。
Have you improved your dancing? The stiff, awkward movements are unbearable to watch, you know? Isn't it a bit rude to suddenly show up and say that? Robin Orbrion had appeared out of nowhere while I practiced my dance steps in my room and made an incredibly rude remark, because he's a jerk.
おいおいおいおい。
Hey, hey, hey!
あるとはいえ、自分の実力を過信してるな。
My concerns are perfectly
俺の心配
valid.
は至極真っ当なものだろう。
I know you've got the basics down already, but don't overestimate yourself.
イアンが舞踏の場に出てくるとは思えないが、盛大に転んだりしたら恥ずかしいやつだと会場からつまみ出される恐れだってあるぞ。
I don't think Tia will appear at the ball, but if you trip and fall, you could be humiliated and kicked out of the event. Forget about the kicking out part. What do you think the queen... Why do you think the queen won't be at the dance? From what Lily and the others had told me, the dazzling, lively setting was just the kind of place she would show up.
昔、それこそ国ができたばかりの頃とかは、
Back in the
そ
day,
れは楽しそうに率先して踊っていたが、
when the country was newly
今はま
founded,
ず来ない。
she eagerly danced and enjoyed herself, but lately she rarely shows up. Isn't it because she's growing weaker? She might not appear in public, but this event is held in her palace.
弱っているっていうのも、まあ合ってる。
It's true that she's weakened, but dancing at an event like this reminds her of something. You? What's something? Obrion? The bird's little eyes were directed at me. I felt as though they saw something else entirely.
そんなの俺に決まってるだろ。
What else could it be but me? There was no trace of his usual confidence when he spat out those words. Oberon.
ああ、お前の下手な踊りも見たし、もう帰る。せいぜい頑張れよ。
I've seen your horrible dancing, so I'm heading out. Good luck, I guess. He vanished before I could stop him. The queen's memories. Wait, considering how he reacted, could it actually be something other than him? Something seemed to flicker in the back of my mind, but I couldn't put my finger on it. I stared at the pocket watch quietly. Alright, let's see. Yeah, let's go talk to her. Evelyn,
あら、おかえり。
you're
どう
back.
したの？
What's wrong? What do you mean?
いや、なんていうか、うまく言えないけど、雰囲気が違う？
I don't know how to put it, but something feels off about you. My shoulders nearly shook. I must have let my confusion about my exchange with John slip out unintentionally. I have to snap out of it. Nothing unusual has happened, though. I put my usual stoic expression, then
私の勘違いだったのかもしれないわ。
I must have been mistaken. Sorry for asking something weird. Despite her puzzled look, Evelyn seemed to think everything was normal. I sighed in relief, glad I managed to play it off. It's alright. If there's anything I can help, is there anything I can help you with?
ここはもうすぐ終わるから平気よ。他のところを手伝ってあげてくれる？
I'm good. I'm almost done here after all, so how about you go help someone else? Got it. With that, I walked out of the laundry room. We'll go here now. I was asked to come see Edmund off as he was about to leave, but are they arguing again? Edmund came down the upper floor, Nicholas in tow. Edward followed behind them, despite desperation in his voice.
お待ちください、父上。いくら父上といえども、言っていいことと悪いことがあります。
Father, wait. No matter if you call yourself my father or not, there are still things you can say and things that you just can't.
弱敗のお前に何がわかる？
Such a deep
こ
voice.
の国を支えるのに必要なのは力だ。力を持たぬ者など何の価値もない。
How could you, a mere child, possibly understand? The only thing that matters in this country is power. Those who lack it have no
そうや
value.
ってあの時も切り捨てたのですか。国には必要のない者たちだと考えて。
Is that how you cast them aside back then? You thought they were unnecessary for our
何の
country?
ことを言っているのかわからないが、くどいぞエドワード。これ以上お前と話すことはない。
I have no idea what you're getting at, but you're being tiresome, Edward. I have nothing more to say to you.
旦那様、そろそろ
My
お時間
lord,
だ。
it's time.
ああ、行くぞ。
I know, let us take our leave. He sounds a bit like a demon.
いってらっしゃいませ。
Have a safe trip. At Nicholas's prompting, Edmund left the entrance hall without so much as a glance at Edward.
父上。
Father! I straightened up and lifted my head after Edward, who had been trailing behind him.
今日は一段と激しかったな。
That was more intense than
旦那様
usual.
もエドワード様もご自身の意思を譲らないから平行線よね。
Both his lordship and Lord Edward refused to back down. They're getting nowhere. Why are they always fighting?
大体はエドワード様の俺たちや町の人への態度、対応のことに苦言を呈されてって感じだよな。
It's mostly about Lord Edward's attitude towards us and the city folk. He often gets scolded for it. Lord Edward treats everyone equally,
そ
doesn't
う
he?
ね。私たちにとってはとってもありがたいけど。でも貴族って立場からすれば
旦那様の考え方が普通なの
Yes,
よね。
and we appreciate it. However, his lordship's way of thinking is the norm, considering his position and as a
俺たち
noble.
が考えてもどうにもならないって。ほら、仕事に戻ろう。
No matter what we think about it, nothing will change. Come on, let's get back to work. I'll be going to then. I said goodbye to my coworkers and we headed off to our respective duties. Then I reflected on what had happened between the two earlier. I had seen them clash before, but today was especially intense. I wonder if their conflict is really only about their attitudes as nobles. I watched the now empty entrance hall. My thoughts on the conflict between the Bernstein father and son. Chained to Shard. Look at me. Oh. I don't know if I've seen this specific one before. I've been asked to pick up a book and do some shopping, but I finished earlier than I expected, so I headed to Gonrail's place.
あら、今ぐらいの時間に訪ねてくるなんてずいぶん珍しいじゃないか。
You really show up at this time? Are you meeting up with John Boy? No, it's John not here. Gonrail wore an amused expression. She must have thought my attitude was
い
unusual.
ないよ。なんだいなんだい、何か楽しい。いや、面白いことでもあったのかい？
He's not here. What's the matter? Did something amusing, no intriguing happen? There's no point in correcting myself. I sighed, but talking to her wasn't such a bad idea, so I told her about my concern with John. Gonrail seemed to find it amusing at first, but her expression became increasingly difficult to read. After hearing me out, all she said was keep an eye on John Boy. Then she promptly ushered me out of the store, saying she had no information to share. Keep an eye on John. I couldn't tell if that was helpful or not. Unsure what to make of it, I decided to take it as advice. Staying was pointless, so I tucked those words away in the back of my mind and left. Nicholas asked me to retrieve a book, so I headed to the city. I made sure to let John know through the pocket watch. I wonder if John's feeling better. I tried to keep myself busy with investigating, but in the end, I couldn't help but think about John. This is no good. I need to pick up that book and head back to the mansion right away. The shop was mostly empty when I walked in. Just as I was about to call out to the shopkeeper, someone lightly touched my shoulder. John, sorry for bumping into you. Whoops, sorry. I should let him speak. No, I apologize for standing in the doorway. He's staring at the floor and not saying a word. Could he have discovered something? We needed to be more to move before anyone started thinking that we looked suspicious. I tried to urge him on with a look.
さっきはごめん。
Sorry about earlier. Huh? I couldn't stop myself from asking that. John, however, turned on his heel and walked away as if nothing had happened. Did he come all this way just to say that? I wasn't sure what had upset him, but maybe he knew that leaving things as they were wasn't right. I hope we can talk like we always do next time we
お客
meet.
さん、何かお探しですか？
Can I help you find a book? I'm a maid at House Bernstein. The shopkeeper's question reminded me of why I came to the city, and I quickly refocused. The library. No one's here. I wonder if someone was looking something up earlier. A stack of papers sat beside an open book. I moved closer to inspect them. Reports on the anti-queen faction. It seems they've been investigating troublemakers in the nation. I went to take a closer look, but someone could walk in at any moment. The context was interesting, but I couldn't have the luxury of browsing thoroughly and skimming it instead. Someone may walk in. I've got to go. When I went to clean the table after lunch, there were not only dishes but papers scattered all over. Maybe they had a meeting over lunch. Still, leaving things about is pretty reckless. Most of the notes looked like they were intended to be discarded, but one stood out. Guest list. Secret. It looks like the list of Bremdelamadians coming to the exhibition. Looking at the crossed out names, I think this is an old version. Even so, there are more than I'd expected. Come to think of it, John mentioned that we still visit one another sometimes, even though we don't have diplomatic relationships with those countries. It seems the Queen's policy was to welcome any who arrived and eliminate anything that caused harm. The Queen's favoritism towards humanes, the turbulent situation here, foreign ambassadors coming to the exhibition, maybe there's something we can use to our advantage here. I jotted down the names of the countries on the list and returned the paper to the pile. I got a shard. I wonder where Charlotte is. I'd run into Nicholas in the hallway and had been asked to pass on a message, so here I was looking for Charlotte. Are those voices coming from the Great Hall? I opened the door slightly and peeked inside. Charlotte was being harassed by a servant from another household whom I had seen before. Still working without a care, you never learn. I'm a maid of House Bernstein. I'm simply tending to my duties. Doing your job, are you? I know what you really are. You're a demi-fate in name only. You have the power of a mere mingle. This time, Charlotte didn't stay quiet. She clenched her fist and looked her opponent in the eyes. Even so, I can serve as a maid with pride. The people at this estate acknowledge my talents. That's only applies to here. Step outside and you'll find that no one actually has your back. That's not true. I'm sure there are others. I heard of members of Duke's households were kind, even to those who were weak. The Duke's households, that would be House Randolph. My father often said never judge people by their strength, for that is the arrogance of those who are privileged. His way of thinking was unusual within the nobility. It might even be called unconventional, but I'd come to understand him. My father's beliefs weren't wrong. Looking down on others like that is absurd. The servants hurled cruel words at Charlotte as if to spite my feelings. The Duke's household? You mean the house full of traitors? How could you rely on a house that defied Her Majesty? Are you a traitor as well? Honestly, I could care less whether or not you're a traitor. I have heard crime is on the rise with the increase of mingles. That sure is troublesome to think that there are so many mingles like you crawling around. This world is beyond saving. Oh, there you are. Charlotte, Mr. Nicholas said he wanted to discuss dinner preparations with you. Alright, I'll be there in a second. I shot a cold look at the other woman, careful not to let Charlotte see me as she left. The woman's shoulders quivered just a little. Not only did she insult Charlotte, she made fun of House Randolph too. I'll get my revenge on that maid later. I quite quickly closed the door and walked away. You're like, bitch, like that. Maybe not that order. Hi, lovely. Hi, delightful. Sorry, chat's not working right now, so you won't see it on the screen. Hello, hello. I've messed with it twice now. How was Christmas? Excuse me, I brought a refill for your tea. Oh, right. It seemed like the meeting had paused. Only a few people were inside. Ascot was there. For some reason, Lily was too. The pair sat a little ways apart.
ありがとう。せっかくなら君も一緒にどうかな。
Girl, good. My kids were spoiled. Nice. Thank you. Since you're here, why don't you have some with us? No, a servant like me cannot accept that invitation.
うちの子たちにまでそういうお戯れはおよしになって。
Lord Ascot, could you refrain from making such jokes to my children? Undeterred by the refusal, Ascot tried to say something, but Lily swiftly cut him off. I can't quite put my finger on it, but there's a strange tension between them.
会議が休憩になったと聞いて、心配で来てみましたけれど、正解でしたわね。
I heard there was a break in the meeting, so I came out of concern. It seems I made the right decision.
嫌ですね、リリー嬢。私がまるで
Your kids are spoiled, but were you spoiled too? That's another question. How rude, Lady Lily. You make me sound like a man with bad tendencies. Love the aesthetic and the art style of this. Yeah, this one's really, really pretty. I believe it's the same artist who does 9 RIP. No. It's Pio40. It's the same artist that does Pio40. That's why we played Pio40 before this. No, wait. No, that's Atelier. No, not Atelier. That's Illusion. This one does Pio40. We played this because I was trying to play this right after Pio40 and I didn't get there. Illusions of Altihade. I'm so behind on my games this year. Oh my gosh. So behind. He is, though. I almost gave him a dismissive look, but I held myself back and focused on pouring their tea. I don't have my phone right now, so I can't Google things. I get it now. In that case, I should keep you entertained to ease your boredom, yes?
おやおや。退屈しているから女性に声をかけているわけではないのですがね。
Oh dear, I'm not talking to a woman just because I'm bored. Lily gave a lovely smile in response to Ascot's retort.
面白い話題を提供してくれてありがとう、アスコット卿。お礼に。
I was. You were spoiled. Excellent. My son tried to steal a gift, a big snuggly blanket hoodie thing, while I was still wearing it. I'll have to send you a pic. Oh, nice. That sounds super comfy. I bought myself kind of a blanket huggy. It's Sam from Trick or Treat. And so it's his hoodie. Thank you for providing such an interesting topic the other day. Lord Ascot, as a token of my appreciation, let me share a fun story with you.
楽しみですね。一体何の話です？
How exciting. What kind of story is it?
チェンジリングについて。
It's about a changeling. Lily spoke as if she were sharing some hidden truth.
ねえ、あなたはご存知？昔から地方の農村では、ヒューマの幼子の精神がティルナ農具へ連れ去られてしまうことがあったのです。
In the past, it was believed that the mind of humane children from rural villages were sometimes taken to the Fey realm. Have you heard this
もち
before?
ろん知っていますよ。精神が抜けた体には代わりにピュアの精神が入り込むのだそうですね。
Yeep. They say, of course I have. They say that when a child's mind leaves their body, the mind of a pure Fey will occupy it instead.
入れ替わった子は別人のようになるとか。中身が変わっているのであれば当然の話なのでしょうが。
They say the child whose mind has been swapped becomes a completely different person. It's only natural, really. Side. Sometimes I have to look at myself in the reflection and be like, what side of my outfit is needing to be tugged on? This just may not be a streaming top. It likes to slide. I need, like, safety pins in this thing. I wore it because we're playing Fays, but, like, as not a true Fae, I guess it doesn't work out that way. Let's try it that way. Kinda. They say the child whose mind has been swapped become a completely different person. It's only natural,
あら、
really.
やっぱり知っていたのね。
Oh.
ねえ、私、あなたならもっと詳しいことを知っているのではないかと思っているのよ。
So you do know about it. I had a feeling you might know more about it than
は
I
い、多分で
do.
すね。残念ながらこれ以上のことは何も知りません。
You're flattering me. Unfortunately, I don't know any more than that.
そう、残念ね。でももし、 何かお聞きになったら、
Oh.
私にもぜひ教えてくださいね。
That's unfortunate, but if you happen to learn anything, please do share it with me. For a moment, I thought I saw something flash between them. Their eyes aren't smiling. Could it be that they don't actually get along? A changeling, huh? I made sure to remember their conversation and waited for the right moment to leave. Got a shard. There's no other floors right now, right? Oh. Oh. I finished planting the food, Charlotte. Plating, not planting. Thank you. I'll handle the seasoning. All right, I'll be going then. Her voice is shaking. Thank you for helping me. I hope you'll be able to assist me again in the future. I quickly washed my hands and left the kitchen only to bump into someone unexpected. My apologies. That was careless of me. No, I'm the one who should apologize. I was curious as to why Alfred was downstairs. He noticed me looking and made sure the kitchen door was closed before he spoke. Is Charlotte managing all right? I'm not sure what that means in this context, but I do think her cooking skills are impressive. Alfred's expression softened a little when I gave Charlotte an honest compliment. Hello there. Yeah, he's great. He's beautiful. He's also very tall. They made sure to mention that like 3 times. Such an honest opinion. I appreciate that you're not just saying that out of consideration. In the previous story, or part of the story, not previous story, he's the one who invited her or introduced her to this house, so he's the reason she's here. That's why he's concerned about her. He looks taller than the doors. We can climb him if we try. You know, he gives off the impression of a strong man that could handle it, so. Giving her amazing cooking skills, I don't think there's anything to worry about, but has anyone in this household said something unreasonable to her? Edward said that the Marquess is harsh towards those who have no abilities. That is true. However, it seems his lordship doesn't require his servants to have fey abilities, and since Lord Edward and her ladyship are so kind, I don't think anyone at this mansion holds anything against her. I see. That means the problem lies within another household. She's like, yeah, I know which one. Alfred's brow furrowed deeply. He picked up on what I had implied. Pardon me for asking, but do you care for Charlotte? I heard you're from the same household. You're surprisingly upfront. I'm trying to be a spy here. I'm just really bad at it. Just to be clear, this is no trivial matter about love or affection. Not in the slightest. As head of the household, I normally protect those who have been treated as mingles, but all I can offer is a small amount of support. That's why I want to care for them as long as I'm able to keep an eye on them. I know that's just self-satisfaction though. Mingle, it's very, it's their word for like muggle. It's a, not a muggle actually. No. It'd be their word for a mudblood, basically, but a fae. So a fae born from fae type, but with limited to no magic in their bodies. And there's another word for a fae descendant that has a little bit of fae magic that has another word for that too. So they say she's one of those, but everyone calls her a mingle instead, which is like below that. And she is only considered the other one because she has royalty, not royalty, but like he's like one of the main houses. So she has like that in her blood too. So because of that, she's not considered a mingle, even though she should be considered a mingle. And people are mean to mingles, because why not? His eyes showed no signs of dishonesty as he spoke. He seemed to genuinely care about Charlotte and the mingles. All the mingles. I shouldn't be having this kind of conversation with a servant from another household. Forget what I just said. Seeing the regretful look in his eyes, I couldn't stop myself from blurting something out. At the very least, Charlotte is needed here, Mr. Nicholas Phillips. And the others all rely on her. She's helped me out a lot too, of course. Alfred's eyes widened slightly and a faint smile appeared.
それならよかった。ここが彼女の居場所になるよう。
That's a relief. I hope this place becomes a place where she belongs. Then Alfred left. I glanced at the kitchen door and thought about the prejudice against Mingles, including Charlotte. That voice actor, though, I've already forgotten who he is. I'm that short. Hang on, let's see. Mistonia. Tome. Let's see. His voice actor is the same voice actor as Canis from Cafe Enchanté, Ben Kai from Morishihana. He's Kohei Minato from Sympathy's Kiss. He's Passelia from Radiant Tale. Am I reading the right one? Is that Alfred? Was that Alfred? It's not Linus. It's not Ascot. It's not Lucas. Yeah, Alfred. So he's got a lot. He's definitely pulling his Canis voice into this. Aneshi from Jack Gene, a game I'll never beat, honestly. Canis was my favorite voice in Cafe Enchanté, and he was my favorite character in Cafe Enchanté, and they really didn't give him enough lines. They didn't give him enough story. They gave him really bad endings. But he had a voice that could kill. Alfred left. I glanced at the kitchen door and thought about the prejudice against Mingles, including Charlotte. Finding a place to fit in is difficult for weak Demi-Fae. So Demi-Fae, that's what she's usually called, Demi-Fae. Again, that's because she's of like Fae, but she's not very strong. If they're labeled as Mingles, Eden is probably the only place for them. So Mingles is when they're considered even weaker than a Demi-Fae. This was a country where nothing ever went as expected, and yet here we were, living right in the middle of it all. Alright, just this household now. My boy's here. Is that Nicholas and Lucas out there? Just chilling? I discreetly watched the odd pair from inside the mansion. It seemed like Lucas was trying to sneak out again. Are you going home, Lord Lucas? You all keep asking the same thing. I'm going to my estate for now, but I'll be back soon. Lucas almost sounded dismissive, though for once Nicholas seemed genuinely concerned. I see your hatred of people hasn't changed at all. Your butler must be lament. What are you trying to say? Lord Lucas, I wish to advise you that turning a demi-fae into a pure fae is no simple matter, not even for the Queen's powers. Please see to your duties as part of the 5 houses. Nicholas bowed his head. Lucas stared at him coldly. Interesting. You already know that I won't give up just because another household servant told me to. Keep your comments to yourself. I have said too much. Please forgive this old man's rambling with your generous heart. You sly fox. Whatever, I'm leaving. I understand. Would you like a carriage prepared for you? No need. I'll walk. It'll be a change of pace. Make sure you don't say anything to Edward. Understood. That's definitely the face of someone who will report everything to Edward. I noticed Nicholas leaving. Lucas, now alone, grumbled to himself.
この世は厄介なことばかりだ。妖精になりティルナノーグへ生きれば、こんな煩わしさからも解放されるのに。
This world is nothing but a series of headaches. If only I could become a fae and go to Tirnanog, and I'd be free of all of this hassle. Become a fae? Go to Tirnanog? Does he want to become a pure fae? Can a demi-fae even do that? Nicholas said that it wasn't an easy thing to do, and I'd never heard of anything like it. Is it because of his hatred for people? That doesn't seem to be his only reason, though. Why does he wish for something so complicated? I watched Lucas walk away, then left as well. Nicholas and I were carrying fresh linens when Lily headed our way. I stepped aside and lowered my head. Lily stopped beside Nicholas unexpectedly.
ニック。今回のご家会議で集まったのは面白い方ばかりね。
Nick, don't you think the people attending the Five Houses conference are interesting? Nicholas and I looked up at Lily's words. She laughed ever so
私か
joyfully.
らは何とも申し上げにくいですが、リリーお嬢様が楽しまれているのであれば何よりです。
I'm not in a position to say much. You enjoying yourself is what truly
で
matters.
すがいたずらにあの方々と関わるのは
That
賢
said,
明ではないかと。
I would advise against fooling around with
あ
them.
ら。もちろんわかっているわ。面白半分で関わるつもりなど、これっぽっちもないわよ、私。
Oh my. I know that, of course. I don't have the slightest intention of engaging with them, merely for fun. Why do I feel like she's implying that she plans on engaging with them earnestly and not for just fun? Lily's gaze fell on me as though thoughts crossed my
本
mind.
当に面白い人たちばかりね。
They are all very interesting. After those parting words, Lily departed, her steps light and carefree. Did she look at me right before she left? It could have been my imagination, but it didn't seem like I was overthinking it. I feel like I should be more on guard around her. Bum bum bum. I went to the quiet garden on my break. Philip ran past me as I rested in the shade. Who is he looking for? Oddly curious, I followed him. It didn't take long to realize he was just searching for...
ライナ様、探しましたよ。
Lord Linus, I've been looking for you.
フィル、どうしたの？もしかしてエドが呼んでる？俺これから昼寝しようと思ってたんだけど。
What's the matter, Phil? Did Ed call for me? I was about to take a nap, to be honest.
あ、いやいや、エド様じゃなくて、うちのメイドから手紙を預かっちゃって。
Oh no, it's not about Lord Ed. I'm actually holding on to a letter from one of the maids.
恥ずかしいから俺からライナ様に渡してくれって言われたんすよ。
She's too shy to give it to you herself and asked me to do it for her. Whoever it is, her feelings for Linus are so strong that she's willing to cross social boundaries just to give him a letter. The fact that she can't deliver it herself, could that be what Evelyn and the others meant when they talked about a maiden's complicated heart? Philip glanced at the envelope and he pulled from his pocket. Linus's face darkened briefly.
ごめん。悪いけど受け取れないって言って返してもらえるかな。
Sorry, I'm afraid I can't accept this. Could you return it for me?
でも、これ多分ラブレターですよ。しかも本気の部類のやつ。
What?
受け取りすら拒否なんて。
This is probably a love letter, and a genuine one too. I didn't think you'd outright refuse it.
本気っぽいから余計にパスしたいんだよね。俺、今は恋愛するつもりないし。
The fact that it's genuine makes me want to turn it down even more. I'm not planning to getting into a relationship at the moment.
初恋の子を引きずってるって噂は本当なんですね。でも、本気じゃなかったら相手にするとか？
So the rumor about you still clinging to your first love is true then? Would you consider being with someone else if it wasn't too serious?
そこは深掘りしないように。
I'd rather not get into that.
とか言ってそんなことしないくせに。だいたいうちの奴らに手を出したらエド様に怒られちゃいますよ。
I knew you wouldn't actually go for it. Besides, Lord Ed would throw a fit if you got handsy with one of the maids.
エドの性格はよーくわかってるって。あの子のことを忘れられない時点で、そんな器用なこともできそうにないし。
I know Ed's personality all too well. The fact that I still can't forget about her shows that I can't handle something like that well.
何かおっしゃいました？
Did you say something?
いや、じゃあ俺は少し寝るから。またな、ヒル。
It's nothing. I'm gonna take a nap. See you later, Phil. I watched Philip head back to the mansion as Linus flopped onto the grass. It looks like Linus is the type to cling to the past and it's related to love, no less. I suppose this is what they mean by being faithful. I hurriedly left the scene before Linus, who had picked up on things, quickly noticed. Oh, last one. Wait. No shard. No shard. I found a tear in something when bringing in the laundry and was about to enter the servant's office to use the sewing machine. Am I mistaken? I opened the door slightly and looked inside. No, I'm not. No servants were inside. Instead, for some reason, Lucas sat in a chair, his eyes shut. Why is he sleeping here? Could it be? I recalled how Lucas escaped from people he often came across about the estate. Guests never normally came downstairs, unlike the upper floors. This area didn't have the grandeur of to host people. This was just a backstage area. You should know that. Is there really no escape upstairs? Did he have to come down here? Even though this was the servants' area, barging in still felt impolite. I'll go to the laundry room for now. Urusai. Shut up. Is he muttering something? Between the distance and his hood, it was hard to see, but I had the impression he was being tortured by something. Just a little peek should be fine. I silently slipped into the room, curious about his mumbling, and concealed my presence. I have to keep quiet. You, Anne. I stepped away from his chair and listened closely. A quiet, agonizing murmur reached my ears. I know that I'm just a hypocrite. Hypocrite? Is he talking about himself? But why? Urusai. Shut up. Damn it. He mumbling grew louder, and Lucas's complexion deteriorated. He paled, and beads of sweat appeared one after another. What should I do? Should I wake him? Then again, this might be some sort of clue. His agonized expression made me reach for his shoulder, but I hesitated then. Shut up. Even without you pointing it out, I know I'm the most. With a loud, clear shout, Lucas raised his head and finally awoke. The pained look on his face slowly turned to one of fatigue, and his shoulders slumped. Then he started finally noticing me standing beside him, hand outstretched. I apologize. You seem to be resting, and I wasn't sure if I should wake you or not. Instead of his usual quick-witted sarcasm, he looked uncomfortable and covered his mouth. It's fine. He looked so drained. Maybe he had a nightmare. Sorry for being here without permission. I'll get out of your way. With that, Lucas pulled his hood up again and headed for the door. Suddenly, he halted. Did I say anything? Kudasai. No, not Kudasai. Well, the other one, the one that means shut up. I knew he referred to his sleep talking. No, you were having a nightmare, but you didn't say anything specific. Oh. He left the room after that. I wonder what was hidden within his last question and what his sleep talking implied. I remained there looking at the closed door for some time, lost in thought. Edmund. Nicholas asked me to pick something up from the storehouse. As I walked down the hallway, I heard noises coming from the butler's office. Is someone in there? Nicholas is supposed to be upstairs, and Philip, I remember him saying he was going to polish the silver. I glanced around, making sure no one was nearby, and I pressed my ear to the door. Through muffles, a voice came from the inside. I received it. Still, it's quite unusual for you to step forward and take on Her Majesty's errands.
私も曲がりなりにも5家の一角ですよ。陛下のご命令とあらば、きっとお受けします。
I'm still part of the five houses, in a way. When Her Majesty gives an order, I shall carry it out without delay. Plus, there's just so happens to be a meeting today. Edmund and Ascot, why are they here? I'd never seen the pair together before, and it surprised me to find them meeting in a place like this, away from the other five house members.
ああ、その書簡は後ほど焼却をお願いします。誰かの目に触れるようなことになれば。
Be sure to burn that letter later. We wouldn't want it falling into the wrong hands.
もちろん心得ています。しかし、かの者を探す手を広げろとは。
Certainly, I never expected her to extend
諦めるおつもりは。
the search for that girl, though. Her Majesty hasn't given up yet, has she?
ないですね。私たちにとって残念なことに、もういないと進言しても聞く。
No, unfortunately, even when we tell her that she's already gone, she refuses to
当
listen.
時、ゴケがどれだけ方々を探しても見つからなかった。もはや生存は絶望的だと誰もが思っています。
The five houses searched everywhere back then, and we couldn't find anything. Everyone now believes her survival is out of the question.
執着とは本当に厄介なものですね。
Obsession is truly a troublesome thing.
何ですかな？何かおっしゃりたいことでも。
What is this? Is there something you'd like to say?
いえ、執着ですか。私にはあまり馴染みがないものですが、
Obsession, you say? It's not something I'm particularly familiar with, but it looks like you have a grasp on
何か
it.
に強く執着された経験がおありなのかな。
I wonder if you have ever had an experience of being strongly attached to something.
そう睨まないでください。若輩のざれ言です。受け流してくださいませんか。
Please don't glare at me like that. This is nothing but foolish talk from the young. Could you please let it slide?
別に経験などではなく、ただの想像です。妙な勘繰りはおやめいただきたい。
It isn't based on experience, just pure assumptions. Please stop jumping to odd conclusions.
そうですか。さて、陛下のご用事も終わりましたし、私は会議へ戻るとします。
Really? All right. Now that I'm done with Her Majesty's errands, I shall return to the meeting. Uh-oh. I quickly entered the servant's office when I sensed someone heading for the door.
どうかなされましたかな？
Is something the matter?
いえ、気のせいでしょう。それではエドマンド卿、また。
No, it was probably my imagination. I'll see you later, Lord Edmund.
若輩か。よく言えるものだな。
Young. You say? You really have the audacity to say that.
執着か。
Obsession, huh? Looks like they are left. That was close. If John found out about this, he'd be mad at me. Still, it was worth listening in. Judging from their words, the person the queen is trying to find is most likely me. The queen hasn't given up, but the five houses no longer believe I'm alive. This difference in view is a valuable find. I couldn't be careless, but I suppose I should widen the scope of my actions a little. What is Edmund so fixated on, I wonder? The way Ascot put it, there seems to be more to it. Then I noticed the clock on the wall. Oh no, I have to get going to the storehouse. All of this valuable information would go to waste if Nicholas grew suspicious. I rushed from the office to the storehouse. Oh, interesting. Philip stood in front of me, his expression grave. I have no choice but to stop short as he spoke.
なあ、最近恋してる？
So are you in love these days? What's with the sudden question?
人にあれこれ言うほど、俺も真面目な恋はしてこなかったなぁと思ってさ。結局、仕事が一番なのかもしれないな。
I've never had a serious relationship that I could share with others. I guess my work has always been the most important thing in my life. I get it now. Looks like his conversation with Linus earlier is still affecting him. Just when I was about to see him in a new light, thinking he had a serious
そ
side.
んなわけで、俺と恋しない？俺、尽くす方だし、結構楽しいと思うよ。
So what do you say? Want to fall in love with me? I'm the type who gives everything my all. I think we'd have a good time. I'll have to decline. The way you phrased it doesn't come across as a serious confession to me.
そんなバカな。ああ、もしかして、
Huh?
話
No
の切り
way.
出し方がまずかった
Maybe I
のか
brought it
な。
up the wrong
今
way.
のは、真面目な恋はしてこなかったけど、君とならできるよっていう口説き文句だったんだけど。
It was supposed to be a pickup line like, I've never had a serious relationship, but I could with you. I decided to let Evelyn know that Philip wanted to learn all about love. In any case, I don't have the time for romance.
どんな人にもその時は必ず来て、相手の全てを受け入れたくなるって昔っていない？
There's always a time when someone wants to accept everything about their partner. Haven't you ever felt that? I brushed past Philip, who was still babbling, and hurried downstairs. The drawing room was completely silent. The papers scattered on the table suggested that someone had been here not too long ago. Is this the times table for the exhibition? Pretending to organize something, I glanced over and found a paper with a schedule for the day around the events. The timetable for the event itself was nowhere to be seen. Taking this will definitely cause trouble. I can just write down whatever I remember later. I skimmed the paper and wrote down everything in my notes before I forgot. Oh. I spotted Alfred and Linus in the garden as I walked down the hallway. They look kind of tired, I guess. The pair seem to have shed a bit of their aristocratic demeanor, appearing somewhat listless.
働きすぎじゃないのか。疲れが顔に出ているぞ。
You've overworked yourself, You're overworking yourself, aren't you? I can see the fatigue on your face.
いや、そんなことないですよ。それに、働きすぎはアルフレッドさんの方でしょ。俺なんかまだまだです。
What? No, not at all. If anyone's overworked, it's you, Alfred. I'm nowhere near your level yet.
確かに私も仕事に打ち込みすぎるところはあるが、お前とはまた別だ。
I might have a habit of overworking myself. You're a different story, though.
お前のやり方はまるで命を燃やしているように見える時がある。
The way you do things, sometimes it looks like you're sacrificing your own life. Linus responded with a faint, awkward smile and scratched his cheek as if Alfred's words had hit the mark.
それだけでこんな風に言っているわけではない。時々思い詰めた表情になっているだろう。
That's not the only reason I brought this up. You get this deeply troubled look on your face from time to time.
アルフレッドさんは大げさだな。
You're exaggerating, Alfred.
自覚なしか。それともあえて目を背けているのか。どちらでも構わないが。
Are you oblivious, or are you deliberately turning a blind eye? Either way, don't destroy yourself.
わかりました。ありがたい忠告として肝に銘じておきます。
Got it. I'll consider that a much appreciated warning and keep it in mind.
アルフレッドさんは苦労症ですね。そんなあなただから。
You really are a warrior, Alfred. But this is exactly why Ed and I can't attend the meeting with peace of mind. Linus smiled, trying to hide any signs of fatigue. The furrow in Alfred's brows only deepened.
いつまでも私を頼ろうとするんじゃない。ただでさえ他二人が年長者の責務を果たそうとしていないんだぞ。
You can't keep relying on me all the time, especially when the other two aren't even trying to fulfill their duties as the oldest.
あの二人も仕事はきちんとやってくれるはずですよ。
I'm sure they'll do their job properly. At least I hope they
希
will.
望的観測を語るのは趣味じゃない。
I don't indulge in wishful thinking. Somehow, Linus was not trying to calm Alfred, even with the age difference. It looks like those entrusted with the five houses simply understand one another. Linus is sacrificing his life. I wonder if that's just the way Alfred sees it, considering they're in the same position. Before I knew it, they had disappeared. I went outside to start cleaning up. Intriguing, question mark. I entered my room feeling at ease. I locked the door and gently placed the shards I found on my desk. Perfect. Changeling, experience a mind swap. Is it possible to become a pure fae? The queen loves humanes, but not demi-fae. but not Fremdeland.
さて、久々に自ら出向いてみたけれど、ここで会っているかな?
It's been a while since I've come here in person. Is this the right place? Ascot? That doesn't look like Rowan. Is this his family territory?
情報によればここに一人いるはず。しかし、あの人のせいで最近は増えてきてるな。
The intel said there should be one person here. Thanks to a certain individual, however, the numbers have increased lately.
その方が俺には都合がいいか。
I suppose that's more favorable for me. A man who looked like a villager cautiously approached Ascot, who looked out of place. Are you from Rowan?
ああ、連絡をくれた人？早く案内してくれるかな。すぐ確認したい。
Are you the one who sent the message? I'd like to be shown the way quickly. I need to check on things immediately. Sure, this way.
さっさと終わらせて帰ろう。それにしても、ルー君が知ったら憤慨しそうだな。
Let's get this done quickly and go home. If Lulu finds out about this, he'll be furious.
あれだけ願っても叶わないのに、一方ではね。ほんと、ままならないもの。
No matter how much he wishes, it won't come true. Yet, on the other hand, things never go as planned. It looks like he's still being bothered, as usual. I can't blame him for starting to dislike the others. Ah, I see. I see. I get it. I get it now. That said, it's unclear whether he's truly happy either. Is something wrong? Are you on? It says hi. Let's go! Lulu's my best friend. What I just saw seems to be Ascot's memory. That place looks like a rural village. He seems to be searching for someone important enough to make him travel so far. He seems slightly different from usual. It looked like he was alone too. Is that what he's really like? And then Lucas's wish. What could be oh gosh, what could being bothered have meant? It seems Ascot knew the reason for the dislike of people. Did Ascot's lip curl into a smile when he talked about his wish? Everything he said felt like a riddle, and his emotions were largely annoyance and boredom, but it was different when he smiled. A strange, unexplainable fear washed over me. Before I knew it, I found myself rubbing my shoulders. Prejudice. That concludes my report. I'll take my leave now. That's Alfred. Is that other person a servant of House Creshwell? Alfred slumps into his car when the man left, chair, not car. I don't know how I did that. I lost 2 letters. Looking drained, he buried his face in his hands. It's really increasing. We were lucky and saved Charlotte, but I have to figure out about the others. Things will get out of hand at this rate. What can I do? What's the best course of action? I have to consider the bigger picture. I have to think it through again. Let's see. Was that a family tree Alfred laid out on the desk? I couldn't see it well, but he looked really upset. He said he rescued Charlotte. Does that have something to do with introducing her to House Bernstein? I can't judge from the memory alone. This hustle and bustle is this a street? Amidst the bustling crowd, a particular noticeable pair spoke to as they walked. It looked like Edward is lacking his usual drive. It's not like you to sigh, Ed. Did you butt heads with the Marquez again?
いつまで経っても平行線だ。
How can I get him to understand we're forever at a standstill?
俺はエドも人のためにって考え嫌いじゃないよ。ただ公爵みたいな貴族至上主義の方には
I'm not against the way you think about people, Ed, but it isn't easy dealing with the Marquez and his aristocratic first mindset.
リリー様のこともあるし、バーンスタイン家いろいろ大変だな。
There's also Lady Lily to think about. House Bernstein really has its share of troubles.
姉上に関しても、父上にはもう少しそっとしておくべきだとお伝えしているんだ。
I've already told father to leave her be for now. Edward's face took on a troubled look.
リリー様と何かあったのか。
What is it? Did something happen with Lady
い
Lily?
や、そうじゃなくて、どうやらまた俺の婚約
It's
者
not
候補
that.
が増えたらしいんだ。
It seems that my list of potential fiancés have increased
姉
again.
上が危機として話していたのを思い出してしまった。
I just remember how my sister talked about it with such
な
joy.
るほど。その類の話か。けど、そろそろ身を固めてもおかしくはないだろう。同志の座も都合としてるんだし。
So it's one of those things. I don't think it'd be strange for you to settle down, though. After all, you're about to inherit the position of head of the family.
それはライナー、君も同じだろ。ウォード家ではそういう話題は出ないのか。
That applies to you too, Lynn. Don't they bring this kind of thing up in House Ward?
もちろんあるよ。
Of course they do, but Linus hesitated noticing this. Edward continued as if he had just realized something.
ライナーには思い人がいるんだったな。
I forgot you have someone you love.
まあ、忘れられない初恋ってだけで、再会も、その子と恋に落ちることも。
It's just a first love. I can't let go of. There's no chance of reunion or falling for her again. Linus laughed self-deprecatingly and wore an expression I'd never seen before. After that, everything went dark. Everything. Conflict with a father and a first love. They must be close if they confide in each other about different stuff. That felt like Linus's memory. I don't quite understand love, but it is normal for a memory about first love to be gloomy. A mixture of longing and regret. It felt like he wanted to forget, but wanted to hold on to that memory at the same time. It's you, you idiot. You. With this, I've checked almost all the shards. These memories are fragments, but I'll try to remember them all as well as the emotions I felt. The days slipped by quickly. Before I knew it, the ball was fast approaching, and I indulged Lily's whims, knowing this would probably be the last time she brought up this matter.
綺麗なドレスでしょ。あなたのためにあつらえたのよ。
Pretty dress, isn't it? I had it specially made for you. My measurements were taken the other day, but it didn't feel real until now. Debutantes traditionally wore a pure white dress, but this was my first time actually seeing one. Even just imagining myself donning this dress and appearing before the queen made me nervous.
でもまだドレスができただけなの。他にもあなたに合う小物を選ばないとね。
The dress is ready, but we still need to find the perfect
そして
accessories.
せっかく選ぶのなら、それ相応の見立てができるものと一緒でないと。
And if you're going to pick, then we should do so with someone who can make the right choice. I hope I'm not being presumptuous, but does that mean you will choose something for me, my lady? Wearied of her indirect manner of speaking and interjected, Lily giggled in
それで
amusement.
はあなたもつまらないでしょ。今このお屋敷には紳士が集っているのだから、彼らのうちの誰かに同行してもらえばいいわ。
Somewhere there's a button, I thought. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. A girl can be wrong. You'll find that a bore, wouldn't you? There are plenty of gentlemen in this mansion. Why not have one of them accompany you? Oh my goodness.
ねえ、誰に選んでもらいたい？
Who would you like to choose? Lily asked playfully. The look on her eyes made it clear I couldn't refuse, though. How should I respond? Oh, Alfred Linus Lucas. Alfred Linus Lucas. Alfred Linus Lucas. There is no Edward, and there is no Ascot. Interesting. Alfred Linus Lucas. Well, if we're trying to go with my least favorite to most favorite, I don't know if this affects the gameplay, by the way. It would be Linus, because I like Alfred and I like Lucas. and I would like to save them for last, but I wouldn't mind getting Edward out of the way. Let's save. I'll try asking Lord Linus then.
ライナス卿は話しやすいものね。楽しくお買い物ができるんじゃないかしら。
Lord Linus is easy to talk to. You have so much fun shopping. I doubted it'd be this sort of fun outing Lily imagined, but there was no point arguing. I decided to remain quiet. Thank you for accompanying me.
俺なんていいよ。俺、街に出るのは嫌いじゃないし、買い物も好きなんだ。
Linus's romantic interest. Finally a GNU Otome. Do I not know what GNU stands for? I don't know that abbreviation. Linus is a love interest. We're his first love. And he's also a Labrador Retriever. I don't know if you could tell by looking at him, but he is. You don't need to thank me. I don't particularly dislike being outdoors and I actually enjoy shopping. I just wish my chat was showing on stream. I'm so mad that it's not. I don't know what I've done wrong. I don't know what hates me. It's like sitting here telling me I'm wrong. Try one more time. Because it's acting like it's working. Let's test it again. So it's showing it here. It was a Linux joke, don't mind me. Oh, a Linux joke? I see. Yeah, I don't know why it's broken. It was fine for the last stream we did. So I don't know why it's acting like this. Again, I'll just have to mess with it afterwards. I keep thinking, because last time this happened, it broke for a little bit and then suddenly it all started working. And it's acting like it's working on here, but it's not acting like it's working on here. It's so weird. Just in case, let's try this one. That'll be the last one I mess with. We'll see. Weird, that one's working. Why is the other one broken? Curious and curiouser. Well, we got it fixed, sort of. I switched it to a different one. So I had one for when I was doing Choose Wisely that was a little smaller. That's what this one is. It's intentionally smaller because the Choose Wisely had that little block in the very bottom corner. And for some reason that one's working and the other one isn't. I don't have an answer as to why. But hey, we got chat again. But don't get your hopes up about my taste. I have no idea what girls like. Linus was so easy to be around. He started up the conversation on his own, so I didn't have to worry about small talk. To be fair, anytime I say Linus, I just picture the Peanuts Linus. That's exactly why I picked him. Strangely enough, he seems to be enjoying this more than I am. Hey, check this out. I think this necklace suits you. It'll stand out beautifully. Do you really think so? I'm not so sure. I was thinking, where's his blanket? He loves taking naps, so it's actually pretty good for his character. How about we go take a look in this store here? Sure.
ってみよう。
Let's give it a go. I trailed behind the cheerful Linus, beginning to feel more and more uneasy. Am I supposed to be as excited as he is? I found myself surprised by my own feelings. His joyful smile made me feel like my lack of expression was odd.
どう？気になるものはあった？
How is it? Found anything you like? Not in particular. As I said that, I reconsidered. I apologize. I asked you to accompany me, but all I've given you are vague, indecisive answers. I should have made up my mind before inviting you along. It was too late to act as if I were enjoying myself, so I thought I should apologize at the very least. Linus's eyes widened in confusion.
謝るのは変だよ。だって買い物の醍醐味は迷うことだからね。
Why are you apologizing? The whole point of shopping is to enjoy that indecision.
たくさん迷って一番いいと思ったものを買う。そうでなきゃ楽しくないよ。
You take your time, and then you pick the one that you think is perfect. Shopping wouldn't be nearly as enjoyable otherwise. He looked at me with a sweet, charming smile. I found myself almost swayed by it. Wait, why do I feel so at ease? Despite trying to refocus, his cheerful smile made me relax before I even realized it. I'm like, whoa, whoa. Oh wow, look at that. Look at that. A door? The day of the Queen's ball had arrived at last. The Queen's palace was filled with young ladies eager for an audience with her, as well as their attendants and high-ranking guests. Naturally, prominent members of the five houses, Edward, Alfred, Linus, Lucas, and Ascot, were also present.
ごめんなさいね。あなたはここで待っていて。
Look at Lulu, or Lily, what are we calling her? I don't even know. Please wait here for a moment. Lily gave me an apologetic shrug as she stood in the corner of the hall, which was filled with elegantly dressed guests. Understood. Oh, I'm so cute! Look at my crown! Understood. It seemed I hadn't been acknowledged as an official guest. As a result, I found myself standing near the wall.
大丈夫よ。ティア様はあなたを連れてきていいとおっしゃったもの。私、もう一度確かめてくるわ。
Don't worry, Lady Tia said I could bring you along. Let me double check that once more. My lady, I tried to stop her, but Lily paid me no attention and went straight to the Queen. I'm not disappointed. My purpose has been to gather information on the Queen from the very start. Despite this, the hem of an unfamiliar dress caught my attention and my emotions wavered. Looking around, I noticed many young ladies wore white dresses like mine. The music played and they began to dance with their partners. My dress was no different than theirs, but the gap between us felt vast. Am I longing to dance, or did I come here thinking I could fit in? It never occurred to me until that moment. Had I still been the daughter of the House Randolph, I might have been formally invited. I have to stay positive. There's no need to feel so miserable. I realized that my gaze had been fixed on the floor. I tried to raise my eyes and found someone standing in front of me. Hey, Rose. Look at Linus. He's got his hair in a braid. I looked up and the sound of a cheerful voice and found Linus smiling brightly in front of me. Lord Linus, is something wrong?
それはこっちのセリフ。せっかく可愛い格好をしてきたのに、壁際の花でいるなんてもったいないよ。
We tried very hard not to make anything downstairs. I see that. That's my line. You went through all of this trouble to wear such a lovely dress, yet here you are standing around like a wallflower. What a waste.
だから。
Oh, I just realized. I wonder if her necklace changes each time. It does look almost like a separate image. It's possible. Would you be my dance partner? I looked from his face to his hand and back again, surprised by how casually he held it to me. His smile widened. Maybe my reaction seemed strange. It was difficult to reject him. His smile showed no sign of wariness, and he offered his hand without hesitation. I finally gave in and took his
わ
hand.
かった。ちょうど曲が始まるところだよ。練習の時と同じようにやってみようか。
Great, the song's about to start. How about we do it just as we practiced? Alright. As soon as the music began, we let the waltz sweep us away, blending in with the other dancers. To be more accurate, Linus was the one dancing with presence. I merely followed his lead. Just as we practiced, dancing feels so easy with Linus. Unlike in practice, however, the hall was crowded. I was still unsure of my skill and afraid I might collide with someone.
もう少しこっちに来て。
Come on, move a little closer. Got it. Whenever I came close to bumping into someone, Linus immediately pulled me closer. It felt so natural though. It looked as if he were merely moving to the music's rhythm.
練習の時に大勢の中で踊るコツも教えてあげればよかったね。
I should have taught you how to dance in a crowd too. Is it scary with so many people around? Not at all.
なら楽しい？
Are you having fun then? Yes, very much so. The answer slipped out when he looked at me with a mischievous gleam in his eyes. What am I even saying? I didn't come here to have fun. I'm working. I'm a working girl, but not that kind of girl. I reminded myself of this over and over again, but Linus's eyes glistened each time, reflecting me in them. I get restless when those eyes are fixed on me. It's as if I'm on the verge of remembering something. I was a bit anxious, wondering whether my Fey Sight hand would activate like it had when we first met. Then Linus suddenly leaned close to my ear.
あのさ、言ってなかったけど、そのネックレス、すごく似合ってるよ。
He's blushing. I don't know if I took a good screenshot. I thought he was done talking. By the way, I didn't say it earlier, but that necklace looks amazing on you. Thank you. I responded reflectively, surprised by his unexpected compliment and actions. Hearing this doesn't make me happy. This is just an act, an order that gets Linus on my side. It's just an act, nothing more. My unease was due to a completely different reason this time, and I struggled to keep my heart from racing. Rose, come here. Once the dance had finished, Lily appeared at the back of the ballroom. Is something wrong, my lady? I hurriedly called out when I saw Lily running towards me, cheeks flushed, thinking something was wrong. She apologized with a look of remorse.
ティア様とお話ししてきたのだけれど、やっぱりあなたを舞踏会の正式な招待客として扱うことはできないと言われたの。
I'm really sorry. I spoke with Lady Tia, but she said she couldn't recognize you as an official guest at the ball.
でもね、その代わりに謁見してくださるそうよ。すぐにこちらいらして。
But in return, she's willing to grant you an audience with her. Could you come this way?
姉上、陛下との謁見は舞踏会の参加よりもよほどすごいことですよ。
Am I being sold? Does she know? Does she know who I am? Sister, an audience with Her Majesty is a greater honor than attending the ball. Edward who stood next to me, exclaimed in surprise before I could react.
おそらくリリー城の紹介だから特別に許されたのだろう。
She was most likely given special permission because Lady Lily introduced her.
異例中の異例だ。今までにこんなことありましたっけ？アスコットさん。
This is an extraordinary exception. Has anything like this ever happened before, Ascot?
いや、私の知る限りではこれまでないよ。陛下は何を考えているんだろうね。
That's a nice outfit. He looks great. No, not that I'm aware of. I wonder what Her Majesty is thinking.
単なる気まぐれじゃないのか。あの方は昔からそういうところがある。
Maybe it's just a whim. She's always been like that after all. Before long, the other four had gathered around again, each expressing their thoughts. Their reaction alone are enough to tell what their relationship with the queen is like. I tried making sense of this sudden development while paying close attention to their words and body language. This is a perfect chance. I'll be fine. I'm just meeting her face to face. I was aware of my own fear, but I mustered my courage and responded, understood. I'm sure it's such a great honor. I shall go to Her Majesty at once. Hear me out. It might be an honor, but it could also be a trap. Oh, goodness. I let them all room, my fist clutched tightly out of nervousness, and proceeded deeper into the palace. How deep? I get to meet the queen, not you. Why are you following me? Edward and the others accompanied Lily and me, following close behind. We were greeted by a familiar face when we arrived at the royal chamber. Edward's father, Edmund, hadn't been at the ball. It seemed he had been with the queen all along. Wow. A woman sat on a throne beside him, though given how lovely she was, calling her a young lady would be more fitting. So you're the cute child Lily talked about. It's a pleasure to meet you. Despite her ethereal appearance, she exuded an overwhelming presence that filled the room. It might have been the fairy blood within me, but I felt a deep fondness for her that moved me almost to tears. At the same time, fierce rage surged within me. This noble, mystical figure who held the highest position in the land was also the vile progenitor of my life and misery. So she's Queen Tia. I lowered my gaze, trying to prevent any trace of hatred from slipping out. It took great effort to suppress my raging emotions. I can't ruin everything. I have to hold back. Lily talks about you quite a lot these days, so I thought this would be a perfect opportunity to extend an invitation. This is such an adorable child. Now that we finally met, I hope we can get along from here on out. I'm unworthy of such kind words, Your Majesty. I feel like hiccups. Okay. The queen spoke cheerfully as I somehow managed to respond. My voice trembled slightly, but they probably thought it was simply nerves. Above all else, this was an opportunity I could never have hoped for. Just when I was lost in thought. I'm glad you're happy, Lady Tia. Of course, you truly know how to please me. Right, I should give you a reward. What would you like? Lily, do you have enough mingles? Those children are so easily broken. What did she say? Yeah, I knew this. I knew this. The queen's words left me deeply uncomfortable. The atmosphere in the chamber seemed to have shifted the moment she had spoke. Your Majesty, the Bernstein estate already has more than enough servants. As someone who's been attending the meetings, I agree there are people like her who work very hard. Edmund and Ascot tried to say something to ease the tension, but I couldn't shake off my revolution. Does the queen see Mingles as mere laborers? Does she not know how they are treated in this country? If that were the case, it sounds as if the Mingles were nothing more than disposable tools in her eyes. Enough. Easily broken? Mingles are living beings, not objects. The queen met my gaze when I looked at her again and gave me a smile. Her innocent maiden-like eyes gleamed under the palace's dazzling lights. But there's something terrifying about those eyes. What I see in them is likely madness. She discarded the weak without a second thought. Wearing an innocent smile, she was a being beyond our comprehension. I couldn't tell whether it was because she was a pure fae or because this was her true nature. Either way, one thing was clear. I can see her killing my family without hesitation. I learned something after seeing her in person. John, coming here wasn't a mistake. Instead, my resolve to never forgive those who obeyed her grew even stronger. Fueled by the dark emotions that could swallow the entire palace, I swore once again to bring about their destruction and get my revenge. Linus! Woo! Though I tucked myself into bed that night, sleep wouldn't come to me. Feeling giddy, I looked to my side and there. Come now. It's time for bed. If you don't sleep, tomorrow won't come. You sure you want to stay awake? Mom. There was a warm smile I could never hope to see anymore. I knew it was a dream, but my dream self obliviously continued the memory. But Mother, I want to hear that story again. I want to know more and more about when you and Father fell in love. Oh dear. I just told you that story the other night. Why do you want to hear it again? Well, my dream self opened her mouth to reply but couldn't find the words to express herself and resorted to begging. Just tell me, pretty please. Father and Mother weren't supposed to get married at first, right? You won't tell me why, but still want me to tell you the story? You're such a handful, but I guess I don't mind. Mother stroked my head. Her hand was so warm, like I was really back home. Softly gazing at me, she began to her tale. You remembered, right? My husband-to-be was arranged for me since the day I was born, a promise between our households. But the person I fell in love with was Louis. At times, I thought my feelings would change once I matured into an adult. However, for just a second, I thought I was on mute. I was like, oh God, did I? They never changed, no matter how much time passed. In fact, as I grew, so did my love, so much that I knew I could never let him go. Then what did you do, Mother? Did you break that promise between your families? Mother's smiles faltered at the bluntness of my question, but she nodded firmly. Okay. That's what ended up happening, yes. My choice upset a lot of people and plans, but I couldn't go against it. Wait, what? Against it? What's it? If I asked for this story yesterday, I shouldn't be this surprised, should I? I couldn't go against my own heart. The heart, you see, will sometimes hear a calling that you can't control. Even if someone tries to change you, even if you know it's wrong, once your heart finds its calling, no one can stop it, especially when it comes to love. Love. Yep. So listen, Apros, if one day your heart tells you that this person is the one for me, you should obey it. You mustn't resist. Follow your heart. Okay, I will, Mother. Why had I wanted to hear a love story that night? Before I could recall, the scenery of my dream melted away to something new. Looks like we're all better now. The new setting was somewhere inside a forest. I was racing between the trees like someone slightly taller than me, like it was a contest. Yeah, I'm healthy enough to keep up now. It's all thanks to you. that someone, he was the boy I saved. I wanted to check how much he'd recovered and proposed we play in the forest. In memory served, I had found him collapsed in that forest about 3 weeks before this race. No matter what state he had been in, he was still an outsider. Fascinated, I looked after him while he was tormented by his fever and wounds. Not just me. My brother nursed you too, and mother was the one who took care of your owies and medicine. I only did a little. But you're the one who found me first, and you also cheered me on a lot. You kept me company and told me everything would be okay. That's how I managed to get back on my feet. He grinned wide. He grinned wide. Oh my gosh, I can speak so many words. I'm so good at them. Why now? He grinned wide with sun against his back. The glare was dazzling. Hey, what should we do today? I came to a stop to ask him. He looked up at the tree canopy and paused to think about with me. Hydrate. Blue. Oh no. What? Stretch. Okay. I'm like, I've drank half of this now. I'm trying to drink more water. I try to drink water after I take a drink of Monster. Just to, I don't know if it's balancing it out or not. Woo! I start to yawn. How dare you? How dare you make me stretch? Good question. Maybe I could climb trees for the first time in a while. I feel like my arms have gotten weaker, so I want to see how far I can get. That sounds great. I'll join you. You're gonna climb too? His eyes widened, wanting to give him an even bigger surprise. I scaled a nearby tree as a demonstration. Look how cute I am! Oh my god. See, I can get to the top of a low tree like this in no time. I can climb taller trees too. Yesterday was so cold and now it's so warm and now it's cold as fuck. I want it to be cold. I know we have different climates, but I'm gonna whine for just a second. Okay, I live in Phoenix, Arizona. It's hot all the damn time. Right now, it's cold in the mornings and at night. That's it. When it hits 9 a.m., it's hot. Until like 5 p.m. Sometimes a little bit longer. I cannot wear a cardigan outside because it's hot by noon. I'm so mad because I have one jacket. I've worn it on stream. It's my Mario Star jacket. It's because I fell in love with Markiplier's Boo jacket, but the Boo jacket was sold out, so my sister bought me that one for my birthday. Which is fine. I love it. I love it as is. I did want his exact jacket. It's fine. But it is the warmest thing I own, and I do not live in a weather where I can wear something that's so. If I wear it, I sweat, and I can't wear it yet. And it's December, bro. It's December. Let me wear my cute cardigan that I can only wear like 1 month out of a year, please. Oh my god. Me and Michigan crying tears that instantly turn into ice. I would love ice right now. You could become a snowbird. Delightful. There's so many people who come here just for the winter time, so they're away from the snow, and as soon as it's not snowing where they're from, they move back. There's no perfect weather for us. The problem is, like, you don't get snow, you don't get too cold, but in the summer it hits 120. No one should live here. Let me be so clear. No one should live here. I only live here because I currently don't have a lot of money and I can't afford to honestly move. But just wait. If I ever get my shit together, it hasn't happened yet. It hasn't happened yet. Maybe. maybe I'll move. We're also not sure we want to move to if we do move, but like dude, I would love seasons again. I haven't had seasons since I was like 13. I haven't seen snow since I was like 17. Like, and that was just because it snowed when we visited family one time. But we get hail sometimes. It's fun. But yeah, I miss seasons. I miss it so much. I just miss having like, oh, it's time to wear a jacket. Good times. I also miss when the heat didn't hit 120. Like, I was not built for Arizona. Michigan does get all the seasons. Oh, jealous. Like, you know, you watch a lot of movies. I don't know. I watch a lot of movies. Growing up, it's just like, it feels like it's not fall if leaves aren't falling, but there's not a lot of leaves to fall around here. And like, when I was a kid in Oklahoma, we used to go to, I think it was called Queen Wilhelmina. Am I saying that right? Let me Google it. Queen. Arkansas? Yeah, Queen Wilhelmina, which is in Arkansas. It was not that close to where I lived. I think it was like a 2-hour drive to get there, if I recall. But they had a petting zoo. They had a train. And the trip there was just full of trees because we lived in the forest, basically. And as you're driving in the fall, you're just seeing leaves all over the place that are all different colors. And it was so pretty. I just learned that Queen Wilhelmina is a real queen from the Netherlands, by the way. I didn't know that growing up. That's so random to find that out. But yeah, it was a lovely park in Arkansas. And we used to go there every summer, or every fall, sorry, not summer, just to watch the leaves change. There was a tree, I believe, in Queen Wilhelmina. Tree bike. I don't see it in here. I can't remember if it was actually Queen Wilhelmina or if it's just the path to Queen Wilhelmina. But there was a popular tree that had like a bike stuck in it. If I recall, a few years ago, someone cut the tree down, which is sucky. But it was like a very big like thing. You'd pass it on the way there, and it was a big deal because apparently someone left their bike by a tree, and the tree ate that bike. And then someone cut the tree down. Like, I don't remember where it was at, but that was something. But yeah, Queen Wilhelmina was our favorite fall destination as kiddos. And it was fun. It was so fun. And I don't have that here. There's no place to go to like look at the trees and just enjoy driving. When people say they enjoy driving to see like scenery stuff, I don't feel that in Arizona. There's some areas. I don't have my phone. I was like, there are some areas. We went to Tucson not too long ago, and we had some lovely views. But like, not in central Phoenix. Not here. It's all buildings. But yeah, I miss seasons. I miss them. And snow. Like, sometimes it would snow on Halloween. I miss that. Plopping down on a branch, I swung my legs to look proudly at ease, but the boy burst out laughing. Wow, you're amazing, Apros. You're a girl who can do anything, huh? Snow on Halloween sounds like a dream. It's pretty fun. It's cold as fuck. You don't get to see your outfit. You have to wear a jacket, you know what I'm saying? But, you know. You can hear people and cheer them up. You can heal people and cheer them up. You've even mastered racing and tree climbing. I love... Huh? What did you say? His voice became quiet, unable to catch his words. I jumped down from the tree. When I stood in front of him again, as if he had found the push he needed, he opened his mouth. I like you. Oh, thanks. I blurted that out without thinking. It was the first time anyone other than my family or the villagers said they liked me. I didn't know how to reply back. But now that I thought about it, it was that night that I pestered Mom for stories about love. Here I am going, he's like, ski this, and you're like, cool. And then will you keep me company during my rehab again today? Climbing trees is fun. Since you're with me, I want to do something we can do together. He averted his eyes as he spoke. Regardless, I replied enthusiastically, "Of course I will. How about we play tag? Just so you know, I'm really good at getting away between the trees." Sounds great, but hey, tag's one of my strengths too. I'm especially good at catching little kids running around. Who are you calling little? You'll regret it if you look down on me, okay? Ready? Yeah. Now that we decided what to do for rehab, we dove right into it. He was it while I ran away. Deducing our roles from our specialties, we began sprinting at top speed at almost the same time. You're seriously good at getting away. Yep, you won't ever catch me. We weaved between trees as we ran, taunting each other from time to time. He was light on his feet, he could have been floating, but I went toe-to-toe with him, skillfully. I ran through the forest that was my home and dodged just before his hands could reach me. The warm sunlight filtered through the canopy leaves and poured down on us. Even as we ran, we never took our eyes off one another. Just a bit more. Ah! Caught you! Uh-oh. Beep! He threw his arms around me, and as I fell to the ground from force, I let out a small yelp. What confused me was, whoa! He also made a startled noise. Wondering what happened, I peeked up at him. He was pushed down on his head with both hands. What? I peeked up. He was pushing down on his head with both hands. He was pushing down on his head. Oh. That's a weird way to just say he was grabbing his head. Just say he's grabbing his head. What? Did something just pop up from his head? I squinted to get a better look at his head, but the sunlight spilling out from the trees blinded my vision. I really wanted to see. It's so bright. When I opened my eyes, it was already bright outside. It was going to be a nice sunny day. That was a nostalgic dream. I remembered Mother appearing in my dream, her voice, and what she told me, but I don't want to remember the rest. Why did I have such a dream? That distinct day in the forest was now a bitter memory, and I chased it back to the dark corners of my mind. I did my morning routines and was about to leave my room when I thought better of it. Grabbing a paper and pen, I jotted down the thoughts that had arisen, hoping to rid them. There had been an intermission due to the ball and other happenings, but today was the Five Houses conference resumed in the Bernstein estate. That said, the only ones present were Edward, Alfred, and Lucas. As for Linus and Ascot, Her Majesty's whims are vexing at times, that she would deliberately summon those two on one of our conference days.
会議が行われるとご存じなかったのでは？もしくは博覧会について2人に内々に伝えたいことがあるのかもしれません。
I feel weird that it ended our meeting right after that. Like, that was such an uncomfortable conversation, and then we're just like, and then nothing of interest happened, is what they're saying. Nothing else happened. Perhaps she wasn't aware that there was a meeting or there was a matter she wished to discuss in private about the exhibition.
その逆で博覧会に興味がないんじゃないか。それならそれで僕もこんな会議に出席しなくて済むからありがたいけどな。
Or maybe it's the opposite. She doesn't care about the exhibition. I'd like that. I wouldn't have to come to these insipid meetings anymore.
さすがに興味がないなんてことはありません。
I'm sure that isn't the case.
博覧会は重要な外交の場。陛下は大層気にかけておられると聞いています。
I'm sure that isn't the case. The exhibition is a vital diplomatic event. I hear that the Queen is terribly concerned about it.
それはお父上からの情報か？
Is that information from your father?
そうです。
Yes, it is. Today was another day of standing by as their as their attendant, nonchalantly listening to their meeting, although for now it had been reduced to a mere grumbling session. Maybe they can't start their discussion until all the members are present. In Alfred's case, it could also be his habit of avoiding key topics in the presence of a third party. If so, perhaps I need to leave.
当日の警備はバーンスタインとクレスウェルが中心に行うと言っていたが、それはあくまで会場の警備ということだったよな。
Someone mentioned that Bernstein and Cresswell will be the bulk of will do the bulk of security, but that's only at the venue, isn't
今日
it?
の様子を見る限り、女王の警備は結局ウォードとリンデルの管轄か。
Judging by how things are today, the Queen's protection will fall to Ward and Lindell.
おそらくそうなります。今日の呼び出しの要件は分かりかねますが、リンデル家はもともと
I suspect so.
一族ですから。
I'm unaware of what business she summoned them for today, but House Lindell has always served the Queen anyhow.
博覧会に向けて街中の警備を強化してくれていますが、立場的には陛下の恩義が最優先になるでしょう。
The same can be said for House Ward, though they've strengthened their policies of the streets. The Queen is their top priority. Lucas's statement sprouted a seed of interest in me. It wasn't that it was new information, but more that it changes my way of thinking. They all serve the Queen, but there are subtle differences in their standings. Lindell and Ward are truly close to her, the others distant? But judging by Edward's wording, his father Edmund has a good relationship with the Queen. Even during the ball, he was glued to her. Perhaps I need to gauge the distance with the Queen, not per household, but on an individual basis. That might shed more light on the path I need to take. And as these thoughts bloomed in my mind, a knock rapped on the door.
失礼いたします。ライナス様とアスコット様が到着されました。
Pardon my interruption. Lord Linus and Lord Ascot have arrived.
遅れてすみません。
Sorry for arriving late.
待たせたね。
Hello everyone, I kept you waiting. Nicholas opened the door wide. Linus entered with apologetic puppy eyes, while Ascot looked as if guilt was the last thing on his mind.
随分時間がかかったな。陛下の呼び出しの理由について我々が尋ねてもよいなら。
That was quite the delay. If it's acceptable for us to inquire what business the Queen had, we'd be grateful for you if you would enlighten us. Well,
そうですね。伝えても構わないんですが。
I understand your concern. It's alright for us to share it, but... Linus faltered, trying to choose his words carefully, but Ascot cut to the chase.
陛下はオペラを見に行きたいと。だから街中の警備の強化と陛下の護衛をしろと仰せになったよ。
The Queen wants to go watch an opera. She ordered us to strengthen the security in the streets to guard her. What? Huh? In short, and she summoned the two because she wants to go out and have fun. Hearing this news was more exasperating than surprising. It seemed Alfred was furious more than anyone else as he complained.
この忙しい時期に。
During such a hectic time.
一体あの方は
An
何を考えておられるの
opera?
だ。
What in the world is Her Majesty thinking? She wishes to increase her workload even more?
そうだね。ただ楽しいことがしたいんじゃないかな。
I suppose she just wants to do something fun, that's
そ
all.
こまで陛下を理解しているのなら、怒りの矛先はあなたに向けよう。なぜ陛下をお止めしない？
If you know the Queen that well, I believe you are the rightful target of my rage. Why wouldn't you dissuade her?
止めろと言われても困るよ。私ごときが陛下の行動に口を出せるはずがないじゃないか。
I'm afraid that's easier said than done. How can a mere vassal like me meddle with the Queen's decisions? Is Ascot self-aware enough to know that he's fanning the flames? The more he speaks, the hotter Alfred's anger grows. The atmosphere grew stormy, and just when I thought the day was beyond
ア
repair...
ルフレッドさん、ご安心を。
Alfred, please rest assured.
この件はウォード家が引き受けるので、皆さんは博覧会の準備に集中してください。
House Ward will assume responsibility for the affair, so please focus on preparing the exhibition, everyone. Linus cheerfully declared before smacking his chest with the salute.
それは正直ありがたいけれど。
Line? That would honestly be a great help, but is it okay to leave it all to your men?
どのみち陛下がお出ましになる際には必ずうちが護衛してるからね。予定が一件増えるくらい問題ないよ。
Yep, it's us who's in charge of protecting whenever the queen makes appearances anyways. It's just one event, so it's no problem.
頼もしいね。さすがハウンズだ。
So reliable. I expect nothing less from the hounds.
お前が問題ないというのなら、これ以上の文句は言わないが、働きすぎもほどほどにしろよ。
If you say it's not a problem, I won't raise any further complaints, but don't overwork yourself.
まったくだ。最終的に倒れられでもしたら、こっちも迷惑だからな。
What he said, if you eventually collapse or something, it'll only cause us more trouble. Yes, I'll be careful. The moment Linus joined in, the mood softened. I felt that kind of effect from him before. Maybe this is what they call being charming. Ascot's statement sounded a tad snide, but Linus didn't seem to mind one bit. I refreshed two key pieces of information in my head. This man has a unique charisma, and the House Ward were the Queen's main
本
guards.
当に無理だと思ったら頼ってくれ。私たちの間に遠慮はなしだ。
If you ever think it's truly too much, come to me anytime. Don't treat me like a stranger.
ありがとな。
Thanks, Ed. As I added one more fact to that list, Edward was particularly concerned about Linus. That reminds me, Philip mentioned that these two have known each other since childhood. I recalled how breezily the two had chatted when we had gone out together. Just then, Linus headed to his seat and whispered to Edward.
あのさ、この間時間ができたら遠乗りに行かないかって話してただろう。
Hey, remember how you asked if I'd like to join you for a ride when I got time?
ああ、気晴らしになると。行けそうならいつがいい？
I thought it'd be a good breather. If you're up for it, when's a good time?
明日の朝で頼む。そこを逃すと当分行けない気がするんだ。
Tomorrow morning. If I got a feeling that if I miss this chance, the next won't come around for ages.
急だな。でも分かったよ。
That is sudden, but okay, got it.
おいそこ、無駄話は後にしろ。これではいつまで経っても。
You two leave the idle chat for later. We'll never be able to start our conference at this rate.
失礼しました。
Apologies.
すぐ着席します。
I'll get to my seat right away, sir. Just like kids being scolded by a teacher. Since I'd overheard every word of the pair's silly exchange, I couldn't help but make the association. No. A few days had passed since the Five Houses conference resumed. They seemed to be deep in discussion today, but I was sadly tasked outside. It's not like the information I want will conveniently fall into my lap all the time. Time to focus on work. Since I was ordered to burn unnecessary house documents, I started a small fire to the side garden and fed paper to the flames. I threw in several of my own notes, including what I had written this morning after my dream. Whenever I have feelings I can't reconcile, I find myself writing letters like this. It's meaningless to write letters when I have no one to send them to. I know that's why I always burn them. Signed, I tucked the letter between some documents and tossed them into the fire. What? Picking up a familiar voice, I turned around. Standing right behind me was Linus. He looked strangely ill at ease. Ill at ease. Lord Linus, is something the matter?
あ、いや。君の後ろ姿が見えたから声をかけようと思ったんだけど。
I saw you over here, so I figured I'd come and say hello, but
まさか火を焚いてるとは思わなくて。
I didn't think I'd see you lighting a fire. His faltering speech seemed odd. I studied his face. Linus was deliberately averting his gaze from the light behind me. Could it be? Lord Linus, do you have an aversion to fire? Linus' shoulders jolted at the accusation. He let out a sigh before nodding.
実はそうなんだ。格好悪いけど、こればかりはどうしようもなくて。
To tell you the truth, I do. I know it's irrational, but I can't overcome it. Please pardon my lack of consideration. I glanced over. All the papers had already been reduced to ash, so I grabbed a bucket of water I'd placed nearby and put out the fire.
気を使わせてごめん。仕事の途中だったよね。
Sorry for making you go out of your way. You were working, weren't you? I have already finished burning everything that was requested, so please take Don't take it to heart. Besides, I should be leaving to shop.
そっか。
Okay. Convinced by my words, Linus nodded, but he didn't move on. Instead, he abruptly stepped forward and peered into my face.
なんだか顔色が悪い。というか、元気がないね。
You look kind of pale, or more like you're in low spirits today. I believe that's better described to you, my lord. I didn't want to hear that from someone who was frightened by fire moments ago. Linus gave a troubled grin at my thoughtless retort.
俺はもう大丈夫だよ。でも君のことは舞踏会。いや、その前からちょっと思い詰めた顔をしてるなって気になってたんだ。
I'm already completely fine. As for you, since the ball, no, even before that, you've looked like you've been wrestling with something, so I've been worried.
もしかしたら仕事のしすぎじゃないかな。買い出しに行くなら俺も行ってついでに息抜きのコツを教えるよ。
Maybe you're overworking yourself. If you're heading out to shop, I'll tag along and teach you a few tips for unwinding. He says I'm overworking. It's the pot calling the kettle black. That said, his proposal does benefit me. To achieve my goal, it was about time I became more familiar with one member of the 5 houses. I originally judged Edward to be the most suitable, although since Linus was the one who came up to me, maybe it looked natural to get closer to him. Is it alright for me to impose?
もちろんだよ。俺が言い出したんだから。そうと決まれば早速出かけよう。
Of course, it was me who offered. Now that we've got a plan, let's go right now. Flashing me a gentle smile, part of me analyzed him as to be an easy target, but the other part simply almost smiled with him. Ascot called him a hound, but in my opinion, he's more like a puppy. I kept letting my guard down around him, admonishing myself. I returned to the estate to prepare for our outing. Linus and I boarded a carriage that took us all the way to the main street in Rouen. We went around the shop on foot. Linus, true to his declaration at times, would come to a stop and give me commentary.
時々掘り出し物が見つかるから覗いてみると楽しいよ。
The street shop here sometimes has hidden gems in their wares, so it's fun to
あ
check.
と、あの通りの角にはよくストリートミュージシャンが立ってる。かなり聞き応えあるよ。
And the street musician set up on the corner of the street, he always is worth time to drop by and listen. It was my understanding that the 5 houses' domains were all distinct from the capital, but you know your way around the city quite well.
ああ、俺の場合、社交シーズンだけじゃなくて、陛下に呼ばれたら駆けつけることもあるからね。
In my case, I don't just hop over during the occasional social season. I come whenever the queen calls for
多
me.
分、エドの次くらいには詳しいんじゃないかな。結構2人であちこち行くことも多いよ。
I'm probably the most knowledgeable next to Ed. We wander all over as a pair pretty
こ
often.
の通りはエドともよく歩いてるんだ。初めてパブに入ったのも一緒だったかな。
We frequent this street too. This is where we drink at the pub for the first time, I think. You two must truly be good friends. Have you been this close since you were children? I intended it to be a casual question, yet Linus faltered a little before he answered.
子供の頃からっていうのは間違ってないけど、俺、一時期は国中を飛び回ってたから、その頃はあんまり一緒にいなかったんだ。
We've been hanging out since we were kids, but yeah, for a time I was sent all over the country. So we didn't spend much time together then. You had to travel the country even though you were a child?
ウォード一族の教育方針っていうか、その時は大事な使命もあったから、一族中が国内を飛び回ってた。
You could say it was an educational policy of House Ward. We also had an important mission then, so my whole household was flying about.
ちょうどその頃だよ。君と似てる子に出会ったのは。
That was right when I met a girl like you. Is he talking about eight years ago?
君が悪いんじゃなくて、これは俺の問題。晩餐
We don't do flashbacks. I felt my heart thump hollow in my chest. He said she was similar to me, but if I took what he said before into consideration, I might be the very girl he remembers. But when did we meet each other? Pulling up memories from the past was a task rife with grief and pain. And what emotion came with emotion came the risk of face sight hand activation. As I wavered about what I should do, Linus continued his reminiscing.
多分あの子が俺の初恋だったんだ。
That girl was probably my first crush. He's talking about love, but his expression is pained. Perhaps my company is stressful for you. Whenever you mention our similarities, you seem anguished, my lord.
ああ、ごめん。こんな話するつもりじゃなかったのに。つい口が滑った。
Sorry, I didn't mean to go on about it. My mouth was moving before I could think.
信じてもらえないかもしれないけど、君と一緒にいるときに毎回あの子と重ねて見てるわけじゃないんだよ。
I know it might not sound very convincing, but it's not that I see her in you every single time we're together.
オペラの話が出たせい。
Maybe it's just because of that opera. Opera? Is he referring to the opera that the queen wishes to watch?
最近思い出すことが多いんだよね。実は今度の演目っていうのがさ。
I've actually been recalling that girl a lot. The thing is, the upcoming show is about... I blinked in surprise, the conversation taking an unexpected turn when Linus suddenly snapped out of his gloom.
俺今すごくめめしいこと言おうとしてた。この話は忘れてくれる。
Yikes, I was about to say something super corny. Could you forget I said anything? Huh? I will. Unable to keep up with Linus's mood swings, I could only make a super stupefied response. Meanwhile, Linus appeared to think that the sentence on the tip of his tongue was too embarrassing to let slip. His cheeks flushed.
そうだ。こういう時こそ気晴らししないとね。一番おすすめの場所へ連れて行くよ。
We need to take a nice breather. I'll take you to the place I recommend most. After saying that, Linus guided me to the entrance of a pub. Yo, Line, got a woman with you today? You came at the right time. Treat me, will ya? Money's real tight this month.
ああ、うるさい、うるさい。この子はエドのところのメイドだよ。変なちょっかい出したら店から叩き出してやる。
Cut it down the noise. She's a maid working over at the Ed's place. If you dare make any weird moves on her, I'll kick you out.
それから、今日はお前らにはおごらないからな。金がないなら家で寝てろよ。
Also, I'm not footing the bill for any of you today. If you haven't got money, go home. Linus is technically a noble, right? He and Edward are nothing alike. Linus's word choice was rather lowbrow, but compared to the calls that rang out after him, I could tell he was still the more refined. It was my first time visiting a place like this, a different beast than infiltrating the Bernstein estate. As I stood there at a loss, Linus fired back taunts and then turned to me.
さすがに仕事の最中にこういうところに入るのは気が引けるだろうから、俺が中で買ってくるよ。君はここで待ってて。
You're still working and it must be awkward for a woman to enter a place like this, so I'll head in and do the buying. Wait here. Linus marched right into the pub after that, not waiting for a reply. In a blink of an eye, he returned with 2 mugs in his hands.
はい、君の分。これくらいなら飲んでも仕事に影響は出ないよね。
Here you go, this is yours. It's not much, so it won't affect your work, right? Not that much. What is this? I repeatedly looked between the offered mug and Linus. No matter how I looked at it, it was beer. A significant amount of beer. Lord Linus, what is this?
ビールだよ。で、ひょっとしてお酒は得意じゃない？
Oh wait, do I have a... No. Why does Lord Bernstein Edward have one too? It's not go all the way down, does it? Just, oh, see, okay. Randolph's daughter. Wait, what? Missed things. See, I like flowcharts because it makes me want to unlock all the stuff. Now I'm lost, though. Is alcohol not your forte? Ah. No, I'm perfectly fine with it. The stubborn, petty side of me took over and I practically snatched the mug from Linus's hand. Johns kept alcohol at arm's length from me, saying it's unnecessary, but if the alternative is telling Linus I can't drink, I'd rather. Thank you for the drink. I took a sip. The chilled beer was pleasant. It went down easier than I thought. It is not pleasant. It tastes awful. How is it? It's nice. I think I may have been thirsty. Do I have... Okay. I'm trying to see... Sometimes there's a button that takes you right to status. There isn't. Interesting. I see. That's good to hear. Oh, would you like some fish and chips too? I can buy you some. No, the beer's enough. Thank you. It's tasty. My sip turned to gulps, and it didn't take long for heat to gather in my cheeks, but it wasn't a bad feeling by any means. In fact, having Linus nearby suddenly seemed extremely fascinating. I stared intently. Why in the world am I drinking with this man?
Rose?
Rose? What? Just a little drunk. Oh, a little drunky. Oh, goodness. Don't you think you're a little close? Once he pointed it out, I finally realized I could feel his breath tickling my face. Any other day, I would have promptly backed away. If I'm not close, I can't look at you, Lord Linus. I have the urge to observe you. Huh? Yet a brazenly inappropriate explanation came out of my mouth instead. What am I even saying? True, I've been wanting to investigate him, but I don't think this fits the description. Despite myself, once I had a good look at his face, I could no longer take my eyes off him. Of all the mellow curves of on his face, his amber eyes shone more prominently. Every so often, a mysterious glint danced in them. His lips that chattered tirelessly often wore a smile. Whenever he flashed his toothy grin, I was thrust under brilliant sunlight. He has this great gravity to him that sucks me in. I don't get it, but I'm not the only one. Everyone is drawn to his unique charm. As I kept staring at him, it invoked something in my memory. I was talking before I could think better of it. Lord Linus, you say I'm similar to your first crush, but you also remind me of Chester.
Chester?
Huh? Chester? Who's that? A dog. An adorable dog that one of my old neighbors kept as a pet, Chester. As I spoke, I reached out and stroked his head just like I'd done to that puppy. Wow, this isn't right. Chester was warmer. His fur was all fluffy, but also a bit stiff. The fur color is also off. What? Hold on, you're drunk, aren't you? Drunk. I'm not drunk. You're definitely drunk. Drunk, miss. I said I'm not drunk. What's your name? Ooh, that's a bad question. Is she gonna say Apros? Lord Linus. You were just about to say Chester. I didn't. We're on a route. Yeah, we're on Linus's route. We just got there, let's see, 40 minutes ago. If my math is right. Ish. I heard you loud and clear. No more beer for you. I'll go grab some water. Oh man. Does he like me more yet? As I sipped on the water Linus fetched, the fog in my head cleared up steadily. As I reflected on my actions, I sobered. I blurted out something absurd, didn't I? No, not just my speech, but also my conduct. Please forgive my terrible rudeness. I winced in shock. I couldn't forgive myself for acting disgraceful nor dropping my vigilance in front of someone I needed to be wary of. His bright, cheerful voice consoled me.
そんなに気にしなくていいのに。むしろすっごくいい。
I know that he's saying, I just have to double check. Flowchart? Flowchart? Art unread. Choice yes. No choices. No choices. What the heck? Choices. Okay.
いいものを見せてもらった気分だよ。
I don't have to. You don't have to be so bothered about it. In fact, I had the honor of witnessing something wonderful.
君の素の部分がちょっとだけ見られた気がして、なんだか嬉しかったな。
I feel like I got a glimpse of the person you are at heart, so I'm happy. Plus, it was cute when you mistook me for a puppy. The more Linus spoke, the more put on the spot I felt. The heat gathered in my cheeks again, this time for a different reason. I know I have no right to ask, my lord, but could you wipe this memory from your mind?
消さなきゃダメなの?
Erase it from my memory? Why? Because I'm about to die from embarrassment. As I attempted to somehow translate the thought into a courteous statement. I know how to say it. Help! A woman cries, pierce the crowded street. It's a pickpocket! Someone catch him! You stay here. The moment he heard the word pickpocket, Linus reacted, sprinting into the crowd. His speed was mind-boggling. What? A Cuseth marvel? But it's too crowded and it's a child? I had a better view of the scene from afar. You're a slippery kid. Linus almost caught the shadowy silhouette, but his small target skillfully slipped away. Then for better or for worse, the pickpocket began racing into my direction. Is he the one who can't forget his first love? That's right, he can't forget us. His first love ever. Dun 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 dun. It's definitely us. When she said you remind me of someone and said Chester, I thought maybe he went by a different name when she knew him. Disappointing. I don't really want to demonstrate much physical prowess in front of Linus, but it could benefit my operation to befriend him. Out of my way. Boy, did you truly think I'd obediently acquiesce? The child charged forward like a ram and tried to slip past my side, but I was waiting for him, bending my knees to lower my center of gravity. I held my ground and caught him. With a single push, I took him to the ground. Let go of me, you ogre! Stop struggling. Whatever the child believed, I didn't have enough arm strength to keep a riding person pinned down forever. As I reached my limit, I'll take over. Linus hurriedly back and held down the child in my stead. Are you hurt anywhere? Boy, my heart hurts. You're amazing. You pulled off a great deed, but are you hurt anywhere? You're all right? Yes, I'm fine, Lord Linus. Hearing that name, the child's expression morphed into a mix of fear and hate. Did you just say Linus? Linus Ward? Yeah, but how'd a kid like you know my name? Linus's frown. You're one of the 5 houses. What are we talking about? Linus's frown of confusion dropped like a weight at what the child said next. All the people all the people in the know have heard of you, Ward, the Queen's Hound. So many of my friends have been caught by you people. I see, so you're an anti-royalist. Linus narrowed his eyes. He looked down at the childlike prey steely and cold. The voice that escaped his mouth was low and frightening. My mind couldn't comprehend what he was speaking. He completely transformed.
では、ここで足を折ろう。
In that case, I'll snap your leg here. What? It was so cruel a judgment, I almost thought I'd misheard him. Without hesitation, Linus shifted his weight to the child's leg. Wait, please wait. Snapping his leg would be going too far. He's still but a child.
子供だろうと反女王派は反女王派。目をつまなければ、いずれまた牙を剥く。こちらを脅かす前に潰すべき存在だ。
I know, it didn't sound like a normal scream. It almost sounded like, oh gosh. No. Like Yoshi? Child or not, he's an anti-royalist. If you don't weed them out, they will turn on the queen. They must be crushed before they become threats. The amber eyes that stared at me didn't have their usual lighthearted twinkle. They were glinted, dilated like a hunting animal. His eyes pierced me like daggers. I shivered. So this is Husith, Linus's true nature. It sounds almost something like from a Zelda character. I can hear that too. Yes, 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 yes. Oh my gosh. Under his glare, I was so shaken that I couldn't move or speak, but with a breath, I somehow pulled myself out of my fear. This child is a pickpocket, but snapping his leg is barbaric, even more so if his being an anti-royalist is the reason. Considering my circumstances, I couldn't afford to defend an anti-royalist and blow my cover. But this was a child. I couldn't find it in my heart to abandon him. My lord, I'm begging you, please don't go any further than you already have. We came out to shop and chanced upon this nothing more. Might we leave it to the yard?
俺に反女王派を見逃せって。
Are you telling me to let a criminal go? If you hand him over to the yard, I don't think it counts as letting him go. Maybe I can't convince him with such an argument, but I've already gone this far. His eyes held a bloodlust unlike anything I'd ever seen. I stared back defiant, refusing to fold. Silently, we held our locked gazes. Seconds passed. The one to concede was Linus.
わかったよ。
Fine, I get it. Oh.
もともと君の買い出しについてきたんだしね。今日だけは君に免じて俺は手を引く。ちょうどヤードも来たみたいだしね。
After I'm here because I tagged along on your errand just today, I'll respect your wishes not to mention the yard's arrived. Like he had said, a handful of police officers had finally came after hearing the uproar. Before handing the pickpocket over, Linus gave him one last glare.
次に俺の前に現れたら容赦はしない。覚えておけよ。
I won't be merciful the next time you show up in front of me. Remember that. The child only trembled. He didn't argue without a struggle. The officers took him away. As they grew distant, the fury emanating from Linus finally dissipated. The next time our eyes met, he was the Linus I knew once again.
ごめん。君に気晴らしさせるつもりだったのに、こんなことになって。きついことを言った自覚もある。
Okay. Okay. Alright. Like, hear me out. I was all like, he's just a little puppy dog. He's gonna kill us. There's going to be a choice where he will kill us. Maybe more than one. We're gonna die. This guy's gonna end our lives. Oh no. I wanted to help you refresh a bit, but it turned out like this. I said some harsh
で
things.
も、俺にはウォードの一族として、どうしても譲れない一線があるんだ。
As the member of the House Ward, there are some things that simply can't... lines that simply can't be crossed. Yeah, like existing and being a girl. Please put it out of your mind. I'm aware that I was the one who spoke out of turn. Thank you for being so obliging my request. Crafting a relieved expression, I smiled at Linus, who turned it with an apologetic grin. We could put the incident behind us. At least that was the mood in the air, but my mind was occupied by other thoughts. I wasn't deceived by Linus's smile. I just foolishly let my guard down around him. He's the queen's dog, right down to those bones. And since my goal is to take him down, take down the queen. It's inevitable that his bloodlust will later be directed at me. I mustn't forget. I gave him my gratitude in my mind. It wasn't a thanks for the break, but for reminding me how dangerous a game I was playing. Girl is gonna die.
やあ、今日も精が出るね。
Alright, we're gonna go back to our load. That's crazy. I guess I forgot that he's a monster. LOLOL. We're gonna try saying thank you and see if that gets us a star or anything.
はい、君の。
There was no mistaking the mug he held out was filled with beer. It felt there was no way it wouldn't affect my work, but my pride wouldn't allow me to decline. Feeling if I had already lost the battle when I hesitated to enter, it's spurred on the petty, sore loser in me. I accepted the mug. Thank you, I'll accept your kind offer.
遠慮せず飲んで。もちろん、俺のおごりだよ。
Go ahead and don't hold back. And of course, this drink is on me. Does that instantly affect the status? Yeah. Yeah, good. I scrutinized the mug with my hand. I hadn't even had a chance to drink alcohol until now, but that wasn't for lack of interest. Thank you for the drink. Itadakimasu. I took a sip. The chilled beer was pleasant. It went down easier than I thought. There's that. That happened all the same. Not all. Not all. Not all.
Yeah, 今日も精が出るね。
I don't know if we missed something. We'll find out later. Hey there, you're hard at work like always. I was cleaning silently as I usually did when Linus walked in through the estate entrance. Ever since our breather the other day, I'd been more guarded around him. He seemed to feel more familiar with me though, and we chatted from time to time. Frankly, I don't know how to act. I wanted to get closer to extract the info I need, but I've learned I can't underestimate him. Greeting, Lord Linus. I understand there is no conference scheduled for today. Are you looking for Lord Edward, perhaps? Unable to come to a clear conclusion, I've made the choice to speak with slightly colder tone. I'd spoke to him thusly ever since. Yet looking relieved at my greeting and faint smile, Linus continued.
今日はエドじゃなくて君に会いに来たんだ。
I'm not here to see Ed today, but you. You have business with me. At his unusual words, my skin tingled, and with wariness, Linus's expression had its usual softness, but I had seen his inner beast.
あのさ、俺と一緒にオペラを見に行かない？
Yeah, would you like to watch the opera with me? Opera. Pardon, but what? Startled by his sudden invitation, I began to ask for clarification when...
なんだって？
What did you just say? A horrified shriek slammed the entrance hall, drowning out my voice.
フィル？どうして君がそんなに驚くの？
Phil, why do you think you've got the shock of your life? The owner of the squeal, Philip, replied to Linus with emphasis, emphasizing his point with exaggerated gestures.
だっていつの間に二人はオペラに行く仲になったんですか？あ、まさかもう恋人同士熱々でラブラブに？
You can't blame me. What on earth did the two of you get so close that you'd watch an opera? No way. Are you already a couple? Are you head over heels for each other?
フィル。
Feel. No, we're not. I'm a simple servant, and he is both Lord Edward's friend and a five-house representative. We have no such relationship. While I denied Philip's accusation outright, Linus shot the butler an unimpressed glare.
あのさ、俺がそういうつもりで彼女を誘いに来たんだとしたら、今完全にフィルのせいで二人の関係は後退したよね。
Seriously, you know, if I did come here for that kind of reason, our relationship would have completely regressed because of you, Phil.
あ、実はちょっと狙ってやりました。だって彼女がエド様や俺を差し置いて ライナ様に横からさらわれるのは尺じゃないっすか。
I was actually hoping for that. I'd be bitter if you left Ed and me in the dust and snatched her from the sideline, Lord Lin.
横からさらうとか、アスコットさんじゃあるまいし、人聞きが悪いことを言わないでほしいな。
Don't accuse me of such underhanded womanizing. I'm not Ascot. Stop slandering me.
しかもそこでちゃっかりエドと自分を同列に並べるのがフィルのすごいところだよね。
And it's pretty gutsy of you to put yourself on the same level as Ed in that statement. As for Linus's appalled reply, Philip stuck out his tongue without a shred of shame. Then Linus turned around to me again.
変な邪魔が入ったけど、オペラへ行こうと言ったのはデートのお誘いじゃないんだ。
Ignore that weird
協
interruption.
力をお願いしたいことがあるんだよ。
I invited you to watch the opera, but not as a date. There's something I want your help with. My help, how may I be of
実
assistance?
は今度のオペラは陛下もご鑑賞される予定でね。そこで陛下を狙う不穏な動きがあるという情報が入ったんだ。
To be forthright, the Queen plans to watch the upcoming opera. I received intel hinting that there may be an attempt on her life. I'm afraid I can't see the connection between the intel and inviting me to go with you. May I ask what exactly you want me to do?
俺は陛下の護衛としてそばに控えている必要がある。でも、不穏分子に警戒していると気取られたくもないんだよ。
As the Queen's guard, I have to be stationed by her side, but I don't want those miscreants to realize that I'm on the lookout for them.
だから、カモフラージュ役と一緒にオペラへ行こうと思ってるんだけど。
That's why I figured I could get someone to come with me as
危
camouflage.
険が全くないとは言えない役回りだから、君にお願いしたいんだ。
I can't fully guarantee the safety of my companion, which is why I wanted to ask you. Pausing meaningfully, Linus looked me up and
この
down.
間気づいたけど、君、武術の心得があるよね。
I don't know what you're talking about. I noticed that day, but you've got a foundation in martial arts, don't you? So he realized after all. In the corner of my vision, I spotted Philip's jaw drop. I sighed in my mind. Someone from the estate learning it was a tad unwelcomed, but I braced myself for this discovery and had prepared an explanation. I wouldn't say it's as grandiose as martial arts. I only know enough for self-defense.
それでも自分で自分の身を守れるのはなかなかすごいことだよ。だから、ぜひ力を貸してもらえないかな。
Still, having the skill to protect yourself is pretty rare. That's why I'd be really grateful if you could help me out.
ライナ様、ダメですよ。
Lord, line, no can do. Before I said anything, Philip cut in once again.
ダメって。よこしまな理由じゃないって君にも分かっただろう。彼女の力を見込んで仕事の話をしに来たんだ。
What now? Surely you realize that I'm not asking for an unscrupulous reason, right? I think she's competent. I'm here about work.
だから仕事の話になるなら、なおのことバーンスタイン家の方に話を通してもらわないと。
The thing is, if it's about work, it's even more important for you to discuss it with the members of House Bernstein first.
旦那様にとまでは言わないので、エド様に許可を取ってもらってもいいですか？
You don't have to go as far as Lord Edmund, but could you at least get Lord Ed's permission? To my surprise, Philip made a sensible argument. Linus also looked thoughtful.
なるほど。確かにフィルの言う通りだね。じゃあ早速エドと話したいんだけど、今どこにいるかな？
I see you're right, Phil. Then I'd like to talk to Ed right away. Where is he now?
ちょうど休憩中で、リリー様と庭園で紅茶を楽しんでいらっしゃるはずです。
He just so happens to be taking a break enjoying tea with Lady Lily in the garden.
リリー様も一緒にいるんだ。
So Lady Lily's with him too. That works out for me. Huh. Though I was intrigued by Linus's words, I was distracted by Philip's offered
そこの仕
hand.
事は俺が引き受けるから、君も一緒に話を聞いてきたら？
I'll take
自
over
分
your
に
work
関わる
here.
ことなんだし。
How about you pop
気になる
over
でし
and
ょ？
listen in? You're involved in this. You're involved, so so you must be curious. Thank you very much. I'll take you up on that. It seemed Edward would make the final call. I'd be unsettled if someone else decided my plans without my presence, so I gratefully handed Philip my cleaning supplies.
じゃあ行こうか。
Shall we? Yes. This might open up a third option for me. Instead of suddenly becoming intimate with Linus or distancing myself out of caution, I could stay by his side as a collaborator. It was a path of moderation where I could approach Linus with appropriate distance. When I went to the garden with Linus, we found the elegant Bernstein siblings enjoying tea time. Like they're straight out of a painting. Putting my complex feelings aside, I had to admit that their breathtaking beauty, then Edward, who had sensed our presence, waved us over.
いや、珍しい組み合わせだね。私か姉上に用があるのかな。
You two are an unusual pair. Were you looking for my sister or me?
あら、エドったら本当に疎いわね。別に珍しい組み合わせでもないのよ。
My.
一緒に街へ出かけたりする仲なんですもの。
You are so very oblivious, Ed. These two aren't a rare pair at all. They're intimate enough to even visit the city together.
それは知らなかったな。
I didn't know that. I didn't try to hide it, but I honestly didn't expect Lily to have learned about our outing. She appeared as a sheltered noblewoman, but perhaps she was unexpectedly perceptive. I did know her to be fond of gossip, through and through, to myself to be more careful. Though, and thought to myself to be more careful to her.
困ったな。リリー様までおかしな言い方をしないでください。あれは彼女の仕事に俺が勝手についていったんですよ。
Now I'm in a bind. Please don't join the rumor mongers and word it so, my lady. I tagged along on my own accord as she worked.
うちの女性たちから買い物を頼まれたんですけど、俺はそういうのには疎くて。だから助言が欲しいって彼女にお願いしたんです。
The women of my household gave me a shopping list, but I struggled with some of the requests and asked her for advice.
あの時は俺のわがままに付き合わせちゃってごめん。でもおかげで女性が好む装飾品に詳しくなれたよ。
Sorry for making you go along with me back then, but thanks to you, I learned a lot about women's accessories. In reality, Linus had given me relaxation tips while I got drunk and made a fool of myself, but he didn't mention a lack of that, instead politely covered for me. Not at all. It was I who owe you thanks for assisting me with my baggage. As I thanked him, the reason for Linus's excessive explanation dawned on me. Licentious servants could lose their job. If I were suspected of being in a relationship with a noble, it'd be a terrible scandal. That said, I highly doubted Edward held such values, so Linus likely postured for Lily. When it doesn't involve anti-royalists, Linus is a kind man, but why do I feel that this is different from his usual compassion? Shifting his weight, Linus connected his carefully crafted preface to the question of the day.
実はその外出で彼女の頼もしさに気づいたんです。お聞き及びかもしれませんが、街ですり騒ぎがあったんですよ。
As a matter of fact, during that outing, I learned how dependable she is. You may have heard, but there was a pickpocket in the city.
まあ、それは私も知らなかったわ。頼もしさ。まさか彼女が捕まえたの？
Oh my, I didn't know that. Dependable, you say. Could it be that she caught that thief?
ええ、俺に協力してくれました。だからそんな彼女の力をぜひまた借りたいと思って、今日はエドに許可をもらいに来たんです。
Yes, she assisted me. I would love to have her help once again, which is why I am here today to ask Ed for permission.
許可？また随分大行な言い方だな。一体何の話だ？
Permission? Now that is a rather exaggerated way of putting it. Whatever is it about?
この間のオペラ鑑賞絡みだよ、エド。実は陛下がお出ましになるオペラで。
It has to do with the opera I mentioned a while ago, Ed. There is some shady whispering surrounding the Queen's
モー
attendance.
ド一族が護衛に当たるけど、できれば相手の油断を誘って先手を打ちたい。
House Ward will guard her, but what I'd like to do is catch our opponents off guard.
だから顔が知られている俺は護衛ではなく、ただオペラ鑑賞に来たと見せかけたいと思ってる。
So as someone whom people recognize on site, I want to pretend that I'm not going as a guard, but as a casual spectator.
まさかそのオペラに彼女を同伴したいというわけじゃないよな。
Surely you're not going to say that you plan on taking her as your companion to the
そ
opera.
のまさかだよ。
But I am.
女性連れでオペラに来たライナス・ウォード。奴はきっと彼女に夢中で周りなんて眼中にない。
Linus Ward came to the opera with a woman. All his attention must be on her. That's what it should seem like. So that's what he meant by camouflage. In other words, I I also have to put on an act as a young lady who's made Linus love-struck. It sounds like I would have to offer more than my company. Edward countered with an extremely reasonable
君の
question.
言い分はわかるが、どうしてその相手が彼女なんだ？ウォード一
Yes,
族に
because you
女
would
性は
definitely
いるじゃない
blend
か。
in being a mere maid at an opera. Also, regardless of him being on a date, do you really think that's going to make him not look like he's looking after the queen, the person he's always looking after? For real? I understand where you're coming from, but why does it have to be her? Aren't there ladies in House Ward as well?
俺の一族は反女王派に顔がかなり割れてきてる。しかも、俺は恋人を作らない主義みたいな噂が広まっちゃってるしね。
Anti-royalists recognize most of the House Ward's faces. Furthermore, there's this rumor going around that it's my policy to never enter a
だか
relationship.
らこそ、ここでも新顔の彼女に頼みたいんだ。彼女はスリを捕まえる度胸も腕もある。とても頼りになる女性だよ。
That's exactly what I want her, a new face. She has the nerve and skill to catch a pickpocket. She is a very reliable maid.
頼りになるのは同意するよ。ただそうは言っても危険すぎる。許可するわけには。
I agree that she's dependable, but it's still too dangerous. It's not an option.
まあ素敵。敵を欺くのね。しかもこの子の活躍が見られるかもしれないのでしょ。
My, how wonderful. You wish to trick your enemies. On top of that, I may have a chance to witness her prowess, yes. Just as Edward was about to reject Linus, his frown sour. Lily excitement cut him short.
活躍なんて。姉上。彼女は我が家の使用人として守られる立場なんですよ。
Witness her prowess, sister. She is our household servant, and we do have a duty to protect her.
それを進んで危険な場へ連れて行かせるなんて到底認められません。
But now he wants to actively take her to a perilous place. We cannot condone it.
でも彼女は犯罪者を捕まえるほどの腕前なのよね。ただものじゃないのではないかしら。私も彼女の頼りになるところを見てみたいわ。
She's skilled enough to seize a criminal, isn't she? That means she isn't so ordinary. I would love to witness her dependable side.
リリー様ならそうおっしゃると思っていました。
I knew you would understand me, Lady Lily. I see, so that's how it is. As at long last, I figured out Linus's aim. As soon as it was explained to me, like a child, spoon-fed. He wanted to use Lily to pressure Edward into agreeing. Looks like Lily's interest has shifted from probing into my relationship with Linus to seeing what I can achieve next to him. If this was all within Linus's calculation moments after he heard that the siblings were together, he's terrifyingly tactician. When I came to work, he was unexpectedly composed. He could even play mind games. I felt I'd met yet another side of Linus.
ないな。やり方が汚いぞ。
Line, you're playing dirty.
ごめんエド。でも今回はどうしても彼女の力が必要なんだ。
Sorry, Ed, but this time I need her help by any means necessary. He seems to be restraining himself, but Edward is likely furious. There's an awfully sharp look in his eyes. Perhaps it was because he was dealing with Linus, but it was surprising to see that the gentle, manly Edward had such a side to him.
ローゼ。私は君の意見を尊重したい。
Rose, I want to respect your opinion. What do you want to do? Judging it too difficult to dissuade his sister, Edward dragged me into the discussion. This is a good opportunity for me, but maybe it isn't a good idea to show blatant enthusiasm. Dun, 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 dun. I mean, I don't know if that's enthusiasm to say I'll help. I'll help Lord Linus.
本当に一緒に来てくれるの？
If it's an order, yeah. If I need to protect my country and state. Yes, I'll be your companion. Deciding to tackle the problem head on, I replied with a smile and appealed to Edward. Since he has this much faith in me, I don't wish to betray it. Could you please give me your permission, my lord? A reaction that expressed earnestness should be the most effective on Edward, and
本
so
心からそう思っているのなら構わないよ。でも、無理をしているのなら正直に言ってほしい。
if that's what you truly think, I don't mind, but if you are pushing yourself in any way, please be honest with me. I'm not forcing myself at all. If I can be helpful in any way, I would like to do everything within my power.
わかったよ。
I see. All right then. So he asked me to confirm my conviction. Edward nodded, moved by my words as predicted.
君は本当に心が強いんだね。ライナが頼りにするのもわかるよ。
You have strength of heart. I get why Line would want to turn to you for help.
ライナ、
What's
こ
that?
こまで言われたら私も認めるしかない。でも、絶対に彼女を危険な目には合わせないと約束してくれるか。
Line, if she has gone this far, my only choice is to relent. But will you promise me that you won't deliberately put her in
も
danger?
ちろん約束する。彼女の腕が立つと言っても、それを披露させる気なんてさらさらないよ。
Of course, she may be a capable fighter, but I have no plans to have her test her skills.
その言葉、
I will hold you to those words. Linus swore with a solemn expression, seeing that Edward sighed before nodding.
決まったのね。オペラを見に行く楽しみが一つ増えて、私も嬉しいわ。
Looks like it's settled. Now I have one more thing to look forward to at the opera. Lily smiled, looking a bit out of place next to the others' frowns, but at least someone was having fun. In any case, I've concluded I'm attending the opera. Oh, is it the same voice actress? It might be. It does sound like a little bit like her. Let's see. Let's see. You'll have to redeem some more. She's not the only one. Lost hope. Keep trying, I guess. I gotta stretch still. Apparently you don't get her that often. It's not the subscription alert. I know it's one of these. I can test it, maybe. Let's see. Have the name for that one. Let's see. What's the other one called? There it is. So nanone. That one is Radiant. What's her name? Oh no, water goddess? I don't know. Levy. Okay, Levy. They are different voice actresses. That is Kanako Akahori is Levy, and then Ikumi Hasigawa is the voice actress for Lily. Oh wait, she does a lot of Otome games. Wait, Levy does other voices. In 9RP, she's just additional voices. Olympia Soray, she's additional voices. She's additional voices all the time. Love and Pretend, she's Yu Kamiya. In Variable Barricade, she's Noah. Code Realize, she's... Dang, she's got so many. I want Papa Enma. Papa Enma is when you gift a sub. She does so many, oh my gosh. She's just over here like in all the Otome games. Except this one. Except this one. I don't see. Let's see. What's her last one she's done? Oh, she's gonna be in Neon Clash. Otomedoshi Kaguya. What the heck is that? How easily distracted am I? So, just, oh my god, they're beautiful. Wait, what is this? Oh, is this that panda one? It looks like the panda one. Moyo Otomi Doshi Karu Korigatari is what it's called. I have no idea. That's all Japanese, baby. I have no idea what that game is, but it looks beautiful. So easily distracted. Oh yeah, it is the one with the panda girl. Okay, the panda's in the background. It's that one. She's a voice actress in that one. That's the one I've been waiting for. Same. Same. I'm going to be working on that list today and tomorrow for the January 1st stream, because that's where we're going to do our Tomei 2026. Tomei 2026, a look in the future. So, and I have to work on the tier list, so that's another thing. Lily's smile looked a bit out of place next to the others' frowns, but at least someone was having fun. Easily distracted. With Edward's blessing obtained, I found myself escorting Linus to the estate's gate. So let me just check flowchart. Okay, okay, how far down? Oh. We're at 1-7 already? No, we are. Okay. Oh, okay. Interesting. This year, I fear I have no memory of any Otome I've played or watched other people play. Would it surprise you if I'm going to have to check my VODs to see what I played this year? It's been a crazy year. Like, I'm hoping to have more consistency next year. Obviously, I was in training for my new job for like 16 weeks, and so that was a lot. And I wasn't streaming very consistently at all during that, but according to Twitch, I still streamed like 79 times, which is impressive since I felt like I streamed a lot less. But I think it was due to Halloween, because I made sure to play Silent Hill. I wasn't not playing Silent Hill. I was playing Silent Hill. So I think that helped, because I did extra streams that week. I'm talking too much. But yeah, a lot of games. I needed to cough louder. I didn't want to cough in mic. Yeah, Silent Hill, I had to play that in October. And then we did the Choose Wisely Festival. I don't think that one counted on the wrap, though. I think that counts towards the next wrap, because I think it starts early. But yeah, 79 streams. Crazy. I didn't think I did that much. I felt like I was very far under. So, we'll see. We'll see. But I want to play... I'm going to give myself grace and poise and say 6 games. 6 Otome games like this next year. Instead of 12, I did like, what, 1 a month for a while, and then I fell behind 2 years ago. So we're going to do 6 Otome games like this, and then I'm going to try and finish Zelda Breath of the Wild at last. Imagine a girl concept. And me and my sister are going to play Borderlands together, but those are going to be like evening streams, so I've got a plan. Nice. I know, I miss Zelda, man. I was trying really hard to play that. Happy New Year, everyone. Happy New Year, Bess! I hope you got your card. I don't know if you got yours yet. With Edward's blessing obtained, I found myself escorting Linus to the estate gate. I had planned on writing messages. I know I've said this already, but the paper was gloss, and I was scared it would smudge like all over the place, so I didn't. Backlog keeps growing. Dude! Oh. So bad. Such a big backlog. And then playing the games during the Choose Wisely Festival, it grew more. There's so many. I'm hoping I will... I'll talk about it probably on the first stream, but I want to play Murky. Is that what it's called? Murky, the pumpkin one? I really like that one. It really reminded me of Zelda, which is what they mentioned when they said, hi, would you like to try our game? I really want to play that one when it's out because I don't feel like it'll take too long and I enjoy puzzles. So I'm hopeful. Mine's on the fridge. It's so pretty. Yeah, Hago drew that last minute. I was like, hey, do you want to try drawing something? Because they were doing a discount for like 50% off greeting cards. Again, they did not use paper that I would assume a greeting card to be on, but it was like the same price as buying cards. And I was like, oh my gosh. And this looks cute. So I'm excited. I got an extra one just so I'd have it too. I have like an extra one from last time too. So I was very excited. I might try to do Halloween cards this upcoming year instead of just Christmas. We'll see. We'll see how it plays out as we get closer to October. But I would love Halloween cards. That's my favorite holiday. It's my favorite holiday. Suddenly, Linus turned to me with a troubled expression. He struggled to start speaking. See? Halloween. Yeah. That's why we have extra streams in Halloween times. It's why night streams come up. It's why the lights turn red.
君に対しても俺の頼みを断りがたくするようなやり方だった。
Hey, like Ed said, I agree that I'm playing a bit dirty. The method I used also made it difficult for you to turn me down.
俺のこと嫌なやつだと思ったよね。
You must think I'm a nasty guy now, huh? Ooh, don't do that. That's that... God, that's that slimy way of going like, oh, I guess I'm terrible. Don't you think? Like, don't say that. No, I thought that was... that you were shrewd, but I didn't think you were disagreeable. My sister's boyfriend gifted a Nightmare Before Christmas throw cover, and oh my god, it's perfect. That sounds beautiful. Wait, what? I do want to get a blanket for streaming, because currently I just steal my bed blanket and bring it over here, and then I'm like, sometimes I'll forget I've stolen it, and then I have to go back and steal it back. But I think that's... when you're sweepy, that's just not fun. Oh my gosh. I think it was like a year ago, they had, which one was it? Which one is it? Oh no, I forgot the name. Hang on. Sympathy's Kiss. They had a blanket for Sympathy's Kiss on FI's website, and I was thinking about getting it just for streaming. It's like, maybe. My opinion was only because our interests aligned, but Linus, ignorant of the truth, lit up his face with a smile. Oh yeah, what'd you get for Christmas, guys? What's your Christmas gifts?
ありがとう。君って本当に
Besides the throw. The throw sounds great though. Thanks, you're such an attentive
なん
person.
ていうか芯があるっていうのかな。そういう風に感じるところも君にお願いしたいと思った理由の一つなんだ。
How do I put this? You've got a strong mentality. That's how I feel anyways. It's one of the reasons I approached you.
さっきさ、最後にエドへ言った言葉は本心だよ。君を、ローズを危険な目に遭わせたりはしない。
Just so you know, I meant what I said to Ed at the very end, Rose. I won't let you face any danger. I'll protect you. Saying that, Linus held out a hand to me. I stared into his brilliant eyes under the evening sun and shook his hand firmly. With this, we were allies, however fleeting that status might be. Nevertheless, I was convinced I heard gears clicking into place. Something was starting to change between the two of us. Why do I feel like someone is staring at me? Ever since I saw Linus off, Evelyn and Charlotte kept staring at me, stealing glances at me. I'm getting deja vu. Well then, I shall take my leave now. I had an inexplicable, ominous premonition, so I attempted to vacate the area promptly, but...
待ちなさい、ローズ。話を聞かせてもらうわよ。
Not so fast, Rose. You have some splaining to do.
私も聞きたいです。
I want to know what happened too. At once, the two of them seized my arms from both sides, declaring that they weren't going to let me slip away. What's this about?
はい、とぼけてもダメよ。ライナス様とオペラへ行くんでしょ。一体何がどうしてそうなったの？
Playing dumb won't get you anywhere. You're gonna go watch the opera with Lord Linus, aren't you? How in the world did that happen?
フィリップさんはライナス様の女性よけとしてあなたが選ばれたって話してたんですけど。
Philip claims you were chosen as Lord Linus's companion to ward off other women. This was a hard year for us, especially financially, so we only did Secret Santa. I did get cookies that I inhaled 2 days. And a set of my favorite Bath and Body Works set. Hey, that is great. And I totally get that. I only got things for Christmas that I specifically said I didn't want to buy. I don't know how that works. Hear me out. Me and my sister live together. We share like our same bank account. We're like a couple that isn't stingy with money, right? But I don't like spending money on myself. So I asked for 2 things that I felt were too expensive, and she never does that, so I didn't even know what to get her. I got her her favorite candy, and a bingo game. And I technically got a laptop, because I've been wanting a laptop because mine broke a couple years ago, and that's so that I can work on thumbnails and stuff when I'm in the living room, because otherwise I have to come in here just to work, and I don't want to be in my room all the time working. So it's literally just so I can sit on the couch and work. And I asked for a really cheap one. I was like, just a cheap laptop so I can write like stuff and so that I can make thumbnails and stuff in the living room without having to go to my room. Because that in itself feels like a task. And then it's also so I can take it to work, because sometimes we're slow at work and I can sit down and work at work a little bit. Dude, I'm just glad no one was sick because the flu was passing around. 2 people in my house got sick, and I might slowly be getting sick because of them. So you know what? I'm glad you guys didn't share that with you. So that's so good. I'm proud of that. That's great. Also, cookies are great. My sister made cookies. She made molasses cookies this year. She's never made those before. They were really good. I'm trying to think. Someone made... So I don't like chocolate. Fun fact. But there's this one cookie that is an exception to that rule for me, and I don't know what it's called, but it's like a chocolate cookie that you roll in powdered sugar, and then when it bakes, it almost has cracks in it. I don't know what it's called. It's usually really soft. Someone at work made those, and I ate 3 of them, and I have no regrets. I was sick twice last month. I would have cried if I got sick again. Oh my god. She still has a cough. I can hear my sister coughing sometimes in the house. I just hear it. I go like... I love chocolate, dude. I like Reese's. That's the only chocolate I really, really enjoy. And I'll eat a Hershey's. But like if it's like a baked good, I usually don't like chocolate cake. It's very rare that I'll eat. If you see me eating chocolate cake and I go, oh wow, great. It usually just doesn't taste good to me. But those cookies are my favorite cookies. Besides no-bake cookies, which are chocolate. But they're also chocolate and peanut butter. So once again, it just falls back in line with my favorite stuff in the world. But yeah, I feel like I ate through the holiday. I just ate all the time. Plus, between like my 2 jobs, technically, my 2 jobs and my friends, I had like 3 Christmas parties that involved food. And at one of them, we just made an appearance, so I just stole a bunch of sweets when we left. And my second job, I wrote down the start time wrong, so we actually got there too late to get food, which was kind of sad. Homemade butter cookies are, and meal at Japanese restaurants were the main gift I got. That sounds amazing though. Butter cookies homemade? I don't think I've ever had them homemade, but I love butter cookies. Oh my gosh. Food is always a way to my heart. You can't go wrong with food, so... Dipped in chocolate? I don't know if I've had them that way. I always get them in the box. The butter cookies in the box is how I usually get my buttered cookies. Oh my gosh, wait. So was it kind of like a black and white cookie? I'm drooling. Yeah, I'm hungry right now. I ate before I started so I wouldn't be too hungry, but I'm feeling it. Philip was the one who spilled the beans. He at least had the discretion to not say it was for work, but would that heed, that's what it says. But would he have stayed silent about it altogether? That's not supposed to be there. Ooh, sort of more like half black with sprinkles too. Oh my gosh, that sounds so good. We love typos. Yeah. It just gets me to the point where I'm like, is it me or is it the game? And half the time it's me. My goodness. I saw someone make so many cookies. Like, that was their Christmas gift to everybody. They just made a bunch of cookies online. And I was like, I don't know if I had that patience. They made so many cookies. I forget to make cookies. I love cookies. One of my coworkers said she made empanadas. And I was like, make more? And she's like, later. I'm like, just bring them to me? Some people are just talented. Some people also just have like a kitchen that's big enough for like 12 trays of cookies. And I don't know who those people are. I was beginning to resent Philip, but what was done was done.
というわけで、ここで立ち話もなんだし、チャルロってお茶の準備しましょう。
There's no point staying around here to talk. Charlotte, let's brew some tea. Right. I want to contact John, but it's impossible to stop these two when they're like this. And so, just like the time after I had gone out with Edward, we ended up holding a tea party in my room. In our pajam jams, right? Look how cute we are in pajam jams. Evelyn and Charlotte assembled in my room in their nightgowns and were waiting for me to start talking, their eyes sparkling. Lord Linus's schedule is too tight due to the exhibition to concern himself with women. However, it's compulsory for him to go to that opera due to some sort of circumstance in his household. Just as he was wrestling about what to do, I passed by, so he called out to me and asked about it. That's the gist. Somehow I fleshed out the flimsy cover story Philip had left behind with the truth, though I thought they couldn't possibly believe it.
ライナス様は人気があるものね。オペラなんて華やかな場所へ行くとなったら、同伴したがるご令嬢方が大勢いるはずよ。
We usually make tamales for Christmas Eve, but because everyone was busy or sick or couldn't drive, no one got the ingredients, so we got pizza. Hey, that works. My cousin sent some tamales though, so we've been inhaling those. My friend made tamales and brought them to our Christmas party and left them behind for us, so I had some tamales too. My sister brought all the ingredients because she was also going to make tamales, so... I just got a Domino's ad. What the fuck, bro? It knew. It knew. I also cut down on the ad time, by the way. It should only be 30 seconds. They're short ads now. Yay! It heard you say pizza. We actually had pizza last night. My sister bought a pie, and it was pickles and chips. And we were excited, but it didn't actually taste that much like pickles. Honestly, disappointing on the pickle factor. It was good, but it could have tasted more pickly, and I think it'd been fine. I think sometimes they get scared that they're like, oh, it's gonna taste like pickles, and they make it too pickly. In this case, they were too worried about that, and they made it not taste like pickles really at all. I ate a pickle by itself, and I didn't really feel like it was too pickly. Lord Linus is so popular after all. If he's going to a fancy place like an opera, there'll be a crowd of eager young noblewomen.
一人でいらっしゃったら、それはそれでたくさんの方から声をかけられそうだし。
Not pickled enough. Exactly. It was not pickled enough. I was very disappointed with that. If he went alone, I think many ladies would come up to him and try to talk to him.
その点あんたはいっつも無表情に近い顔で周りを威圧して歩いているもの。連れて歩けば大抵の女は寄ってこないわね。
Meanwhile, you're always walking around with a face so straight it's scary. With you by his side, women should think twice.
威圧じゃなくて、凛としてるんだと思う。私、ライナス様があなたを選んだのがわかる気がします。
I don't think she's scary. Yeah, she's dignified. I understand why Linus chose you. Oh, really? Since I agreed, I'm truly hoping to fulfill my role as best I can. Looks like I was worried for nothing. Their profound imagination worked out in my favor. I'm really not trying to be scary, though. As I was relieved that they were convinced, their interest moved on to the opera itself.
それにしても今度の演目は人気の高いあの建国物語だって言うじゃない。羨ましいわ。
That aside, didn't they say that the upcoming show features a popular origin legend? I'm jealous.
入場券も即完売だったらしいですよ。バルコニーもなかなか手が出せない私たちじゃ、感激は夢のまた夢かもしれないですけど。
I heard the tickets sold out immediately, but I mean, as people who can barely afford gallery seats, going at all is far-fetched.
今回は建国物語の中でも特に人気があるウォード一族がモデルになったお話をやるって聞きました。
Oh. This time I heard that they took inspiration from House Ward, which is one of the most popular origin myths in Grand Albion. I didn't know that. I didn't have any interest in the opera itself, so I replied absent-mindedly. Evelyn reacted instantly.
言うと思った。ま、あんたならその反応だって予想できたわ。
Would you go to the opera if it was paid for? I feel like I'd go to the opera even if it wasn't paid for. I like musicals and plays and performances, so I'd probably enjoy it. Like, we're going to Hadestown this year, and last year we went to, oh gosh, was it last year? We've seen Hamilton, Funny Girl, The Girl from the West County, I think was what it's called, but I hated that one. I didn't really enjoy that one. Like, there's something else. For musicals, they're not operas. And my sister went to the Nutcracker Ballet. So, like, we like performances. I haven't been to an opera, I don't think, but I've actually, as a kid, we had a free opera come to our school, I guess, in a way. They performed in front of us. I just remember our teachers being like, don't make fun of them. Don't pretend. Like, first off, imitation is the best form of flattery. And if you see an opera and you want to imitate it, I don't feel like that's making fun of them. I think that's you just, like, copying. But I remember my teacher making a big deal about that. Like, don't do that. Don't do it. And it's like we were going to do it during their performance. But they made such a big deal about it. It was like, all right. But yeah, I've heard opera singers live. I've had a kid opera singer make me cry before. She was amazing. I figured that's what you'd say. I kind of expected that reaction knowing you. Also, Iron Mouse is an opera singer at heart.
でも、ウォード一族であるライナス様とご一緒されるなら、あらすじ
Would
くらい
you
は
go
知
to
って
an
おいた方がいい
opera
か
if
も
it was
しれない
paid
ですわ。
for? If you're going to attend with Lord Linus Ward himself, it might be a good idea to know the summary at least.
もしよければ、私たちが教えましょうか。
If you'd like, do you want us to give you a rundown?
そうね。あんたが行くオペラの原作になってる建国物語は、私の愛読書の一つだからね。
The Origin Legend is one of my favorite books.
教えてあげるわよ。
I can tell you I have the hiccups. I can tell you the story with my own analysis. I'd like to. My brain broke for a second there. Trying to think if we'd have an opera in our town. I'm sure there would be one. We're going to a Van Gogh experience, I think, next week. If you cried to one, I'd probably sob. She was just like the tiniest human you've ever seen. And she had such a big voice. And I just started tearing up. And I was like, what is this? Like, what is this moment? Like, I don't understand. I cry to songs, both sides operas too. I'm a big baby. I cry watching movies. I cry playing Atome games sometimes. Like, I cry all the time. It's ridiculous. I can't remember what we were watching. Oh, Bridgerton. I started crying watching Bridgerton. We're rewatching Bridgerton to get ready for the new season. I cried watching that. Hi. No, I just sip it slowly. By the now the two were, but yeah, that was it. What scene was it? It was the I believe it was the scene where Antony's opera singer girlfriend was like, leave me alone. And she was just so emotional. I was like, oh my god, it's so sad. So sad. But yeah. And also the scene with Daphne, where she's like losing her mind. That was a good one. That was a good one. Just tears in my eyes, y'all. By now, the two were well aware that I was ill-informed about these topics. In fact, they'd made a hobby out of enlightening me. The info they passed on to me was a totally different perspective than my own, and lately, I'd realized I shouldn't take it for granted. Plus, talking with them like this helps me relax, even if only a little bit. In that case, would you two tell me more? With a meek expression, I assumed the stance of a listener, and Evelyn began her lecture.
いい？
Listen
これはアルビ
up.
オン建国の頃のお話よ。トツクニとの長い戦いが続く中で生まれた恋人たちの悲しい物語なの。
This is the legend from the founding of Oblon, a tragic story of lovers born into an age of war with Fremdelin.
登場人物はウォード一族の祖先の一人であるピュアの騎士、そしてその騎士と恋仲になるヒューマの少女よ。
We have two main characters. The first is of House Ward ancestors, a pure Fey knight. The second is his lover, a humane girl. With the introduction, Evelyn then narrated the outline of the story somewhat like this. The knight and the maid nurtured their love, but the knight's allegiance was with the queen. Renowned as a loyal subject, though the knight wished to protect the maiden, one day he had to proceed to the front lines of the war.
でも騎士は最後に一目会いたいと少女のもとへ向かうの。それが悲劇の始まりになるだなんて。
But wishing to see the girl one last time, the knight visited her, and oh, who would have thought this was the beginning of the tragedy? Tragedy? Is the knight going to perish? Drawn into the story by her theatrical tone, I voiced my question. After a generous, dramatic pause, Evelyn continued.
いいえ、違うわ。
Is this foreshadowing?
騎士が向かうはずだった前線ではなく、少
It
女
could
の
be
村を攻撃したのよ。
for two reasons. One, he said it was making him feel reminiscent hearing it. And two, everybody loves a tragedy. No, he isn't. For you see, Fremdelin didn't attack the front line where the knight was headed, but the girl's village instead. It's our
騎士
village!
が駆けつけた時にはもう、彼女がいた村は一面火の海だったの。
By the time the knight came rushing over, her village already blazed in an ocean of fire. What? I was speechless. It wasn't because I was struck by the tragic poetry. The outline of the events was reminding me of my own history. Attacked her village, ocean of fire, just like Altbeek. I'm glad I'm hearing the summary beforehand. Otherwise, there was a chance I would have reacted next to Linus on the day. Even now, I could feel sweat slicking my clenched
大
palms.
丈夫ですか？すごくショックを受けてるみたいですけど。
Are you alright? You're quite shaken. I was just surprised at the startling plot twist. Please keep going. Charlotte worried for me, so I hurried to patch up my blunder. Fortunately, Evelyn also assumed I was just absorbed in the
わ
story.
かるわ。どうして少女の村がって思うものね。つまり、騎士はとても強かったから、トツクニに目をつけられていたのよ。
I get you. Why I attacked the girl's home, it boils down to the fact that Fremdelin had their eyes on the knight's strength.
そして彼の弱点、すなわち少女の存在が敵にバレて、そこを攻撃されてしまったというわけ。
And then the enemy found his weakness, the maiden, and so attacked her village. When Evelyn got to the point, Charlotte uncharacteristically animation took
この物語
over.
が人気の理由は続きの展開にあるんですよ。焼け野原になった村で騎士は奇跡的に消失を免れた一輪の花を見つけるんですけど、
The reason the story is so popular is what happens next. In the wreckage of the village, the knight discovers a single flower that miraculously escaped unscathed.
それは少女が愛していた花だったんです。物語の中で深く語られはしないんですけど、少女の生まれ変わりだというのが通説になってます。
And it was the maiden's favorite. The story doesn't go into much detail, but the common theory is that it's the maiden reincarnated.
だから騎士はその花に魔法をかけて大切に持ち帰ったのでした。という結末よ。どう？悲劇だけど素敵な話でしょ？
So the knight cast a spell on the flower before taking it back with him to keep forever. The end. What do you think? It's a tragic but wonderful story, right? What? No, it's terrible. That's a terrible story. You guys, he took a flower. I thought he was going to kill himself. Have they not watched Romeo and Juliet before? I wasn't able to respond right away. I can't find the right way to put it, but so much reminds me of Elfbeek that it's impossible to be moved by it like they are. Bittersweet ending. Perhaps it's awfully sad, and I understand why it's so popular. In the end, I could only give an objective opinion, but these two girls grown accustomed to my empathy, it didn't look like they minded.
物語の筋は今話した通りだけど、オペラとなったらこれが歌で表現されるんでしょ？きっ
と盛り上がるでしょうね。
That's how the story goes, but as an opera, it'll be depicted through song, right? I'm sure it's going to be exhilarating.
当日はきっといろいろ大変だと思いますけど、ぜひ感想を聞かせてください。
You'll probably have many things to deal with on the day, but please tell me your impressions afterwards. Yes, I most certainly will. I wasn't confident that I could bring back stories worthy of them, but I figured I could tell them about the theater and other things. After the pair left my room, as if he had been waiting for this moment, I sensed my pocket become restless. Why does he want to come out now?
オペラ鑑賞とはいいご身分だな。
Watching an opera must be nice. As he flew circles around me, he'd have been smirking if he had lips, miffled a retort. If you know that much, then read between the lines. This is to get closer to Linus.
もちろん分かっていると思う。だが、わざわざ空シーに狙いを定めたことに若干、いや、かなり呆れている。
Of course I know that, but I'm surprised. No, appalled that you'd set your sights on the Cusith of all people.
あれの恐ろしさの一端は目にしただろう。よくそれでまあ、仲良くオペラへ出かけようと思ったもんだ。
You've caught a glimpse of how dreadful they are, haven't you? You have a nerve to merely head out to an opera with the fellow. I feel like that sentence sounds weird, right? I have no plans of making merry with him. I'm making use of the opportunity that fell into my lap.
なるほど。ではチャンスを生かすお手並みを拝見させてもらおうか。
Huh, interesting. Then I suppose I'll wait to see how skilled you are at seizing chances. Oberon spoke as if he didn't really believe in me. On a normal day, I wouldn't have taken offense, but right now, I was simply too tired. Instead, my more fragile side took over and I mumbled a request very unlike me. Oberon, it's only if you feel like it, but could you tell John about the opera? Lately, I haven't found many openings to see him. I contacted him every day, but I can't communicate complexities with the watch.
これをどこぞの伝書鳩みたいに使おうとするな。と言いたいところだが、まあいいだろう。伝えておいてやる。
Don't use me like one of those carrier pigeons is what I'd like to say, but fine, I suppose I can do that. That was all he announced before the robin vanished. He was aggravating as ever, but the sincerity of his last statement was new. That was when I realized how faint and daunted I felt. Of course, Oberon had chose this moment to appear. Seems like I was more shaken by the opera plot than I thought. I was going to watch a story resembling the incident 8 years ago with someone who was more likely than not was an accomplice to the crime. What'll go through my mind when I spectated, I wonder? I tried simulating it in my mind, but the only thing to feel my thoughts was Linus's smile. When he had shaken hands in the end, I gave up. I must steel myself. I must steel myself. I won't show any weakness or openings in front of him. Over and over, I etched those two vows into my mind, almost like an incarnation. Chapter 2. Alright, we'll try to get through the end of this chapter maybe. Let's see, how long was that last one? 2 hours? 2 hours. Yeah, that seems fair. We'll get to the end of this chapter and then I'll call it a night. And then I might come back later to play Borderlands. That's a maybe. That's gonna depend on how my sister feels. A week before the performance, Linus took time out of his busy work schedule to teach me opera house etiquette.
マナーと言ってもごく常識的なものだよ。多分君なら身についてそうだけど。
And then I'll have a stream tomorrow. So I'll be back tomorrow. I didn't have any chances to go off kilt there, right? No. I don't like the sidebar. The sidebar is weird. Like, I'm paying attention to this movement so I can know when I hit the top and stuff. I don't like it. It's nothing fancy. It's standard stuff. Knowing you, you're probably mastered it already. I hope so. Yes, but I'm afraid I might feel lost about when I should clap, for example. When I raised one of the points I researched in advance, Linus grinned without a worry.
不安だったら俺に合わせれば問題ないよ。俺が拍手したら拍手する。それならできそうでしょ?
If you aren't sure, just go along with me. When I clap, you clap. That's unmanageable, right? Yes, you're right. I can do that. Is there anything else I should be mindful of?
注意すべきことっていうか、練習しておかない？俺が君に夢中で、君は俺を虜にしている中っていう設定が自然に見えるように。
It's not exactly something to be mindful of, but should we practice being together? We want our lovey-dovey cover story to seem natural.
鑑賞マナーを教えるって言ったけど、実はこれが本題だったりするんだ。
I did say I'd teach you about etiquette, but that's more of what I was thinking about. Of course, now that he mentioned it, this might be the more necessary training. I knew well my experience in romance, but considering how Linus kept bringing up his first crush, he was no veteran either. That would be a great help, yes.
さあ、馬車から降りるところからやってみようか。君はそのまま座ってて。
Should we start from when we alight the carriage? You can stay seated for now.
まず、着いたら俺が先に降りるよ。そうしたら、俺は君へ手を差し出すから乗せて。俺の手を取るときに、君は俺から
Does feel like
視線を
Bridgerton.
外さないで。
When we arrive, I'll get off first, then I'll offer you my hand to take it. When you accept my hand, keep your eyes fixed on me. Like this?
そうそう、いい感じ。次は俺の腕に手を添えて。歩き出す前ににっこり微笑みかけてもらえるといいかな。
Oh, yeah, that's just right. Next, put your hand on my arm before you start walking. It'd be nice if you gave me a sweet smile. When I crafted the highest quality smile I could manage, Linus's face flushed bright red before my very eyes. Is this Linus's way of acting the part of a man that's madly in love with me? You're very skilled, my lord.
何が?
At what? Linus looked flustered, replying to my query with a query. I was thoroughly impressed. At acting like you're in love. Should I also practice blushing on demand? If it's not too much to ask, could you show me?
いや、君はやらなくていい。っていうか、やらないでください。お願いします。
You don't have to. Actually, I'm begging you. Please don't do it, miss. But...
ほら、君は俺に恋されてる立場だから、赤くなって照れるよりは、堂々と微笑んでいた方がそれっぽく見えるんじゃないかな。
I mean, I'm supposed to be the admirer, right? Rather than blushing you and acting coy, you'll be more convincing if you smile confidently.
この上頬を染めて微笑まれたりしたら、俺の心臓がなんかやばそう。
And if you smile with a blush at me on top of this, I think my heart might stop. I couldn't quite catch the last part he whispered, but Linus made a good point. Then should we link arms like this when we're walking?
それでお願いできるかな。歩きの作法なんかはデビュタントの時と同じ。覚えたことから何も変わらないよ。
That'll look great. In terms of how you should walk, it's the same as the debutante's ball. Use what you learned back then.
オペラハウスの内部については、実際に見るまでのお楽しみでいいと思う。
As for the opera house's layout, I think we can preserve that mystery for when you go.
誰かに話しかけられた時にどう対応するか決めておきたいけど。
Other than that, I think we should discuss how we should respond when someone talks to us.
ちょっと休憩していい?
Can I take a quick break first? Of course. Once I nodded, Linus flopped to the ground and fanned his face with his hands.
休憩が終わったら、もう少しだけ付き合ってもらえる?
After the break, will you be okay to go along with me for a bit longer? Yes, we still need more practice. I'm prepared to work as long as necessary.
ありがとう。あと、俺のわがままだけど、休憩終わりまでここにいてくれると。
Thanks. Also, this is just me being selfish, but I'd be really happy if you could stay here until I finished resting. That was all Linus said before he shut his eyes, and in no time at all his breathing became slow and steady with his sleep. No. No, don't stay? Okay. I thought something bad happened. Did he choose this place because he wanted to nap? I knew very well that taking naps was routine for Linus. He had been napping in this same spot when we first met. Plus, people keep fretting that he's overworked, so maybe he's exhausted to this degree. His sleeping face is so peaceful, I can't keep my guard up. This is also his true nature. I recalled his fierceness in the city, his usual smile, and his shy expression just now. That he had many different facets was intriguing, and I found myself staring. Just then, something flew out of my pocket. Orbrion, why is he... Until now, Orbrion had never revealed himself in front of anyone other than John and me. I was taken aback, but I'd draw too much attention if I spoke to him, so I watched him, yet the robin didn't do much of anything. He's only flying about. Why did he come out? The robin chirped merrily. To my shock, he tried to perch on Linus's arm as he slept, but the next second, Linus jolted up. Did something happen just now? He asked in a sharp voice, entirely alert. To answer him, I traced the robin to a tree branch, let out a sigh, and replied, "Nothing noteworthy. That little bird there tried to perch on your arm, that's all." As I spoke, I turned to look at Linus once again, and my sentence broke off prematurely. After all, his head... What's wrong? Had somehow grown animal ears. Don't tell me. After a slight delay, Linus realized what happened. He smacked his hands to his head. Ah. A furry! This happened when he was a kid too. What a nightmare. Sheesh, why is this even happening? It's not like I tried to activate my powers or was exhausted. You grow ears when you use your powers? I didn't hesitate, but I couldn't stop my curiosity from getting the better of me. Chagrin. Linus nodded slightly. Yeah, pretty much, but they don't come out unless, you know, I'm really fired up. Honestly, I've been trying to keep them at bay. Where'd you find flowers? Nice. They're so pretty. Sure. Wow. We've got... Oh. You see them? Can you see them? She got flowers for $3. That looks good. Honestly, I've been trying to keep them at bay as much as I can. I want to reserve my strength for when I'm fighting. We like to dry them out and hang them around because we're trying to be witches at heart, you know. Plus, I don't really like this form. You don't like them? That's a shame. I think they look good on you. Even I was surprised by the words tumbling out of my mouth, but they weren't my honest feeling. They were my honest feelings. Yeah. As he frowned, his ears twitched. They embodied his spirited nature and matched him very well. Look, go. The next moment, Linus, who had been scowling until then, bursted out laughing. I didn't. Oh no, that's way too forward. That's way too. I need a bit of an incline. Excuse me. I was just too inclined, or whatever. I didn't expect such a frank opinion from you. People have half teasingly called me cute before, but I am your first crush, bro. I'm the same person. Only one person has said they look good on you, and it's me. 2 times. It's been so long since someone said they look good. You're the second after my first crush. Ah. Linus flashed me a toothy grin. The sun gently washed down on him. Seeing him bathed in light this way, memories I had locked away vividly revived. Are you okay? Are you hurt? You don't have to force yourself to speak, but could you tell me your name? Liam. 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 Got you. Beep. Whoa. Years. Wah, you saw them. What a nightmare. I hate these ears. Really? I think they look good on you, though. The next thing I knew, the back of my hand had grown hot. No, not good. My face side is close too. As I desperately tried to stop my power from going berserk, I combed through my chaotic thoughts. The boy I saved back then sprouted the same ears as Linus. How could I have forgotten until now? Even his name had faded away. That boy, no, Liam, had Cusith descent, just like Linus. But wait, Linus's first crush said his ears looked good on him, so why do I remember saying the same thing to Liam? Why are their names both start with L's and have I's in them? What I just recalled was unmistakably my own memory. If I remembered more now, however, I'd not be able to keep my face sight under control. I had to think of something else. My gaze wandered as I tried to ground myself, and soon I locked eyes with Linus, who was fidgeting. Sorry, you must be upset. It was insensitive of me to bring her up again. No, not at all. I had lowered my head, which Linus took as a sign I was unhappy. It worked out for me. The distraction gave me time to hide my right hand beneath the fabric of my skirt. I keep doing it, but recalling her isn't pleasant for me either. From now on, I'll make sure to never talk about her in front of you. Understood. At last, the heat on my hand ebbed away. After that, the only thing we did was settle what reactions to have when being spoken to before we ended our opera preparation meeting. Today, Lily had invited me to her private chambers to join her for tea. As tea and confectionaries were carried over one by one, Lily eagerly became our conversation. Began.
ライナス教からオペラ鑑賞のマナーを教わっているんですって。仕事もあるのに、あなたも大変ね。
See if there's any clues to her being evil in her background, but I don't see it. I hear Lord Linus is teaching you etiquette to do with watching an opera. Is that right? All on top of your work. You have it rough. No, it's quite manageable. Lord Linus is busier than me, but has specifically taken time out to help me. I'm very grateful. I'd intended to be an innocuous reply, but Lily's eyes sparkled alive.
それだけライナス教はあなたとの時間が楽しいのではないかしら。だって彼は本当に忙しいものね。
Perhaps that's simply how much Lord Linus enjoys his time with you. He is truly a busy, busy man after all. Did my statement stir up Lily's imagination again? Lily thankfully didn't seem to intend to reproach me for ignoble conduct. Rather, she seemed to be enjoying picturing Linus and me as something out of a 2-bit series novel. Is Lord Linus' work so demanding, my lady? Do you happen to know what exactly occupies him? Wanting to divert her attention from romance and probe into her true motives, I asked her about Linus. Lily answered gleefully.
そうね。私が知る範囲だと、まず巷を騒がせている落日の渡りガラスの対応に追われているみたいね。
Let's see. Based on what I know, to start, he's very busy dealing with the Twilight Ravens, making such a stir in the city.
博覧会前だというのに、いろいろと物騒な事件も聞こえてきているもの。
The exhibition Sorry, Lily. The exposition is so near, yet I hear about all kinds of disturbing cases. It's awfully dreadful.
同じような立場でもアスコット卿はあまり対応されていないみたいだけれど、ウォード一族は熱心に動いているんですって。
Though Lord Ascot shares protective duties with Lord Linus, it sounds like he isn't taking much action compared to the zealous House Ward. I was in awe over Lily in spite of myself. I never thought that she would shut herself in the estate. I never thought that she, who shut herself in the estate, would be so knowledgeable about societal affairs. Whether they're rumors or facts, she's incredibly well informed. Who's telling her all of this? It was a prime opportunity to push for more. If Lord Linus and his household are handling the issues you mentioned and more, my lady, I agree that he must be busy. But surely the other houses also deal with such matters. Despite that, Lord Linus seems to be the only one facing so much hardship. Lily took a graceful sip of her black tea and looked at me over the rim of her cup.
そうね。でもそれが彼の性分だからでしょうね。ティア様のお役に立つためなら一切手を抜かない。ウォード一族はそんなところがあるわ。
You're right, but that's his nature. If he can be useful for Queen Tia, he will never cut corners. The entire intricacy of House Ward has that kind of disposition.
しかも最近、ティア様は体調が優れないことも多いから。きっと、お心を煩わせることがないよう、いつも以上に動いているんじゃないかしら。
As if that wasn't enough, Queen Tia herself is often unwell as of late. They must be working themselves dizzy to ensure she's untroubled. After stating that melancholically, Lily suddenly smiled, realizing something.
あら、私今余計なことを言ったかもしれないわ。聞かなかったことにしてちょうだいね。
I've said something I shouldn't have. Shouldn't have. Forget that, will you please? She must mean the Queen's health. I already had this piece of information, so I wasn't concerned about it. I played my role of a simple maid, nodding meekly. I haven't heard a thing, my lady.
ねえ、それよりも、あなたがお疲れのライナス卿を癒して差し上げるのはどう？
That laugh also sounded like her too. She's got it down. More importantly, how about you help our weary Lord Linus find a moment of respite?
彼はどんなことをされたら喜ぶのかしら？一緒に考えてみましょう。
I wonder what would make him happy. Let's consider it together, shall we? Despite my efforts, she steered up to this topic once again. If Lily didn't plan to fire me, there was no harm in humoring her. I'm already stumped, though. Not knowing how to respond was the only thing I could do. To respond, the only thing I knew to do was to nod and add in non-committally interjections until the tricky tea party ended. 2 days before the opera show, I finally found the opportunity to visit John again. I didn't have much time to spare on my hands, but I wanted to talk to John by any means possible and tell him about the memories I'd recalled.
随分深刻そうだが、屋敷で何かあったのか？連絡が入らないから不安になっていたんだ。
You've got a grave look on your face. Did something happen at the estate? You wouldn't contact me if I... You wouldn't contact me. I was getting anxious. John looked more worried than his voice let on. I shook my head and cut right to it. I'm lost. With Gonrail out, it was just the two of us sitting in the shop. I gingerly spoke up. Hey John, you mentioned this to me before, didn't you? The Queen found our village back then because the boy I'd taken in leaked our location.
ああ、そうだ。
Yeah, that's right. I recalled a fact about that boy. He had two Sith descent. Were you aware that what household he belonged to?
いや、5家のうちのどこかに属するものとまでは調べがついていたが、どうしてお嬢は空シーだと確信を得たんだ？
I found that he belonged to one of the 5 houses in my investigation, but that's as far as I got. Why are you convinced that he's a Q Sith, milady? I saw animal ears grow out of Linus's head. That's when I remembered that Liam had the same kind of ears.
なるほど。助けたやつはリアムって名前だったんだな。初めて聞いた。
I see. So the guy you saved was called Liam. It's my first time hearing his name. Whoops. I tried to keep him out of my mind, so it's been a long time since I said it out loud. The thing is... No? There had been something plaguing my mind. Though remembering was agonizing, I put in the effort to compare the events I knew to what Linus shared in our recent conversation. That boy called himself Liam, but considering the possibility of it being a fake name, he might have been none other than Linus himself. That was the conclusion I had arrived at. 8 years ago, Linus had been 13 years old. It matched everything in my memory. Above all else, Linus had said over and over that he met his first crush 8 years ago, a girl like me. He had also moved all about the country for some kind of mission. If that mission was looking for me, the real me, it's only natural that he reported my location after he recovered from his wounds. I thoughtlessly introduced myself to him after all. I told him my real name. When I thought about my foolishness and the horrors it had led to, I couldn't stop myself from trembling. John gently clasped my hand.
お嬢、思い出して辛くなるなら、今日はこれまでにしよう。
My lady, if pulling up those memories is painful for you, then let's stop here for today.
密告者がウォードだと仮説を立てられただけでも十分な収穫だ。
Just being able to hypothesize that Ward may have been the informant is progress enough. I'm fine. Besides, there's more. As my suspicion that Liam and Linus were the same person grew, an idea sprouted in my mind, even knowing that John would object, I shared. If we came across each other 8 years ago and Linus still says he can't forget this first crush despite betraying me, I want to use his sentiment for my own end. I'll make him fall for me again, and this time I'll teach him the taste of betrayal. I declared it resolutely, but my voice still cracked. John squeezed my hand.
恋をさせるなんて、そんなことしなくていい。ただ復讐するだけじゃダメなのか?
You don't have to do that. You don't have to make him love you. Is killing him not revenge enough? Of course it's not enough. He betrayed me even though he claims to care about me. If he doesn't taste the same grief and pain, it's all meaningless. I snapped belatedly, noticing the sorrow in John's eyes. Regret filled my heart. John, do you know things? Like, I know you were my brother's best friend, and you said that this boy betrayed me, but was it you? John's worried about me. He doesn't want me to do something risky and hurt myself in the process. But this was the one thing I couldn't budge on. At the opera, I'm going to pretend to be the object of Linus' infatuation. You've heard about it from Aubryon, haven't you?
Oh.
Yeah. Don't you think it's an excellent chance? I only have to transform an act into reality. It's simple. Confident with conviction. My voice didn't tremble this time. I could do this. John held my gaze for a fleeting moment before he sighed with resignation.
お嬢の決意が固いのはよくわかった。そこまで言うなら、俺も止めない。だけど、別プランも示しておく。
I can tell that your mind is set, my lady. If that's what you say, I won't stop you, but just in case, I'll point out another option. Another option.
ああ。空シーには妖精の血を引く女性に従順だという特性がある。そこを利用できれば、わざわざ恋させる必要もない。
A special trait of Q-Sith is that they're obedient to women with Fey blood. You won't have to put yourself on the line if you can exploit that. Really? But I've never sensed anything like that when I've been with him.
それはそうだろうな。お嬢は今、妖精王の力でヒューマに見えるように偽装している。妖精の血も感じがたいはずだ。
I'm not surprised. You're currently disguised as a humane by the Fey King's powers. It should be hard to sense your Fey blood.
たとえ空シーの血を引くウォードといえど、今の状態のお嬢にその特性が発揮されるとは思えない。
I doubt that even a ward with strong Q-Sith blood in his veins would display that trait in front of you in this state.
一番大きな理由として女王の存在がある。ピュアである女王がいる以上、どうしてもその影響力が大きいはずだ。
Other than that, above all else, the queen exists here. With a pure fae like her around, her influence will always be stronger. You mean only after I take down the queen, if I reveal myself as a demi-fae, I can make him do my bidding?
可能性はあると思う。
I think there's a chance. John's proposal was logical and attractive. However, I simply couldn't abandon the tactic of making Linus fall for me. I understand your opinion, John. I'll consider it an option. In the end, leaving behind an ambiguous reply, I turned my back on John's worried gaze and left his side. Messaging my sibling. Oh, I thought I messaged her. Okay, there we go. On the day before the opera, I was invited to House Ward's townhouse. As for why...
君が明日のオペラに着ていくドレスを作らせてもらったんだ。エドは自分が準備するって言ったんだけど。
I'm arranging for our people to make the dress you'll wear to the opera tomorrow. Ed said he'd prepare it himself, but you know...
同行をお願いしたのは俺だからね。と言っても、俺は女性の服の流行りは詳しくないから。
I'm the one who requested your company, so it's my responsibility. That said, I'm not big on the fashion trends of ladies, so... Trailing off, Linus shifted his gaze to the maid standing by the door. They had been staring with unmasked curiosity since I walked in. As soon as Linus passed the baton, they began chatting all at once.
ライナス様ったら無茶ぶりが過ぎるんですよ。あなたの特徴だけ伝えてきて、ドレスを仕立てろなんて。
You won't believe how unreasonable Lord Linus is. He hardly told us anything about you and ordered us to prepare a dress for you. Ridiculous.
サイズはバーンスタイン家から伺いましたけど、知りたい情報はそれだけじゃありませんからね。
We inquired with House Bernstein about your measurements, but that's not all we
あ
needed.
なたのお顔立ちですとか、雰囲気ですとか、そういうのが重要なんですから。写真の一枚でも持ってきてくださればいいのに。
What matters are your features, your aura, things like that. So surely he could have at least brought a photo of you for reference.
いや、無茶言うなって。急に写真をなんて言ったら、ただの不審者だと思われるよ。
Don't be unreasonable. If I suddenly asked her for a photo, she'd think I'm some kind of pervert. Not even Linus grumbling could stop the maid's teasing.
でも奇遇でしたわね。ライナス様がおっしゃっていた雰囲気通りのお方でしたから。
But it looks like we worried for nothing. She fits the aura you described perfectly, Lord Linus. What?
なんでしたっけ？可愛らしいけれど芯が強くて、それでいて脆そうなところもある。
What did he say
思わず手を差し
again?
伸べたくなるような女性。
She's cute but strong-willed and at the same time fragile, a lady you'd instinctively want to
あ
help.
まり多くは語らないけれど、時々微笑んでくれるのが嬉しい。でしたよね。私たち髪や瞳の色が分かれば十分だったんですけど。
She isn't a person of many words, but when she does smile, it's delightful. Honestly, all we needed was color of your hair and eyes.
ずいぶん詳細に語っていただけたので、ぴったりのドレスを準備できたと思いますよ。
That said, he gave us a very detailed description, so I think we managed to prepare the perfect dress for you. Yes.
言わなくていい。言わなくていいから。
Stop! Don't say all that. Come on. Linus blushed right up to his ears and tried to prevent the maids from spilling more, but the boisterous ladies refused to be silent. If this happened before, I'd have stopped at thinking that Linus was just really friendly. But now even someone oblivious like me saw that I could interpret it differently. Between the maids giggling and Linus's panic, is it safe to assume that he has taken a liking to me in the romantic sense?
とにかく直す部分があるかもしれないから試着してもらってもいいかな。
In any case, there may be parts that need to be adjusted, so could you try it on? Understood. If I dress up and smile in a way that makes him happy, will it make him love me? Oh goodness. I didn't have any supporting evidence, but you never knew until you tried. I left with the maids to get changed. Apologies for the wait. Welcome back. By the time I changed into the dress and returned, Linus had regained his cool. If I smile now, he may get flustered and turn all red again. Creating a romantic atmosphere should make it more effective, I think. But be that as it may, I had no idea what I could say to that effect. I settled on wearing the best smile I could offer and looked up at him. What do you think? Does it suit me? I waited, anticipating that cherry glow to warm up Linus's cheeks, however. Yeah, it looks wonderful on you. You're beautiful, Rose. To my surprise, he replied in a steady voice. He didn't burn up nor make a fuss. To be fair, he did have a dust of pink on his cheeks, but what froze me was the look in his eyes. Why is he looking at me so tenderly? Linus's eyes were soft, as if he were staring at someone dazzling. He was full of passion. When that gaze was directed at me, I could feel a small stir in my heart. I looked away first. Do you like the dress? Yes, very much. I can't thank you enough for preparing it for me, my lord. The real showdown is tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll be better. Biting hard on my bottom lip, I made my vow in my mind, trying to convince myself. You're gonna do so good tomorrow. Yay. Today was the day of the opera. The carriage carrying Linus and me to the city slowly rolled to a stop in front of the opera house. We reproduced every step, every mannerism of our being together perfectly. Linus climbed off ahead of me and reverently offered his hand. Your hand, please, Rose. Thank you. I lightly placed my hand in his to step down. Before walking, I repositioned my hand on his arm. Of course, I hadn't forgotten to smile. But sure enough, he isn't blushing like during our practice. Linus returned his mask with a subdued smile. Overall, his reaction was within expectations. He's a rational person when it comes to work, after all. His concentration of guarding the queen so that he's concentrating on guarding the queen, so this isn't much of a surprise. Well then, shall we head in? Yes. Like him, I had my own goals today, to make him my prisoner of love. I suspected that I too might have to adopt a different attitude. The entrance hall overflowed with opera goers. I was debating whether such a crowd was normal when Linus whispered to me under the din. There's more spectators than usual, maybe because it's a popular performance or maybe because the queen's attendance was leaked. Either way, vigilance is in order. Is there anything I should be wary of? I whispered back. Linus nodded to confirm he heard me, peered into my face, and flashed me his iconic sunny grin. Nah, you should focus on enjoying the opera and don't forget to smile for me. Do you mean that I should smile in a way that makes me look like I've captivated you? Well, partly, but I'm the only one here for work. I just want you to have a good time. He was the one who said he wanted me to help him attend undercover, but now he says I should only have fun? What in the world? Unable to keep up with his thoughts, I stood there baffled when someone called to us. Is that Lord Linus I see? Is your companion over here your lover, perhaps? Greetings, Baron Cornell. I would be delighted if we were lovers, but my feelings go unrequited. I only succeeded to invite her to the opera today after all this time. Following the cheerful example of Linus, I also smiled at the man in front of us. It's an honor to make your acquaintance. My name is Rose. We'd practice exchanges like these in advance, so I was able to respond in a composed manner. Linus instructed me to give reserved responses if someone spoke with us. Judging by the Baron's reaction, Linus's advice was apt.
美しくしとやかな女性だ。なかなか女性たちに振り向かなかったライナス卿が夢中にという話もうなずけるな。
Wow, what a beautiful demure lady. I hear that Lord Linus, who has refused all admirers so far, is enamored with you. I can see why.
噂も侮れないですね。彼女の心を射止められるよう祈ってください。では、私たちはこれで。
Rumors are sometimes worthy of credence. Pray for me that I will win her heart. Now then, please excuse us.
お父上と母上にもよろしく伝えてくれ。
Please extend my greetings to your parents as well. After we distanced ourselves from the Baron, Linus grinned like the cat that got the cream.
よし、いい感じに俺たちの関係を周りに印象付けられたな。これで相手が油断して尻尾を出せばいいんだけど。
Looks like we left an impression on the people around us. Hopefully our enemies will relax and give themselves away. He's right. His goal of seeming oblivious in love is as good as achieved. If so, maybe now is the time for me to take action. If I wanted to entice Linus and make him truly infatuated, this was my opening. Ooh, lean into Linus. I tried becoming more intimate with him. I took the leap, pressing myself flushed against Linus's arm. The sensation of my body touching his made me nervous, but I kept my anxiety hidden as long as I...
どうしたの？もしかして。
What's wrong? Are you tired? No, I'm just resting in an unfamiliar place, but I feel reassured being next to you. Did I do it? Do I do it right? See, I feel like the other option was to get the Edward one, and we're not trying to get to Edward. We're trying to stay on Linus right now, so we'll do it again later.
そっか。ならよかったけど。目的は果たしたし、席へ向かおうか。
Oh, that's good. We've accomplished our goal here, so it's time to head to our seats. He blushed faintly, surprised by it for an instant, but Linus recovered quickly and then guided us to the audience entrance.
見たところ目につく範囲で怪しい奴はいないから、次は客席の様子を探っておきたいな。
There isn't suspicious activity as far as I can see, so I'd like to investigate the seats. Understood. He was a little shaken, but I can't tell if he's starting to feel anything special for me with just that. In the end, my lack of experience was a fatal handicap. Unable to even judge the results, I decided to stop at this level for now. When I have time, I should learn effective ways to be alluring. Using Goneril's charm as a role model may actually be a good idea. The scenery within the theater was stunning. The lofty ceilings, the rich tapestries, the ornate chandeliers, all were complemented by the noble attendees dressed in their finest. We had box seats on the upper floor, so we had an excellent view of the entire theater. After explaining various things about the stage, Linus shifted to a no-nonsense tone. As for me, I won't be focusing on the stage but over there. Saying that, he indicated a box seat much more opulent and spacious than the others. I couldn't see the guest if it was dedicated to, but I didn't needed him to spell it out for me. That's where Her Majesty will sit, yes?
そういうこと。もちろん護衛がボックス内につきそうけど、俺も周囲を警戒しないとね。
Exactly. Of course, there will be guards attending her inside the box, but I've got to be on the lookout as well. I can do this. If I notice something, I'll let you know. But it was the queen, not criminals, I had to steel myself for witnessing. Not much later, a subdued stir spread across the theater. There she is. And there she is, Lily. Lily of the Valley. When she made her entrance, I could tell the queen wore that stupid graceful smile even from a distance. Her beloved Lily was beside her. Her people are oppressed and suffering on the other side of all the pleasures she indulges in. She's never cared. Of course, it's hypocritical of me to think that right now. I pinched the expensive fabric in which I had clad, feeling like I'd stolen the wolf's clothing. Just then, Linus tapped my arm.
そろそろ始まるよ。警戒するのは俺に任せて。君はオペラを楽しんで。
It's going to start soon. Leave the guarding to me. You should enjoy the opera. On cue, the curtains raised as if they had been waiting for the queen to take a seat. The story that unfolded was exactly as Evelyn and Charlotte told me before, of love and woe. The story here centers around the night and makes the girl seem even more pitiful. My opinion remained unchanged. I couldn't empathize with it. It was probably because I viewed the tale from a girl's perspective.
かの方はいつ戻られるか。お願い。一目だけでもまた会いたい。
Please.
私しかできない哀れな私を。
When will my dearest knight return? Please, I want to see him, if just a glimpse. Forgive my useless soul that I can only wait. All this girl is doing is waiting around. She resigns herself to fate, but that's natural since she has no means to fight back. I couldn't help but see myself in her. A bitter taste filled my mouth. It hit me. That was why I couldn't see this girl as a pitiful heroine of tragedy. That was why I couldn't think of her fate as moving. Because if it was me, I would definitely... Her eyes got so devoid. I was deep in thought until the grand applause rippled across the theater and snapped me out of it. The opera had reached its finale.
終わったね。どう？楽しめた？
It's over. How was it? Did you have fun? I certainly did. I gave a guarded, innocuous answer and looked to Linus in contrast to his own question. He was wearing a conflicted expression. That reminds me.
信じてもらえないかもしれないけど、ただ最近思い出す。
It appears that this opera was the catalyst that awoke Linus's memories of his first crush. If it evoked some emotion of his past, as it did for me, I selected my words with care. Was it perhaps not enjoyable for you, my lord? You seem somber. Of course, that may be natural as your main objective is the queen. At my words, Linus's eyes wavered slightly. At least that's what was my interpretation.
そうだね。気を張っていたのは事実だよ。でもそれとは別に、俺はこの結末が好きじゃないんだ。
I can't deny that I was on edge, but it's not just that. I personally don't like this ending. Does he mean he didn't like how the knight doesn't make it in time to save the maiden? I imagine that's what he might be thinking, but Linus's explanation shattered my predictions.
自分の使命を優先した騎士が許せないんだ。ずっと少女を守っていれば、こんな結末は避けられたのに。
I can't forgive the knight for prioritizing his duty. If he protected the maiden forever, he could have avoided such a tragic ending. So he's saying the knight should have followed his heart. Unbecoming for a knight and a stranger still that Linus would think that. This was coming from the man who appeared to deem serving the queen his life duty. His candor led me to share my true opinion too. I think that the girl was too faint-hearted. She didn't have to reincarnate. She could have just kept living in the first place. Then she should have condemned the knight that came back and said, "This is your fault."
それはまた随分と強いヒロイン像だね。
Now that's a powerful heroine. Faced with Linus's incredulity, I came to my senses. My answer revealed too much of myself, and I cursed my mind, but it was too late.
君があの少女だったらそうするの？でも生き延びるだけの強さを持ったヒロインなら騎士を責めるだけで終わらなさそうだよね。
Is that what you would do if you were her? But if you were talking about a heroine that's strong, I don't think she'd stop at pointing fingers. Perhaps. She would probably at least try to stab the knight that showed up shamelessly. I already gave up the ruse of my first statement, so I went all the way. Linus went quiet and then...
いいね。そのヒロインの方が好きだよ。
She's not doing good at staying in character. No, she's not. But she hasn't from the day one. She's like, I'm a spy. And she's like, are you guys talking about that fire that happened? Like, she gives herself away, I feel like, a lot. I really do believe that Lily knows who she is. And I believe that's why the queen was so excited to meet her. That's awesome. I prefer that heroine. Yeah, I bet you do. You love a heroine that would stab you. He burst out into a bright chuckle.
俺も花になった恋人を持ち帰るなんてことしたくない。いっそ責められて刺された方がすがすがしいかな。
Masochist, yeah, he enjoys that. I wouldn't want to ever have my lover become a flower. If anything, being condemned and stabbed sounds more liberating.
このオペラを見て、そういう感想を持つ君が好きだよ。
I like you having such an opinion after watching this opera.
もろく見えて強い人だね。
Just as I thought, you seem fragile, but you're actually strong. Thank you. Can I take that I like you as a sign I've attracted his romantic interest? It wasn't my intention, but maybe it worked out in the end. So long as I'd given him a good impression, I would take it as a win. Suddenly, Linus's tone changed into something strict.
楽しいひとときはここまでかな。感激中は特に不穏な動きはなかった。ということは、何かあるとしたらこの後だ。
Looks like this is the end of our fun. There weren't any suspicious movements during the show, which means that if something's going to happen, it's going to be soon. The queen is taking her leave. Let's hurry. I followed his line of sight. The queen was just about to vacate her box seat. As she chatted animatedly with Lily, I burned the sight of that woman into my memory. Nestled up to Linus, we hastened across the lobby and straight to the opera house. Straight out of the opera house. Before we knew it, rain clouds hung low in the sky. The darkness escalated the tense mood.
仕掛けてくるとしたら外だ。陛下は他の客とは違う通路を通って外に出るけど、馬車は大通りにつける必要がある。
If they're going to try anything, it'll be outdoors. Her Majesty has her own exit, but her carriage needs to park in the main street.
危険なのはこの辺り。君もおかしな動きをする奴がいたら教えて。
Which means this area most likely if you spot anyone acting suspicious, tell me. I will. As we walked, I kept my hands in Linus's arms, same as when we'd arrived, but this time our senses were honed for our environment. Showing a cooperative stance here will win Linus's affection, I'm sure of it, but it's the anti-royalists who are my true enemies. Allies. I was like, wait, what? If Linus goes too far again, I want to hold him back if I can. Still, convincing him a second time may be too much of to ask. If I had to choose between my goal and the safety of others, though I'd feel guilty, I need to prioritize earning Linus's trust. Bingo, I see someone I recognize. It's the little boy, isn't it? Interrupting my inner conflict, Linus alerted me of a suspect. Nonchalantly, I looked where Linus had glanced. One man stood out. You could say he blended in, if you only considered his dress. But he wasn't basking in the memories of the opera. His face was stone cold. He doesn't seem to be armed at a glance. Is he hiding something?
その可能性は高いけど、あの男の本分は情報屋だ。実行部隊は他にいるはずだよ。
There's a high chance that that man is actually an informant broker. There should be a separate task force.
とはいえ、だからこそあいつは捕らえる価値がある。連中の企みを暴くためにも確保しよう。
Still, that's exactly why he's valuable to us. Let's seize him and exploit the scheme.
このまま会話しながらあいつのそばへ行く。俺が合図したら、君は後ろに距離を取って。
Chat with me while we approach. When I give you a signal, back off and the distance yourself. Understood. So that the suspect wouldn't notice us, we cautiously strolled to close in on him. The moment he was in reach, Linus patted my hand. Get away. Yes. I nodded and stepped away. Simultaneously, I spot a small shadow charging towards Linus from the corner of my vision. Don't get in our way, Linus Ward. What? It's the pickpocket from back then. As a matter of course, Linus realized right away my options flashed through my mind. I had second thoughts about standing for an anti-royalist, but Linus declared he won't show mercy. I can't in good conscience forsake him. Okay, I'll catch the child first, and I would hand him over to the yard. That was my split-second decision, but the person who stopped the child wasn't me nor Linus.
威勢はいいが、 喋りすぎだな。計画的な犯行を企てる反女王派の一味とは到底思えないが。
You have a notable vigor, but you are too talkative. I find it hard to believe that you are a part of an anti-royalist organized crime. Not batting an eye at the struggling child, the man who seized the pickpocketer by the scruff of his neck was like a kitten was Alfred.
アルフレッド卿、どうしてここへ？それにエドワード卿まで。俺を信用したんじゃなかった。
Minato! I know, right? Such a man. Such a mighty, mighty good man. Wait, is that Minato? I thought it was... Hang on. Chocomonyo. No, it's Minato, right? Because he sounds like Canis, and that's Canis too, right? Right? Am I crazy? It's okay, yes, Canis. Okay, cool. It's like, it is Canis, right? Right? Because this is more of his Canis voice than his Minato voice. His Minato voice is great, though. I'm excited for 9 RIP Part 2. Excellent. Lord Alfred, what brings you here? You too, Lord Edward. You said that you wouldn't trust me on this. You would trust me on this. Or is my memory failing me?
もちろん信用はしている。だが、君に彼女を任せたからといって、私が彼女を守らないとは言っていないよ。
Why are they just wearing their normal clothes but with a jacket, but Linus is wearing a completely different outfit? Of course I trust you, but I never said that my protection of her would cease while she was in your care.
なるほど。確かに言わなかったね。それじゃあ君は彼女のためにここへ来たとして、他の方々はどういうつもりなのかな？
I see. Okay, so you came for her sake. What about all the other presents, huh? Don't tell me. Hearing Linus' statement, I turned around. Lo and behold, there was Asuka and Lucas showed up.
そうは言っても、やはり私たちも呉家の一員としての役割があるからね。そう気分を害さないでおくれ。
No, we have our duties as the five houses, even if you're in charge. Don't look as if we've stepped on your toes.
ウォード一族の腕は信用しているが、反女王派が動けば博覧会にも影響が出ると言われれば、こちらも動かざるを得ないだろう。
We have faith in House Ward's skills, but an anti-royalist royalists take action. It may affect the exhibition. We can't take that lying down.
私たちが担当しているのは
Oh, this voice? Yes. Oh no, I dropped my phone. I dropped the thing. Why is it on all again? Bro, no, you're not doing that to me. I don't know why this is defaulting to all. Because I will punch a fool. It shouldn't be on all ever. I never set this to all. Why would I want you on all? My guys, if I drop my phone and it hits to auto, it should never be on all. Yes, save. Save. It should have been saved the first time. Lucas's voice. Yeah, no, I was about to go click over here, but then I dropped my remote on my lap. Oh my gosh. That's Koyo from 9 RIP. And then he is Yona in Tengoku Struggle. I was gonna say, I had the list pulled up. That's why I was like, wait, no, don't you do this to me. Okay. Alright, we're gonna fast forward a little bit. So many delicious men. I know, right? There, we're getting back to it.
そうは言っても、
ウォード一族の腕は信用しているが、
私たち
It's
が
so
担
good.
当してい
It's
る
so good. He's my favorite. This is my
あくまで
favorite.
街中の警備だ。
I think the way this game plays,
レート
I
の
have
上
no
は話し合っ
choice
た通り、
but to
もう
play him
一応
earlier
した。
though, which is so maddening. But oh my god, he's got like these little flowers on his chest. He wears a hood. He looks like death. He acts like death. He doesn't want to be around people. I mean, oh my god. And he has that voice. They have so many deep voices in this game. Oh my gosh. He's giving kudere. Kudere. Yeah, he is a kudere. He's such a kudere. He doesn't give a fuck about us. He's just here for the funsies. I know I'm gonna love him. We've done nothing but take responsibility for city security. As discussed, Her Majesty's safety lies entirely on House
しか
Ward.
し陛下の身が危険だという情報が事前にあるなら、当然私たちもその身を危険にさらさないように努めるべきだろう。
That said, with prior info that the Queen was in danger, we naturally ought to do our part to prevent peril from reaching her.
というわけだ。私も彼女を守る目的と、呉家の一員としての役目を果たすためにここへ来た。
You heard them. Similarly, I am here to protect her and fulfill my duty as a member of the Five Houses.
つまり全員オペラが終わる時刻を警戒してここに集まっていたってことか。それでそこの子供はどうする気です？
That's why we'd go with Momiji first. I'm not a big fan of Momiji. I like Momiji and Fruits Basket, but I'm not trying to date him. In short, all of us were wary of the exit rush after the opera and assembled here. And what are you going to do with that kid?
俺は前回、次は容赦しないと警告しています。にもかかわらず向かってきたのだから、それ相応の覚悟はあるんだと思うけど。
I previously warned him that I wouldn't be merciful again. He's here despite that, so I believe he's prepared to pay the price. Hearing Linus, the boy trembled. Ascot inspected the child with amusement.
容赦しないというなら、陛下に突き出してみるのも一興じゃないかな。陛下ならではの制裁を加えてくれるかもしれないよ。
He's giving yandere, but I think it's just the queen's dog in him. Yeah. Yeah, but he's like two different personalities, which is kind of a yandere thing. They do that too with yanderes, where they have like a split personality and one side's fucking wild. And the other one's just ooh cutesy. Like Yofi from Sympathy's Kiss, right? When he was for us, he was just kind of cute, a little aloof. And then he went straight up fucking crazy. In the absence of mercy, maybe giving him to the queen would be a good entertainment. She may doyle discipline that only she can perform. He's suggesting that we let the queen punish the boy. It's not something to say with a smile. What extremely poor taste. Yeah. I don't like him. He's got a tattoo, but I don't like him. Back at the debutante ball, I had seen a hint of the queen's madness in the throne room. What would one who instills such terror do to a child? Merely the thought was horrifying.
この子供を捕らえたのは私ら。どう対処すべきかは一任してもらおう。
I captured this child. Accordingly, I shall take full responsibility for his correction.
必要とあれば私も手を貸します。彼はまだ幼い。処罰よりも保護が妥当かもしれません。
If necessary, I shall help as well. He is young. Perhaps taking him under our protection is more appropriate than punishment.
お得意の旧品員への保護活動か。まあ、女王の御前に突き出すよりはよほど現実的な提案だな。
During your signature sending of strays to the almshouses, huh? Well, I suppose it's more realistic than thrusting him before our queen.
お好きにどうぞ。私の意見は戯れと思って流してくれていいさ。
Go ahead and do as you wish. Just consider my opinions a jest and tune them out. Since both Edward and Lucas indirectly voiced their opinions, Ascot readily withdrew. In exchange, Ascot shifted his gaze onto Linus.
ところで、君が捕らえようとした男は逃げたようだけれど、よかったの？
By the way, the man you aim to capture has ran for the hills. Are you sure about leaving him be?
わざと逃がしたんですよ。騒ぎに乗じて隙を見せるふりをして、俺の仲間がいる方向へ誘導しました。
I let him escape on purpose. The opening I pretended to give him leads straight to the others of my
もと
household.
より、俺の今回の役割は派手に動いて油断を誘うおとりです。
My role today has always been to act as bait and to get enemies to lower their guards. As if confirming those words, a man nimbly approached. He was so quiet I couldn't hear his footsteps until he was directly before me.
ライナス様、陛下は無事馬車へ乗り込みました。すでに王宮へ向けて出発しています。
Lord Linus, Her Majesty has safely boarded her carriage. It has departed for the palace.
また、先ほどの男を含め、
They're so openly discussing it in front of her. Yeah.
これでひとまずの懸念は
I don't think they know what chill is. In addition, we have restrained several likely anti-royalists, including the info broker. I believe the problem is dealt with.
ご苦労様。
Good work.
念のため、オペラの客が完全にいなくなるまでは、この辺りの見回りを頼む。
Just in case, patrol this area until all opera spectators have dispersed.
承知しました。
Understood. Accepting his order, the man swiftly turned on his heel and left the area. They are truly an outstanding household. They have excellent synergy, with Linus as the core figure. Even when the next, I don't know why I said that so weird. This font has been fucking with me since day one. It's so like thin in places. I don't know if that's messing with my dyslexia. I have no clue. Even when the next head was personally acting as a decoy, they were able to achieve their goal. As I evacuated them with awe, the heavy downcast clouds finally spat rain on us. Imagine me fucking up that many times. Oh, good, rain. This is quite the downpour. Oh, beautiful. Love it. Love it. Yes. Almost in sync with Edward's whisper, the light shower worsened. Rowan's rain wasn't anything extraordinary, but getting drenched always ran the risk of catching cold. Evacuate the dance floor. This is why I hate the outside. We should have finished this by now. I'm liking Lucas. I love Lucas. I'm gonna be so sad if I have to do his like third. He reminds me of from the date with Reaper. He does. I think they said his character specifically does like symbolize death, because there's 5 houses and each house has like a specific role, and I believe his is like linked heavily with death. One, his jacket looks like a rib cage. I'm pretty sure that's intentional. And I believe they had a scythe with him at one point. Lord Alfred, hurry up and take that child away with you. Kids get sick in no time.
ちょうど我が家の者も来たようだ。エドワード卿、私は警備に戻ろう。アスコット卿は
I will. Look like members of my household have just arrived. Lord Edward, I shall return to upholding order. Lord Ascot. Ascot, yeah. So valid. If you're looking for that guy, he wandered off during the capture report. Why is that man always so egotistical? There's no point in getting hung up over his usual whims. I'm leaving.
きちんと仕事はしてから帰るんだぞ。そう、自由人が多すぎる。
Make sure you finish up your work. Curses, we have too many free spirits among us. Like that, Alfred was left to tie up the loose ends. Then Edward offered me a hand. Come, Rose, let's return to the estate with my carriage. Lord Edward, is that all right? That reminded me, Edward claimed that he came to protect me. Is that offer part of the duty? It was an understanding. He was an understanding gentleman as always, but I was here as Linus's companion. I glanced at my escort, wondering whether to ask for his judgment before I said anything, though Linus took the initiative.
待った。彼女をオペラへ誘ったのは俺だよ。最後まで責任を持って俺が彼女の面倒を見る。
Not put so fast. I'm the one who invited her to this opera. I'll see this through and take her. Boo! Linus's views make sense, but should I abide Edward as Howard Bernstein made? We're gonna follow Linus. We're trying to get Linus to like us. No, I've managed to come this far with Linus. I should stay with him for a little bit longer. Lord Edward, I shall pay a visit to Lord Linus's residence first. Please allow me to fulfill my duty to the end.
もう十分役目は果たしたと思うけれど、君はまだ終わっていないと考えているの？
I think you've done more than enough, but do you feel like you've left something unfinished? Yes, at the very least, this role is not concluded until I return to my maid uniform. Edward's lip twitched to this to the slightest of frowns, but he didn't object to my wishes.
俺に挽回のチャンスをくれないか。結局彼女のそばへ危険な奴を近づけてしまったし、今回のお礼もしたいんだ。
Can you give me a chance to redeem myself? In the end, I allowed a dangerous person near her, and I also want to thank her for today. After a brief moment of silence, Linus reversed his firm attitude and instead appealed to Edward's
お礼
compassion.
をしたらちゃんとバーンスタイン邸まで送り届けるから。頼むよ、エド。
Once I thank her, I promise I'll escort her back to the Bernstein's residence, please, Ed. As this unfolded, the rain only grew fiercer. Eventually, Edward dragged out a deep sigh.
押し問答をしている場合ではなさそうだ。彼女のことは君に任せるよ。
Looks like this isn't the right time for a heated debate. I'll entrust her to
そ
you.
の代わり、今後はやはりこういうことは許可しないから、そのつもりでいてくれ。
In exchange, I won't permit risky endeavors like this ever again, so keep that in mind.
ああ、ありがとう。
Gotcha. Thanks. I owe you. The tension between the pair eased, and promptly Linus took my
急いで
hand.
馬車へ向かおう。このままだと本当に風邪をひいちゃうから。
Let's hurry to the carriage. At this rate, you'll really catch a cold. Yes, understood. Linus pulled me along. I looked over my shoulder once and saw Alfred leaving the child in the rare care of one of his subordinates. Edward alone saw us off, but ultimately he turned on his heel as if trying to put something behind him. Lord Linus, thank you for everything today. I borrowed a towel at the house ward's townhouse to briskly dry off. Once changed, I returned to the drawing room where Linus waited.
急がなくてよかったのに。
Oh my god, we got a
それに
belly
お礼を言うのは
button.
俺の方だよ。
Again, they're trying really hard to not have anything happening down there. Like, that's a really weird line. Oh, you didn't have to rush. Anyways, I'm the one who owes you with
疲れただ
things.
ろ。紅茶とケーキを用意したから、ゆっくりくつろいで。
You must be tired. I've prepared black tea and cake, so make yourself comfy. Then please excuse me. Saying that politely, I moved to sit down, and that was when it registered. I was staggering. I was cold too, from my fingers to my toes. You gotta be kidding me, is this?
あれ、なんだか顔が赤くない？もしかして本当に風邪をひいたのかな？
Is it me or is your face a bit red? Did you really catch a cold? Linus's voice voiced the question that had flashed through my own mind before approaching me.
ごめん。ちょっと触らせてもらうよ。
Sorry, let me touch you quickly. Huh? As he scared me, but his hands cool and pleasant. Despite myself, I thought that, and then
これは。どうやら君に必要なのは紅茶とケーキよりも休む場所みたいだね。
looks like what you need isn't tea and cakes, but a place to rest. Here we go. Not even giving me a chance to respond, Linus lifted me up into his arms. Lord
急に
Linus!
抱き上げたりして本当にごめん。でもベッドへ運ぶならこの方が早いから、少しの間辛抱して。
I'm really sorry for carrying you without warning, but it's faster to carry you to bed this way, so bear with me. Though he looked apologetic, the force in his arms didn't falter. Unable to resist, I could only resign myself to being carried away. Though I changed into the nightwear he had given me, I dragged my feet about borrowing a bed even with Linus's forcefulness. Does that look like my normal nightwear? It looks like my normal nightwear. I can't presume upon your generosity this way. I can't presume, yeah. If you will allow me to borrow a carriage, I can rest back at the Bernstein residence. And when he put me to bed, still I protested out of reservation, but Linus shook his head.
この状態の君をそのまま屋敷へ返したら、今度こそ俺はエドの信用をなくすよ。
If I let you go back in this state, I'll lose all trust Ed has in me for real this time.
それに、何より俺が弱っている今の君を返したくないんだ。
Above all, I don't want to risk letting you go right now being so weak.
バーンスタイン家には使いを送るから安心して。君は体調が万全になるまで、ここでしっかり療養してほしい。
Don't worry, I'll send a message to House Bernstein. Until you make a full recovery, please rest and recuperate here. I understand. Since he insisted, even now, I had to agree, not to mention that I also appreciated the opportunity to infiltrate House Ward. Although I certainly didn't have the energy for probing around right now. My head's all foggy. I'll think about it in the morning. If Linus is starting to have feelings for me, how can I exploit? Passed out. That was as far as my train of thought got. I sink into the ocean of sleep. The next thing I knew, I was in a dream. He's groaning. His fever's still high, too. Hey, brother, would a wet towel help?
よく絞ってから額に置くんだよ。お母様に教えてもらっただろ。
We're gonna find out our brother's still alive. Like, why animate this man? And no one else. My mama, my papa, they are not animated. Just my bro. Yep, make sure to wring it thoroughly. Mother taught you the right technique, didn't she? Like this, right? What else would help? He looks like he's in so much pain. Isn't there more I can do to help?
あとは時々タオルを変えてあげるくらいかな。傷の手当ては終わっているから、たっぷり眠ればじきに回復するはずだよ。
Other than this, best you can do is probably change the towel from time to time. His wounds have been seen too, so as long as he gets plenty of rest, he should recover. Okay. But wait, brother, I just remembered that important thing. I got to do that thing Mother taught me.
体調が良くなるのおまじないか。
That spell that helps you get better? Yeah, that one. I'll wish for him to get better as soon as possible. No more bad dreams. They have gone away. Shortly dawn will come, lighting up the day. Wave goodbye to the quiet moon. Send a kiss to the bright sun soon. My dear, my precious, I will bring dawn with me. So may you rest till then, peaceful and carefree. My dream self clasped the hand of the suffering boy. I fervently repeated the rhyme Mother had taught me. And when I wake up, I'm whispering it. Wave goodnight to the quiet moon. Send a kiss to the bright sun soon. Mother? In the limbo between dream and reality, I heard a voice and listened carefully. The familiar words were reassuring, but something was off. That's when she goes, Okasa. My dear, my precious, I will bring dawn with me, so may you rest till then, peaceful and carefree. The moment I recognized that Linus was the one chanting the rhyme, my hands grew hot. There was a raging torrent within my heart that I'd never felt until now. Something ran berserk inside me, activating my face sight. Two emotions clashed violently. I couldn't afford to use my power here, yet I wanted to wreck everything surrounding me. I'll just do it. I'll use my face sight and rip out every detail Linus knows about 8 years ago. I don't care if it exposes my identity. Unable to resist the impulse searing my body, I reached out towards Linus by my side, but... before I touched him, his hand brushed my forehead. I guess. That seems like a strange way. It's alright, everything's alright. No more bad dreams, they have gone away. Shortly, dawn will come, lighting up the day. Like he was comforting a child, Linus tenderly stroked my hair as he repeated the good luck spell. Wave goodbye to the quiet moon, send a kiss to the bright sun soon. Stop. My dear, my precious, I will bring dawn with me, so may you rest till then, peaceful and carefree. Stop it already. Surrounded by his softness and warmth, my violent feelings slowly subsided. Emotions I'd long buried away overflowed in their stead. Liam. He'd been a rare guest from the outside world. At first, I only interacted with him out of pure curiosity and sympathy, but his smile had been so brilliant. Nothing could tie him down. Between the two of us, I was likely the first to spout a bud of love. I liked you so much. Wanting to erase that truth, I locked it away in the darkest corner of my heart. Now the locked door opened again by my will. My face, sight, hand cooled, no longer activated. Instead, hot tears trickled down my cheeks. Rose, are you crying? If I opened my mouth, I feared I might scream, so I couldn't say anything. I lost everything in my life that night, 8 years ago. When my heart was on the verge of collapse, the betrayal was the final straw. My heart couldn't handle it. That was why I'd shoved everything about him out of my mind, from my affection to our happy memories. I averted my eyes from my feelings, clinging only to the fact that the boy I rescued had betrayed me. I wish I never remembered that I liked you. I wanted to just hate you as a traitor. Why did you have to do this to me? I'll be here for you until you find sleep. So it's all right. You can relax and rest. His voice his voice and touch pained me down to my soul. Even then, a certain sentence echoed over and over in my head like a curse. Linus is Liam. There's no mistaking it. That spell was passed down through my mother's family. Only our family knew of it. There was no way for him to learn it unless he was Liam. Yes, there's no mistaking it. Say Liam. I made a full recovery within a few days. It was time I returned the Bernsteins, and to communicate that, I went out to look for Linus. I came over because I thought I heard some voices, but what in the world is going on? Let's catch him. Yeah. In front of the estate entrance were children, likely members of House Ward, playing some version of tag, I suppose. Got you. You won't get away that easily. This feels too intense for tag. It's like they're attacking each other for real. The children were kicking and punching as they ran. They squared off Solomon with auras that might even classify as bloodlust. Hey there, how are you doing? Does he have a twin brother named Liam? That'd be funny, right? Your complexion looks a lot better now. Oh yes, all thanks to your kindness. I'm in good health now. I hadn't noticed Linus come to my side. When he spoke, my shoulders almost jumped, but I suppose I suppressed it somehow. He had visited my room many times to nurse me, but ever since I confirmed his identity, I hadn't been able to look him in the eyes. Is this some kind of training by any chance? Trying to smooth over my awkwardness, I turned to the children. Linus answered dutifully. Yeah, it is. In House Ward, we teach our members the art of war through childhood games just like this. I see. They strengthen their bonds while training. It should be safe to say that the entire household are formidable opponents. As our enemy, I committed that to memory. A moment later, the children gathered near us. Lord Linus, please train with us. You too, miss. I don't mind, but she can't join. She only just recovered and she's a guest. Weren't you the one who said that we shouldn't always train with the same lineup, that we should spar with new people sometimes? As I watched the insistent children, I thought there might be a good chance to observe House Ward's fighting styles, even if they were kids. I don't mind, I'm already up and about. I honestly didn't expect you to expect that even you'd be eager. What do you do? What to do? Though he seemed torn, perhaps my interest made up his mind, because soon he nodded. We can train on one condition. First, I'll be the only one running. She's not used to our method, so let's switch the normal tag to normal tag. All of you work with her. Yes, sir. They replied like a miniature army and gave me the rundown. The kids would corner Linus, I would catch him. Got it. You can count on me. Alright. Shall we? Once Linus saw the children and I finished our strategy meeting, he sprinted off. By the looks of it, he's going easy on me. He's quick and agile nonetheless. I started after him, tracking him with my eyes, but if this were simple chase, I'd probably never catch him. But that was when one of the children stood in front of Linus to block his path. They're good. Now's my chance. Linus slowed to change directions. Hot on his heels, I reached out. I thought I would catch him easily, but then... That's not gonna work. Too slow. Huh? The next thing I knew, Linus had tripped me, and my world was turned upside down. Of course, Linus didn't slam me to the ground. He reached out to steady me just before I toppled over. I stared at him, lockjaw. No, I stared at him at his radiant smile against the backdrop of the sun, seeing the past. Your ears didn't come out, huh? Huh? My ears. I almost clasped my hand over my mouth. What in the world did I just blurt? You... Lord Linus! Katya. Both of us were rooted to our spots, and using the opening, the children leapt at Linus. The game of tag ended all too quickly. As I gazed at Linus roughhousing with his house fellows, I was forced to face the truth. When he's around me, no matter what I do, my memories keep getting in the way. Despairingly, I realized that once a sealed door has been opened, it wouldn't be so easy to close it again. After running to House Bernstein, I immediately volunteered to run errands in the city and sped outside again. There was something I had to tell John fast. I had messaged him with my pocket watch, so when I arrived at the park, I found John already waiting. I sprinted over to him. John, Linus is definitely the child from back then. He said something that only the boy who would have known. Got it. Then you should distance yourself from Ward immediately. Why do you say that? You haven't noticed. My lady, you're as white as a sheet. Now that's rude. I'm fine. I intended it to be an assertive retort, but my voice sounded feebler than I expected. The fact that John's only response was to tell me to distance myself means that he read me like a book. He knows I'm shaken. I couldn't work up the courage to confide in him and about the special feelings I remembered. Thankfully, John filled the silence. I've got news for you. Remember that pickpocket child you came across? My investigation tells me that he might be related to the Twilight Ravens in some way. With that organization, the Ravens announced that they are going to attack the exhibition. Do I have that right? You do. I don't know whether they're regulated enough to be called an organization. Still, they maybe merit in joining forces. They proclaim to be an anti-royalist, so their ultimate goal should be similar to ours. It's not a bad idea, right? Right? If we can find any leads about ways to contact them, I'll think about it. Maybe through that child, if we can locate him, then if things go smoothly, we'll have a way to reach the queen and finish this. Agreed. Seeing John nod, I sucked in a deep breath. This time, I made my declaration firmly. I'll bring down the hammer of retribution on Linus. I've unequivocally determined him to be a target of my revenge. I made my announcement in part to come to terms with my feelings and to move forward. John didn't say anything this time. However, I had the feeling that I heard the light flapping of a bird's wing and faint footsteps in the distance.
ライナス様、ようやく尻尾をつかめそうです。落日の渡りガラスが動き始めました。
Lord Linus, we have the opportunity to find a lead. The Twilight Ravens are taking action.
来たか。よし。こちらも本腰を入れよ
う。Finally. Okay, we'll pull out all the stops.
絶対にこの手で捕まえてみせる。
I'll definitely catch you with my own hands. Dun dun dun. We did it! Chapter 3. All right, make sure I don't forget to save. LOL. All right, I think that is good progress. I actually have no clue how many chapters there are. Pretty good route. Yeah, I do enjoy it. So far, it's very interesting. I don't know. I don't know. He's got me. He's got me twisted. I find him to be an interesting character, even though he's not my favorite. He's far from my favorite. Also, the chat probably isn't going to work in here because I have it linked to the other chat still. So just a heads up, if you don't see chat, it's just because of that. But yeah, I find him to be an interesting character. I like the twists and turns. I do like the mystery aspect. We're learning things as we play. It is the first route, which means it hasn't got repetitive yet because we're still learning stuff for the first time. So I'm intrigued to say the least. We're going to continue it tomorrow. Can I check that? Let me check that. And I'll see if there's anybody I can, what's its name? I'll see if there's anybody I can raid to. How many chapters are there? Does it tell me here? 4 chapters. There's 4 chapters and we got 2. So if I can finish Linus tomorrow, that'd be good. Thank you, Bass. Thank you, Blue. Let's see if there's somebody to raid. And then I might be back later tonight to play Borderlands. That one's a maybe. Let's see. Anybody I'm following right now? Oh. Drimsy? Drimsy Zan. She's not playing a Otome game right now. She's playing Octopath. Alright, but yeah, thank you guys for being here. If you're watching this on YouTube, I stream about 3 times a week on Twitch. You can check me out over there. We're currently playing Mistonia. We are going to have our end of year stream in 3 days. So be sure to come back for that. We're going to be talking about Otome for 2026. We're going to be talking about our favorite games from this year. We're also going to be reviewing all of our fun stuff. So thank you for being here. I hope you guys have a lovely night. Bye for now.